Welcome in to the first ever Fantasy Sports Advice Network live NFL draft coverage here at the venue of the Crow's Nest Restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee. We are here. I'm Dan Mader, joined here with Kyle Dozer. We'll be rotating people in and out. We're super excited to get this thing started. The draft is just an hour away. Kyle, how are we doing today?
I'm doing great. The draft is one of my favorite times of the year, and it's finally here. We are here. We are here. Am I right?
That's right.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
And, of course, today's event is sponsored by Wrent. Renting tools without the hassle of renting tools. Why rent through the big box when you can rent within your community? Wrent provides an online platform that enables and simplifies tool rentals between tool owners and tool renters. If you are a tool owner, you rent your tools for a profit. If you are a tool renter, simply find the tool you need in your area and select how long you need the rental. Renting made easy at rentapp.com. That's WRENT app.com. And a big shout out to them being our title sponsor of the evening. All right, Kyle, so there's a lot to talk about. We all know, we're here again in Nashville, Tennessee. And we all know that the first pick of the draft is going to be Cam Ward. I mean, it's literally minus 20,000 on the betting odds. Like it's pretty much set in stone that it is going to be Cam Ward. So what do you think your expectations are with his fit, with this team, with Callahan, the moves they've made? They signed Tyler Lockett yesterday. What do you think about Cam Ward of the Tennessee Titans?
I like it. I think he's a good fit. You know, I don't think Tyler Lockett will play into that too much, if I'm being honest with you. But who knows? Maybe Tyler's boy, Traylon Burks, gets a little more into the game. They got somebody that can throw the ball.
I think if anything, the Tyler Lockett signing showed you that is definitely not going to happen. That's just a running joke here at Fantasy Sports Advice. Tyler's been banging the drum for Traylon Burks for forever now. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, Cam Ward expected to go number one in Tennessee. We'll have a lot more to talk about with that. The other storyline heading into the first round today is George Sanders falling. Like, there's been a lot of moving parts here. Now, a lot of teams talking about, Jackson Dart. Is he going to go before Shedeur Sanders? In fact, according to the betting odds, Jackson Dart is now minus 135 to be the second quarterback taken off the board. So he's now the favorite over Shedeur Sanders to be the second quarterback taken in this draft class. Where do you fall on Shedeur Sanders versus Jackson Dart?
I think, I'm with the odds here. I think Jackson Dart should go ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. So, the big thing was the Saints, for this entire process, really haven't liked them. But we didn't necessarily think the Saints were going to take a first-round quarterback because we thought they were going to have Derek Carr. Now, the whole injury situation with the shoulder comes up, so now they don't even know if they're going to have a quarterback available for next season. So instead, they're now staring down the barrel of, do you take him 9? Now, for me personally, I don't have a first-round grade on Sanders or Jackson Dart. I have actually third-round grades on both of them. So it's already, to me, an overpay, but it's a quarterback, and quarterbacks always get boosted up a lot higher than, frankly, what they should be. Let's be honest with that.
Exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, they always get way overdrafted, so I wouldn't be surprised to see both of them go in the first, but, I do agree that Jackson should go over Shedeur. It is shocking, though. I have seen some stuff this week talking about he could even fall out of the first round, and I'm just thinking there's no shot that happens.
Well, even just as of this morning, some talk was that, the Cleveland Browns would maybe trade back into the first round, take Travis Hunter with that second pick, and then trade back into the first round at 29 with the Commanders, which was a theoretical, trade rumor, and take him then. Which still, you get the fifth-year option, which is why a team would want to do that to get him in the first round. But essentially, it's almost as if you were going to fall out the second round if they didn't want to make that move up. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition. That's something that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, because then we could see, Shedeur and Hunter playing together in the pros, and they could play out their rookie contracts. They could retire their numbers there too.
Yeah, 100%. And look, the odds has changed. It's actually minus 230 now. Even Jackson Dart's even more of a favorite as we get closer to the draft right now to be the second quarterback taken off the board. So like I said, I have a third-round grade on both of those players. Shedeur Sanders is the type of guy that, no, he doesn't have a big arm and his mobility lacks. He is incredibly accurate, and he can fit really well in a lot of different systems. I think he would actually fit well in the Kevin Stefanski system if he were to get taken by the Cleveland Browns in the back end of the first round. But he's somebody who has to be system dependent. And being that we are more fantasy focused here on the Fantasy Sports Advice channel, he's somebody I had was my quarterback 4 coming into this process because you're not getting the rushing mobility. You're not getting the big plays. I'd rather take a shot on a Jalen Milroe, on a Jackson Dart, because Shedeur is going to have to fall into a situation with a great offense in order to get there. I mean, if you're a pocket passing quarterback and you don't get 30 passing touchdowns in a season, it's basically impossible for you to be a top 12 quarterback.
Yeah, 100%. And he's not going to get 30 passing touchdowns on the Browns.
Probably not. Probably not. Because I would be shocked if they aired it out. Oh, we get some feedback going on there. I'd be shocked if they aired it out the way they did with Joe Flacco a couple of years ago, which is pretty much what that would take.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm with you on the Milroe thing, too. Like, he's going to have a lot of rushing yards. The problem is he going to be another Anthony Richardson, or is he going to be another Jalen Hurts?
Well, so here's the benefit with Milroe, and I know he got invited to the draft, but we don't really expect him to go in the first round. So it avoids the problem Anthony Richardson falls into, which is he was expected to play too early. Like Anthony Richardson was a very raw prospect, never really got an opportunity to develop. That was the issue with Anthony Richardson.
True.
If Jalen Milroe goes in the second round, let's say, now all of a sudden he has the Jalen Hurts treatment where it's, you don't have to start right away. If you do, fantastic, because you're overplaying what your projection, what your expectations are. But that might not have to be the case in that situation. Where's something where you would like Jalen Milroe to go?
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, like
that deep into it, I guess, but like
seems like the Rams have been rumored if they wanted to go a different direction, because there's been a lot of talk about the Rams, wanting to go in a different spot with their quarterbacks, run a different offense at some point. That's been kind of thrown out there.
Well, and if you think about teams kind of in a similar situation where they had like the Raiders with Geno Smith, they get a couple of decent years out of him probably. He's already aging a bit. Seattle depends on how much you believe in Darnold or if he was a fluke this year because he was in Minnesota. Like,
sure,
there's some certain situations where he could fit in there. Where I'd love to see a new quarterback go is Dallas. That's my team, and I'm over Dak at this point.
I don't think you're getting rid of Dak anytime soon. I mean, I know we saw a lot of memes. Jerry Jones will make a significant trade move, and a lot of memes with Dak on the Cleveland Browns. I don't think that's going to wind up happening today, though.
I hope his significant trade move is to try to get another 4th for a worthless wide receiver. Like, we already knocked that out during the season.
Oh man, but yeah. So then Jackson Dart, on the flip side of this conversation here, had a good amount of rushing yards, but I don't project him as somebody's going to be a dual threat quarterback.
No.
He will be able to move the chains with his legs. He had more of the downfield passing attack than Shedeur Sanders did, but he comes from the Ole Miss system, which really is nothing like the NFL whatsoever. He's going to have a longer learning curve. Again, I have a third-round grade on these guys. Keep putting it up in the first round. But let's have that hypothetical conversation where the Saints take him at 9. What would your reaction to that be?
I would love that, actually, because, well, like I said, they don't have Carr. Who else are they going to play? So I think that's a better case scenario than them drafting Shedeur Sanders at 9.
Yeah, definitely could be. Well, I don't know. So the Kellen Moore thing, I'm a little bit I don't know the right word, wondering about, because Kellen Moore usually depends on guys to be accurate. Okay.
True.
And if he's not looking that direction, because Jackson Dart has, yes, the adjusted completion percentage, they were 1 and 2, but talking about two totally different offenses, two totally different situations. He's not the same ball placer of a Shedeur Sanders is. I do feel like Jackson Dart has a longer learning curve than a Shedeur Sanders does, and if you need somebody to start year 1, from that standpoint, I do think Dart has a longer way to go. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah, I think Shedeur Sanders could probably start quicker, but I think you're getting a lot more quality years out of a Jackson Dart.
We have a great sound team trying to boom our ears out.
We're being sabotaged.
All right, so let's move on from Dart here. Move on to the quarterback situation. The other player everybody wants to talk about is Travis Hunter, the wide receiver, cornerback. Kyle, in your estimation, what is he better as? Is he better as a wide receiver? Or is he better as a quarterback?
I think he's a better wide receiver, and I think that's probably where whoever drafts him, will want him to play at first. But I do think I could see Cleveland, if they draft him, which I think they will, then I see them playing him both ways. They need all the help they can get.
You really think this guy's going to play both ways? How? Because he's not playing 150 snaps a game.
No, he's going to play maybe third downs. Like, he's going to play
at cornerback, you're saying? You think he's going to be prominent?
Like, he'll be a receiver, and then he might go in on some, like, specific passing situations on defense, but he's not going to play 100% both ways.
I mean, I guess we saw Troy Brown, the old Patriots wide receiver, do that during their first Super Bowl playoff run. That's he kind of played in nickel packages, but usually it's the other way around. Usually you're going to be a full-time, like we saw with Deion Sanders and Champ Bailey, you were a full-time cornerback and you had special packages at the wide receiver position because it's just easier to do it that way because it takes more game planning, more intricacies, more meetings to be a good cornerback than a wide receiver. So I feel like he needs to be a cornerback full-time where you can put in special packages as a wide receiver. Now, I know he wants to do the Shohei Ohtani thing. I just don't know how realistic that really is in the NFL.
I really don't think it is at all, if we're being honest.
We got a little request for Kyle to get closer to his microphone. The good people want to hear you, Kyle. The good people want to hear you.
Is that my mom? Is my mom on the chat?
It might as well be. Corey calling it anyway.
The problem is the mic's on the wrong side because I keep looking over to you when I talk, and the mic's on my left side. So
learn your left from your right, will you? All right, so one more I want to get to, and then we're going to have Dr. Brian Scott come in here to talk about some of the injuries that we have to look out for coming in through this first round. So the last one we want to talk about is where does Ashton Jeanty go? For months, he was mocked to the Raiders the whole time, right? And now he is minus 250 odds on DraftKings at getting drafted to the Jaguars, or at least to go number 5. I should say go to number 5, because what's interesting is on the flip side, if you were to draft the first team to draft Jeanty, the Jaguars are plus 140, the Raiders are plus 150. So if you think he's going to get drafted by one of those two teams, put some money on that now. It's actually a good winning bet for you to go with. But going number 5 is minus 250 for Jeanty. Some teams may be anticipating a trade there. But Kyle, for you, where do you think Ashton Jeanty goes?
I think he ends up with the Raiders, but I think he ends up there at 5. I think they trade up with Jacksonville to swap and snag him there.
Oh, yeah,
just to keep Jacksonville from taking him. I think that's why that whole rumor mill probably started, was so that Jackson would maybe get another asset, move back a spot.
Definitely quite possible. All right, so we have another sponsor for today's show to talk about, and that is the Fantasy Football Expo. Once again, Fantasy Football Expo being sponsored by the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. Make sure you come check it out. It is August 8th through the 10th in Canton, Ohio, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Experience the full weekend with the Ultimate Fan Package that grants access to parties on Friday and Saturday, along with the Big Expo on Sunday. And you can even get a ticket to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Spend a weekend of fun with all of your favorite fantasy football experts, drafts, drinks, food, and nonstop football talk. Scan our Fantasy Football Advice discount link or use the promo code Ultimate Advice 2025 and buy your package today. What are you guys waiting for? All right, so with that, it is time to get Dr. Brian Scott here in on the stream, because we got to talk about some injuries that are coming up. Brian, how's it going today, man?
Hey, guys, it's going good. Looking forward to the draft tonight, baby. Hard to believe it's here already.
Finally here. Finally, this is Christmas Day, right? I don't know what's bigger, the Super Bowl or the draft, because on the draft, every team is hopeful. At the Super Bowl, there's only 2 teams of fans that are hopeful, right?
That's right. This is the peak of feeling good, especially if you're a Giants fan like myself. This is the best potentially I could feel all year, so I'm going to ride this wave for as long as I can.
Well, you're picking third. So before we get into the injuries, Brian, as a Giants fan, what do you want them to do?
It's so tough. I mean, historically the Giants have done well in the draft, aside from maybe the last couple of years and maybe at the quarterback position, Daniel Jones. But, they've always gone with the best player available. And it looks like it could be Abdul Carter this year. If they don't draft back, or I'm sorry, if they don't trade back, then I think they're going to go with Abdul Carter, because I don't think they're sold on the quarterbacks this draft at that high a position. And I can't say I blame them, because let's face it, it's pretty much going to be Shedeur Sanders available, and that's about it. And I don't know if we're all sold on him, to be honest.
Well, I'll even throw this out there. The Giants, we talked about it just a second ago with the Saints, but the Giants are also another team rumored that they like Jackson Dartmoor and Shedeur Sanders, but not necessarily at number 3.
Right.
And I know a lot of people were talking about how, yes, the contracts given to Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston were very cheap contracts, but you still signed 2 of them. I would be very surprised, because you signed both of them, that you go quarterback at least in the first round. We'll see if somebody slides in the second round. All right, but I brought you on to talk about some injuries, Brian.
Yes.
So Josh Simmons, just to kick this whole thing off.
Yeah.
Josh Simmons is the big one, because this is somebody, for me personally, and I think I still have him graded here, to be honest, regardless of the injury. But I had him ranked as a top 5 player overall, by far the number 1 tackle on my board. He is that talented, that much of a true left tackle in a class that lacks true left tackles. But he has the injury, the torn patellar tendon. So what, as a doctor, do you make of his injury? When do you think he would clear?
This is a bad one. It's a bad one for a guy at his position, at his size. Whenever you have that patellar tendon rupture, that's huge. And that's going to be a long recovery. You're going to lose power in that leg. And as an offensive tackle, you have to be able to be explosive in your blocking, but also you have to be able to absorb an explosive defender. And so the way the patellar tendon works, in order for it to fire eccentrically, which is contract as it's being loaded, and that means eccentrically, which means that's basically receiving the force and the pressure from an oncoming charging lineman, that takes a while to bounce back from. And this has ended many skilled position players' careers. Now, linemen, technically speaking, are not considered skilled position players, but one guy, as a Giant fan, who I can think of who had this injury is Victor Cruz. Essentially, he was never the same after this. Now, granted, this happened well into his career, but as an offensive tackle, it's a potentially serious injury. Now, his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, has given some reports, and they said that he should be ready for the start of training camp, which is good. This guy's projected to be an outstanding tackle. He had a great campaign prior to the season-ending injury. Had a great career up until that point, too. So if anybody's going to be able to bounce back, it sounds like it's going to be him, and there's a lot of optimism that he's recovered well. There was nothing really negative coming out of the Combine medical exams that I heard, and I was at the Combine this year, so I didn't hear any rumblings. And so that's good news. We should expect a full recovery. But it's going to take him a while to really bounce back from this and be at full 100% of what we saw from him in college, if he can ever actually get to that point.
Well, so a lot of reports are that he will be active for training camp. Do you think that's just too soon, in your opinion?
Not necessarily, not with this particular injury. Whether or not he's going to be a full go at training camp, that will remain to be seen. Whether or not he'll be ready to go full go unrestricted, week 1, I think that'll still remain to be seen. But I do unfortunately think that this could make his draft stock slip a little bit. Because, like I said, this is a pretty bad injury for somebody at his position.
He is right now being mocked in the later end of the first round. We'll have to see. Again, it's a tackle class that doesn't have a lot of true left tackles in it, so it gets a little bit curious. All right, so next up, Mykel Williams was dealing with an injury coming into the draft, dealing with most of it last season with the ankle sprain. What do you have on Mykel Williams?
Yeah, so he had what they termed a second-degree ankle sprain, which is a very common injury in many sports. It happened in the season opener, and he did miss considerable amount of time. But he did actually play through it for most of the season. In fact, at the Combine, he was asked about this specifically and said that he was only really playing at about 60% health on that ankle all season when he did finally return. And he actually aggravated it in the Sugar Bowl, which basically caused him to miss the Combine physical fitness stuff. I think he was supposed to do his pro day, and he may have. I don't actually know. But from a long-term health perspective, this is not a huge deal. I don't think he had surgery for this. Moderate ankle sprains can linger if you do come back too soon, and that's likely what happened in this situation. He may have aggravated it numerous times throughout the year, but never to the extent that it was worse than the first time, which can also happen as long as he didn't compromise the overall integrity of that ankle by not allowing it to heal at all. Then there's no reason to think he can't or hasn't made a full recovery from this. I don't think this is going to ruin his draft stock or significantly decrease it.
No, and right now he has overwhelming odds to go inside the top 10, so it does look like he's still going to go high. He is a physical freak. He looks like a true prototype, the bookend defensive end. It's something that he lacked with was production, right? And then he wants to blame the ankle injury, and that definitely probably had a big part of it. But this is also somebody who never had more than 6 sacks at any point in his 3-year starting career. 5 sacks last year, 15 hurries, 17 hurries, 25 hurries. His best year is really 2022, his first year as a starter. So I still have a lot of questions about his overall production. His athletic ability, of course, is there. All right, so the next guy, the guy who, if it wasn't for Travis Hunter, would be the top cornerback on my board, Michigan cornerback Will Johnson. And I think he missed most of the season with a turf toe injury. So what are your concerns there?
So we've talked about turf toe a lot on my show, and if you guys tune in, you'll learn more about it as time goes on, because it is a common football injury, unfortunately. And as of the most recent reports, this turf toe injury happened back in October. It basically shut him down for the entire season after that. And that is a problem because along with the turf toe, he has had some other injuries that kind of popped up, not only before the turf toe injury, but also since. Apparently, while he was training for the combine, he had some type of hamstring issue that creeped up, which prevented him from participating in Michigan's Pro Day. And then apparently there was some rumblings that he had some cartilage issues that were found on his knee that maybe had popped up during the medical screenings and some other historical stuff around his injuries. So there is a multitude of things here to consider aside from the turf toe. But at the cornerback position specifically, when you're talking about turf toe, one guy you have to look at is Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders basically played toward the end of his career with having come off a turf toe injury, and he was never quite the same after that. It ended up causing him to basically retire, and is ultimately, to some degree, what inevitably ended up to him having his toe amputated for other reasons. But it all kind of comes back to that turf toe injury he had toward the end of his career. So it is a devastating injury at this position in particular. But in Will Johnson's case, there's some other things that are out there that need to be considered too, and this could have a significant impact on his long-term durability.
No, we got visitors coming in. We all stream long. We want people to come and chime in, but yeah. Turf toe should change the name to the Mark Ingram toe. That's
well, I mean, that goes to show you it's not a minor injury.
No, it is not. Okay, so we still got more to go. Maxwell Harrison, another cornerback coming out of Kentucky. He's someone who got flagged in the injury reports. What did you have on Maxwell Harrison?
Yeah, So he only played in 7 games due to some unspecified shoulder injury. But apparently the dude's a lean, mean, sprinting cornerback machine that really impressed everybody during his workouts at the combine. He had the second best vertical jump. I think he had one of the top 40 times. The high vertical jump position, he tied for third at the. So physically, the dude's a freak and was in the top 90 percentile of all the testes at the combine. It doesn't seem like this injury is a major long-term issue. I don't think it's going to affect his draft stock. It didn't sound like it was anything serious, even though it did kind of take away from some of his final season at Kentucky. But I don't think he ended up having surgery for anything that I could find, despite being limited for 7 games.
Yes, so he's going in right now in the back end of the first round, and he had the fastest time at the 40. This guy jumped off at the combine basically and really had a nice time there in Kentucky. So another player that we want to talk about, especially from a fantasy perspective. Now, he's not going to go in the first round, but I do want to mention him here. Elijah Arroyo wasn't injured this past season, but spent most of his collegiate career until 2024 injured. So, and he was also injured, and that's why he didn't participate in the combine itself. So why did you have What do you have on Elijah Arroyo, I should say?
Yeah, so there's definitely some red flags here, unfortunately, for this young man. He had a season-ending ACL injury against Middle Tennessee back in 2022, which caused him to miss the rest of that season. He was slated to come back in 2023 and did, but missed a significant portion of the season due to setbacks in that same knee. So that's always concerning when you hear something like that. As I've always said, and if you listen to the show, the Injured List podcast, you'll hear me say that, ACL injuries are not benign. Often gets reported as an isolated ACL injury, but oftentimes more than not, there is associated other injuries that go along with it. And in all likelihood, this is what happened to Mr. Arroyo. So it is something to be concerned about, especially, again, looking at the tight end position, having the block and receive and be involved in a lot of snaps throughout the game. You have to worry about long-term durability here. He did return to full health this past season. He had a standout performance, which is great. He showcased his potential. But, in the Senior Bowl, he also had another minor injury. Now, they described it as a bruise. Hopefully nothing more. At the Combine, showed up at his physicals, but it did cause him to skip the Combine to allow him to recover even further. So it could cause his draft stock to slip a little bit, but part of that could be due to whatever they found on his medical screenings during the Combine and possibly long-term concerns.
Well, that's good to hear too. Okay, so next guy, he had a terrible combine, right? A terrible 40-yard dash, and we find out later on it was due to an ankle sprain. So Gunnar Helm, what's going on with Gunnar Helm?
Well, what's crazy is I was actually at the Combine watching the tight ends and saw him sprain his ankle and hobble off to the side, and then shockingly he got right back up there and went through all the drills anyway. Again, probably just a moderate sprain that won't really cause him any major long-term issues. Unfortunately, it couldn't have come at the worst time when he was just getting started with his Combine skills assessment. But I don't see this being a major setback for him. It shouldn't be anything that causes his stock to really slip unless after this injury, teams brought him in for another physical and found something really suspicious or concerning.
Maybe he's just that slow and just needed to
he might actually. I think the run he had after he sprained his ankle, because it happened on a false start, I believe, was faster than the first time.
It was. No, it
Go
was.
figure.
It's the 4.82 the second time. The first time, man, he wouldn't even be drafted at all at a 4.96.
Yeah.
Would have been brutal.
By that point, the adrenaline was probably flowing, so...
Yeah, he was so pissed off. It's like, crap, I'm not going to get drafted unless I get in there and run better. All right, so the last guy I want to talk to you about is Seth McLaughlin, the center at Ohio State. And again, another player I don't expect to get drafted here tonight, but do expect him to go either day 2 or early day 3, especially since there's not a lot of centers in this draft. So what do you got on Seth McLaughlin as he came up?
Yeah, so, unfortunately, another significant injury at the center position that is really important when it comes to playing offensive line. He had a non-contact Achilles tendon rupture in November during practice, which caused him to miss the season. Typical time frame for return to play for this at full capacity is about 9 months, so that brings his clearance to sometime in July. He was at the Combine and he was answering questions. He states that he's been informed by his surgeons and his physical therapist that he should be ready by training camp. He's been rehabbing in Columbus at Ohio State with, surrounding himself with his familiar healthcare team and people. So that's always a good sign. And I usually recommend that for most athletes, especially in this situation where you're about to change teams, change leagues. You've got a big transition happening in your life. You might as well stay with something comfortable as you recover. By all assessments, he's an exceptional player. This will take a while for him to bounce back. I wouldn't expect to see a top-tier guy that you saw before this injury right away. It could take him up to 12, maybe even up to 18 months before he's really comfortable enough and starts performing at his pre-injury skill set. And that's assuming that he has an uncomplicated recovery and that things go well, which it sounds like by all reports right now and from him that they are. So that's good news.
That is good news. So a lot of great info, Brian. As always, this is why we have Dr. Brian Scott on the Operation Domination Show, part of the Fantasy Football Advice Network, all the time during the season. And Brian, what do you got going on? Where can we follow you and your great content?
So I'm most active on X at Injured List Pod. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook, The Injured List Podcast. I've got the website, theinjuredlist.com. I'll be on some other post-draft shows this weekend and next week at That Sports Podcast Network. We'll be talking post-draft stuff, so I'll be doing some updates and things like that. I had a podcast episode coming out tomorrow morning, which does a lot of what we talked about here today, Dan, including some updates on players from last year who were injured, who have a major fantasy impact last year, but that might roll over to this year too. And Dan, we do this on your show every Thursday. We do updates in the evenings, so you don't want to miss that. You'll get a glimpse of what we do on your show in my podcast episode that comes out tomorrow morning, so I highly encourage all your listeners to tune into that, because that'll kind of give them a little bit of an idea of what we do each week when it comes to the regular season.
It's about getting an edge, and an edge right now, the biggest edge you can have is the correct injury news and knowing what to do. So, yes, Brian, love having you on. Glad you're able to make the time for us here live at the Crow's Nest in Nashville, Tennessee. And, Bud, good luck to your Giants. I hope they make you proud. We'll have to see.
Me too.
See you, man. All right, so that was Dr. Brian Scott on here. Tyler, are you finally settled in this seat?
I think I'm settled in, Dan. I mean, it's been a work. Got to get everything set up, the sound. We're here live here in the Crow's Nest. Had to get the PA rocking. Everybody's, tuning in. It's just, it's ready for a good time. I even managed to grab me.
You score a beer there?
I scored me a beer.
Scored you a beer from the Crow's Nest. Thank you to the Crow's Nest for that, keeping our windpipes nice and lubricated. We're going to need it all night. It's going to be a long, fun night to talk about. All right, so Tyler, now that I got you here, before we get to the betting odds and everything like that, what's some of the things that you were looking forward to most this upcoming draft? I got to talk to Kyle, but I didn't get to talk to you about it.
Man, I love the draft. I've probably watched the movie Draft Day about 6, 7, 8 times in the last week.
That's where you get all your dynasty trade ideas from?
No, I just there's just something about it. Like it's fun. It's exciting, and you always get hit with unexpecteds, and you're excited to see the moves and how teams build. Like the Eagles, somehow every year they tend to turn the draft into this monster thing for them, and so I'm always excited to just see how it pans out. And then, for those dynasty fantasy players out there, we want to know, the players that we held on to, are they now in trouble because you have new talent on the squad? We want to know, is such and such receiver, gonna have competition now? Or are they gonna actually have a quarterback to throw to them? Like, it's one of those moments where, a lot of fantasy teams are made even tonight, with just the selections that are going to happen. And the NFL teams are going to completely have, their trajectory change. We saw that last year with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Like, that team was nothing. And then Jaden, instantly created a difference, and so we're excited for that. I don't know about the quarterbacks. I'm interested to see what Tennessee does. I came to the Green Bay game here in Nashville during the season, and Will Levis just had a poor game. Like, it was one of the worst games that I've seen him play. Not that any other game has been really amazing, but it was a tough game. And I listened to the radio on the way out, and instead of like, oh, Will Levis just didn't have a great game, or oh, he dropped the ball, or this was that, there was still like this Nashville love for the guy, And then here we are at the draft, and the consensus number one has Cam Ward going to the Titans, and so it's like, can a city turn on a player that fast? And, is Cam Ward the answer?
Well, I think the answer to that is yes. We saw Josh Rosen back in the day get replaced right away with Kyle Murray when he just knew it wasn't going to work. Plain and simple with Josh Rosen. I feel like Will Levis fell into the same category. There was multiple moments, and you're a Titans fan, you know this. There's multiple moments last year where Brian Callahan looked like he just wanted to scream himself right off the sideline and just had nowhere else to go, right? Because your only other option was Mason Rudolph, and you'll know you're not going to get very far with Mason Rudolph either. So are you excited about Cam Ward and the Titans?
I don't know that you can really be. The Titans have so many holes, and so like for me, if I'm the GM, I don't know that I would want to trade out of the number one spot just so that I can have a more opportunity to fill out my roster, but obviously Cam Ward's projected to be the top quarterback in the class. He's got some of those intangibles, the off balance throws, the playmaking ability, and they may just decide they can't miss that because that quarterback is a significant piece, and obviously they don't feel like they have it yet.
You got to get better somewhere. And something must have clicked because at some point the Titans decided, you know what, we're definitely not moving on. Cam Ward is definitely the guy. I don't think I've ever, other than like Trevor Lawrence, I can't think of another time I've seen minus 20,000 odds for a player to go number one pick. Lawrence had to be the last time I think I've seen that. Okay, so now let's talk about a little bit of betting odds, all right? So it really doesn't get super interesting until the sixth pick now. Everything leading as far as value is concerned, because even Ashton Genty's at minus 250, going at number 5, whether that be the Jacksonville Jaguars or somebody turns in to begin with. So at the sixth pick is where we start to see the value now. So we have Kelvin Banks at plus 135 and Membo at plus 150. The idea behind this is that Ashton Genty's already taken off the board before the Raiders are able to make their selection at 6. And I think most people think if he's still there at 6, that's where the direction the Raiders are going to go. Instead, it looks like we're favoring the tackles, but we have decent value on that. Now, if you're the Raiders, which one would you go with, Kelvin Banks or Armand Membo?
Man, I just hope Genty's there. I'm in that. Like the Raiders, they need a running back, like bad. They need a quarterback. I mean, they again, lots of holes for that team. Typically, I'm probably going to go corner. I feel like that's one of the toughest positions to man.
Cornerback that high. Who's the lucky winner then? Because other than Travis Hunter, which we don't know if he's a cornerback or wide receiver, we haven't seen anybody. Think about that. I want to get Biggs in here. We have people at the draft. We're going to get a live look in right now to Mr. Biggs coming in hot. Biggs, what's going on? You're at the draft, buddy. How's it going over there?
I'm at the draft. I'm all credentialed up and everything. I'm here. I am here. I am here.
You are official. We are official. How about that, doing this live event? So I was just talking to Tyler about the Raiders pick. Right now, betting odds, of course, going Armand Membo at plus 150, Kelvin Banks at plus 135. Tyler claims that he would go cornerback at 6.
No, I said that I would go Genty. Genty.
Well, again, we're assuming Genty's off the board in this betting scenario here, because otherwise, yes, I think everybody would go Genty there. What would you do, Biggs? Do you have a favorite bet between those two?
Isaac to Slaw. No,
number 6.
Number 6. No, so my favorite is Membo. So obviously I'm a Raiders creator and I do my homework and I have studied John Spytek's previous drafts, and the earliest running back he's ever taken was Rachaad White, and if I'm not mistaken, that was in the 3rd or 4th round. I don't have a lot of confidence he's going to take Genty. Can Genty change the fortunes of the Raiders? Absolutely. But when you have a guy who's athletic and versatile as Membo is, you do that to help your quarterback. Geno Smith is just going to get older. He has a little bit of mobility, but that's going to go away. Kelvin Banks has been the hot ticket in the mock drafts for the last couple days, but I think Membo is a little bit off the charts analytically. I can see them going with Genty if he's still available, but if I'm making the pick, I'm grabbing some. There are so many running backs in this class. It doesn't make sense to take one that early, even if it is Genty and even if he is clearly way better than anybody else in the class. you can still supplement the running back position with, like, say, go Tootin later and then Raheem Sanders, and then you got your Thunder and Lightning picks. I think there's a lot of options, and he's just going to take the best player available. And at 6 at offensive line, I think that's Membo. I do like the idea of taking like a Jahdae Barron, but I don't know if he's worthy of that 6th pick. If the Raiders are going to go cornerback, like Tyler was suggesting, I feel like they trade back.
And I will get him to retweet you.
Yeah, so that's a funny thing you bring up there, because there's a number of teams that have come out and said they wanted to trade back, right? Like the Jaguars said we could go up, we could go down. The Raiders were one of those teams. Saints have been one of those teams rumored. Patriots, Giants, 49ers there at 11. The high number of teams want to move back. Why do you think that is? Nobody wants to pick there. And then you need teams that actually want to move up too. So, like, do you see these moves happening here?
Well, the only rumor that I've been hearing is the Broncos trying to move up to grab Genty. And the only thing that I hope is that they maybe trade up and then somebody else takes Genty in front of them. But I don't think that makes any sense either, because if the Broncos stand pat and wait for their pick, Omarion Hampton likely will be available and Caleb Johnson will be available. And let's not forget that Caleb Johnson hits all the boxes in terms of size and production and everything. And in fact, last year he was second in all of college football in loaded box rate against defenses behind Genty, and he still had a huge year. He was Iowa's offense, and I think Caleb Johnson is he's worthy when the Broncos get their chance. So it doesn't make any sense for them to move up.
Especially that high, given what they would have to give up to move up that high in particular. One more bet I want to get to with you here before we close this segment out. We talked about it earlier. The quarterbacks are going to be the big, talk of the town the whole day. It always is with quarterbacks, of course. But Jackson Dart is now favored as the second quarterback off the board. And if you select him at the Saints, it's plus 250. Now, that's the 9th pick. Now, for me, that's high for a Jackson Dart. Biggs, where do you see and what are you hearing about that?
Jackson Dart is my QB1 in this class, and I would not be surprised one bit if he goes to the Giants at 3.
I think that would shock a lot of people, being that they signed some guys, being that they want to a lot of people have them go taking a dual Carter.
The thing about the Giants taking quarterback is that they have a cuttable contract with Jameis Winston. He's only due. It's only a $3 million cap hit, so there's no investment in Jameis Winston. They grabbed him. They grabbed Russell Wilson, and I think if they give somebody like Dart a chance to go through rookie camp, OTAs, and then through training camp, I think he's good enough to win the job outright, and I wouldn't be surprised if they take him at 3. Now, there is a question in the chat, what round does Bobby Boucher go in? And I do want to say that he goes in the round after Lan Larison and Ladarius Shadarius.
You love it, Biggs. Love it, Biggs. It's getting loud at the draft and getting loud here at the Crow's Nest. Biggs, we're going to be getting back to you and the other guys that are in the draft, live look-ins all throughout. So thank you for that. Stay tuned. Let me know when you got something. We'll bring you back in, bud.
Here.
All right. So now, today's draft class, or today's draft stream, I should say, on Fantasy Sports Advice is sponsored generously by Wrent. Now, for Wrent, it is renting tools without the hassle of renting tools. Why rent through the big box when you can rent within your community? Wrent provides an online platform that enables and simplifies tool rentals between tool owners and tool renters. If you are a tool owner, rent your tools for a profit. If you are a tool renter, simply find the tool you need in your area and select how long you need the rental. Renting app made easy at rentapp.com. That's WRENT app.com. And speaking of, I have a representative from Wrent who wants to talk about their product here. Thank you so much for being here and coming on. Introduce yourself to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited to be here and very excited to be part of the sponsors here for this event. My name is Daniel and I'm the founder of Wrent. Just excited to be here.
Well, first of all, your name's going to be easy to remember because I'm also Dan. So that helps. That works out for sure. So talk about your product a little bit. How did you come up with it, and how do you feel like people are going to be able to easily use this system?
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea came up about 2.5 years ago when, we just bought a house, and my wife wanted me to build a mudroom on the back in the yard. So I started building it, and then one morning I realized I didn't have a hammer drill to drill some holes in the concrete, and I was like, well, what am I gonna do? Like I have to go to the big box store and buy one or rent one from there, which I tried to rent one from there, but their processes, they are just not good. So sure enough, I ended up buying one for around $80, drilled my 10 holes and never used it again. And that's when it clicked. I was like, I wish there was an app, where Joe from 3 streets over would post a hammer drill. I'd just borrow it for 2 or 4 hours and bring it back. It would make life so much easier. And after talking to a lot of people, a lot of friends, like almost everyone has faced that issue once before, at least, and that's kind of when it started. So I was sketching out how I want the app to look like. Very simple, very clean. That was always the focus. And then here we are about 1.5 years later, and we're right before launch, and we're looking to start with a beta group and then expand nationwide.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. So where are you live at right now? Like what communities can people go and rent some tools that they need?
So right now we just received the first test beta version that we played around with. And when I say we, I'm like the owners and co-founders. We gave some feedback, so they're now doing the final tweaks, and we're collecting people right now in the Nashville and Huntsville area in specific zip codes to start a beta test for about 4 weeks. Then we want to talk to every single one of these people to collect additional feedback. What was easy, what was hard, what would you recommend? Then we will then make our final changes, and then we'll go live starting in the Nashville market, and then hopefully scale up very quickly.
I definitely see this scaling very, very, very quickly. I mean, how many times for anybody? I know this has happened to me. I've gone to Home Depot, and then all of a sudden they don't have the tool I wanted to rent, and then all of those big time retailers. And it's always a pain. And if you have someone, to your point, who's 4 doors down and has the tool and wants to make a couple of bucks for a few hours, and it's easy to just go pick up, I think this is going to be huge. So again, I want to thank you for sponsoring our event tonight. I want to pick your brain here a little bit. Now, you're in the Nashville area, I'm assuming?
Well, originally I'm from Germany. I don't know if you picked up the accent a little bit, but originally I'm from Germany. I moved to the US about 2014, so that's 11 years ago. I lived in Nashville for 10 years and just moved to Jackson, West Tennessee about 1.5 years ago. So I'm still very well connected in Nashville. One of the co-founders, he lives here still, and so whenever I started this, I was living in Nashville, and I thought the Nashville area is the perfect market to start this. You have the little bit older generation that have collected their tools, they're established, and then you have the younger generation, the young professionals. They just bought their first home or bought a fixer-upper, and they just need the tools to get some things done, because everybody loves a good DIY project, and they don't want to hire anybody and pay thousands of dollars. So they can do the DIY project. There's millions of videos out there that shows you how to do it, but they need the tools, and you don't want to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars to buy everything that you only got to use once.
Yeah, absolutely. So I ask you that, are you a Titans fan?
Well, I'm cheering for the Titans because I lived here for 10 years. So I feel like by default, I have to be somewhat of a Titans fan. So soccer is my true nature, but when I cheer for football, I cheer for the Titans.
So do you want Cam Ward? Are you ready for that move for Cam Ward?
I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm here for it.
That's right here. All right. So we got Dan here again. So before you go here, again, I want to thank you guys so much for sponsoring this event for us at Fantasy Sports Advice. Super excited to be here at the Crow's Nest Restaurant. Before you go, what's the easiest way for people to download this app, especially as it goes live in the Nashville area?
So right now you can go to rentapp.com to stay up to date on when we actually launch the app in the App Store. I would say in probably 1.5 to 2 months, the app will be live in the App Store. But to stay up to date and know exactly when that will be, I'd suggest go to rentapp.com, sign up for a newsletter, and we'll keep you posted.
And a tool would have fixed that issue, or we got people knocking down lights, and I think we would have been figured that out if we were able to download your app and rent something from somebody real fast. Jeez Louise, all this is going on. All right, Dan, I want to thank you again so much for coming on here. We're going to be shouting you guys out all throughout the night. I hope you have a blast here at the Crow's Nest. We have a bunch of stuff going. I think you guys brought stuff too, didn't you?
We did, yeah. We have a little booth right over there, and we're doing a little raffle and giving away a jersey. So, yeah, come see us.
Yeah, that's what you get here at the Crow's Nest. When Fantasy Sports and Wrent pair up together, you get raffles and jerseys and giveaways and all kinds of things. So that's what we're breaking it up today. So with that, thanks again. Good to meet you.
Thank you
And I'm
for
sure
having us.
I'll be downloading your app and using it a lot because
Great.
I don't have a lot of tools at home.
Looking forward to it. See ya.
Take care. So that was Dan from Wrent app again. Renting tools without hassle of renting tools. Why rent through the big boxes? Why rent through the big home retailers when you can rent within your community? Okay, all you have to do is download the Wrent app, wrentapp.com, and you start renting tools from other tool people around your community who can make a profit off of it depending upon how long you need said tool. So again, that's Wrent app, W-R-E-N-T app.com. All right, so with that, we get back to it with the draft class, and man, Tyler, we are getting ever so close. We are 9 minutes away from this thing officially kicking off and the Tennessee Titans officially being on the clock. So outside the top ones that we've talked about, what is a player that's going to go tonight that you're most intrigued by finding out where they're going to land at, let's say from a fantasy perspective, because we haven't been able to talk too much fantasy so far?
This is one of those drafts where I'm not like super like locked in on anybody specific. I mean, I really want to see how the running back class pans out. Like, there's so many talented running backs in this class that can have year one. They can have year one potential for big production, and there's a lot of teams. We're kind of hitting that spot in the NFL where a lot of the people that we follow for the last 5, 6, 7 years are fading off, or they're reaching the end, and we're starting to see the turnover of this new regime of running backs, right? And so this class feels like it can facilitate that need for a lot of teams, and it doesn't have to be on night one. But I'm really interested, especially for fantasy, to see that. This is going to be a rookie draft for fantasy where you could land a running back in the 3rd and 4th round and get year one production.
Well, speaking of running backs and dynasty and things, what can we do here? We have a question coming in from Ann. His team has Jacobs and Taylor as the starting running backs with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Nico and Rashid Rice at receiver. He has to go to 1, 3, and 4. Does he take Tet and Hunter, or Tet, Hunter, and Travion?
Ooh, Hunter is one of those enigmas. Obviously, that's been a polarizing prospect. You get like, is he going to play offense? Is he going to play defense? And so, for that, I really like him as a wide receiver. Like, if you look at the contested catch ability, the thing that a cornerback would feed the playing corner would feed at wide receiver, the ability to high point the ball. I really like his potential production as a wide receiver, a lot more than I thought I would. And as I got deeper into the tape, and watched the highlights, like those big catches, just going up over defenders, I was like, man, this could be really good. And so I really like the Hunter pick. Tet is going to be a lot about landing spot for me. I don't know that he's a clear consensus, like I got to have him. We do see a lot of, he does have big hands. He can't catch in traffic, but we also see him body catch a lot in traffic, which worries me because he doesn't just go to the hands automatically every time. But it's not like it's a bad thing. But for me, if I'm sitting on 1, 3, and 4, I'm looking at the running back class, and I'm taking, if Genty's gone, there's going to be, like, whether it be Travion or, even Judkins or any of these guys that American Hampton, like if those guys are there and they have year one potential spots, I'm grabbing the top wide receiver in Hunter, and I'm grabbing the next up top running back behind Genty. And I really like Henderson. That's a good call on the person tuning in. The guy was killer. I mean, averaged over 6 yards a carry, double-digit touchdowns, carrying half a workload. He's definitely somebody to watch.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on Omarion Hampton being the number 2 running back right now on the board, and so I would be taking him over Travion if he's in fact there at 104. I mean, he might not be. Like, there's a lot of drafts, even super flexes, that are taking Ashton Genty 1, Omarion Hampton 2, Cam Ward's falling all the way to 3, and this guy has the 1-3 and the 1-4, and he's talking about taking. Obviously, he doesn't need a quarterback. He's talking about Tet, he's talking about Hunter, and talking about Travion. So I'll put this out there because this will give us a nice little debate here. I am not on the bandwagon of Travis Hunter being a really good fantasy wide receiver. This is a guy who ran a very limited route tree in Colorado. Now, he was primarily more of a corner, and therefore, and it shows up on tape, he was refined as a corner. I think he'll be a dominant corner more so than he will be a dominant wide receiver. Here's my question about Travis Hunter. Now, he didn't run. He didn't test in the combine, so we don't know for sure. But his projection, based on tape and other things that they use to try to project these things, comes out at about a 4.52. That's a fine athlete, but that tracks to me on tape. This is not a Champ Bailey. This is not a Deion Sanders. This is not a guy who's going to come out and run a 4.3 or sub 4.3. That is not the type of athleticism I see. So I see a guy, if he's going to be a wide receiver, and you want to draft him in the first round of your drafts, one, you better hope he becomes a full-time wide receiver in the NFL, and he doesn't wind up playing out better as a cornerback or whatever the case may be. And two, he's got a longer learning curve, I think, in my estimation. And if he goes to the Browns, well, they have what? Joe Flacco? Maybe they make the move up to get Shedeur Sanders. Point is, there's a lot of question marks at the quarterback position. And I think taking Travis Hunter, top 5 in your rookie drafts, you are taking the biggest potential busts at that value because of the wide variance that he represents, because we don't know exactly what he's going to do at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair assumption, but that's the game, right? Like, sometimes you got to be willing to risk it. And for like a Travis Hunter, for me, I'm willing to risk it. And it really comes in he's not a body catcher. Like, he does catch with his hands. He does have significant catch in traffic ability, and out of all the wide receivers projected in the top even 3 rounds, he has the lowest drop percentage out of all of them. So it's like I want somebody I watched highlights today on number 1 overall picks. It was highlights, and it was number 1 overall picks in drafts, and they were talking about Kyler Murray, and the top highlight they showed of Kyler Murray was him scrambling and then launching it down the field, and then DeAndre Hopkins going up in triple coverage and catching the ball. And I was like, this isn't a Kyler Murray highlight. This is a DeAndre Hopkins highlight, like over 3 people and catching the ball in the end zone for a touchdown. I think Travis Hunter has that kind of potential in contested catch. And so and I think he's going to want to play wide receiver. That's where the money's at, And I mean, he said he wants to play both. And I think if a team gives him a shot to do both, well, I think that he'll do it. Maybe it's special packages. Maybe he comes in the nickel. I don't know, but I think that they're going to want to get the ball in his hands. They're going to want to see him score.
I totally agree with you on I think ultimately at the end of the day, the position you favor is the position that's going to pay you the most, and that's wide receiver. But I also think this is a much better corner than wide receiver. And it's just going to be interesting to see. Now, if he goes to Cleveland, we can make the argument, no, they don't necessarily need a corner. They need a wide receiver more than a cornerback, sure. But could you imagine him on the opposite side of Ward with that defense? That defense could be elite with 2 shutdown guys on the outside. You have Hunter and Ward with that pass rush and that defense with Jim Schwartz calling the way. Is it more worth it to have an elite top, maybe even 1 defense? Because even if Travis Hunter plays wide receiver for you, it's not going to take your offense to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, it can make a huge impact though. Like, and they're so barren at wide receiver. Like, they need it bad. You know, so maybe they're a team that does let him go both ways. Who knows? But you know, if at least on that defense, like you have people, you have people that can fill the gap. So like when you look at the desperation of talent, right? Like you've got a defense that can be a top defense without Hunter. You got cornerbacks, like the drop off at corner after Ward is not as significant as the drop off at wide receiver, period.
Sure, 100%. And also, we play with defensive players. Also, that's why Hunter is there, and that's an interesting little twist. That would change my answer for you, and in particular, yes, if you're going to have that extra bonus. Now, my question to Ant would be this: is it like fantasy baseball, where I have to make sure I switch Ohtani to the pitcher position in order to get the points for the pitcher and everything back and forth? Like, how does that work within your leagues? That I would be very kind of curious to see when you're playing with individual defensive players. We do have some other questions here coming in. Mike Thomas, maybe it's the Mike Thomas, who knows? But so wants to know what the Lions need to do to win a Super Bowl. Trade up, trade down, trade out. What are your thoughts, Tyler?
Oh man, the Lions are so good. I don't know why they can't get it done. You know, it's the defense has pieces. I mean, and they'll get better. They're going to get some guys back, that were obviously hurt. And they've kind of accidentally landed into some corners. I don't know that there's anything that really separates them outside of when you get in crunch time, they got to perform. I mean, they've got elite running backs. They've got elite wide receivers. They've got a phenomenal offensive line, defense, pass rush. The linebackers, even though, there's not – I mean, great linebackers, young linebackers. I mean, it's safety, Brian Branch. You look at that team and you go, why can't they win the Super Bowl? If I'm a Lion fan, I am pulling my hair out, going this is the best team we've probably ever had, will ever have, and we can't get it done. If I'm them, I'm going to try to shore up the defense a little bit in the secondary. It seemed like that was the weak point for them as the season got going. Brian Branch kind of ends up being more of a linebacker style player, and with how he crashes down on the ball, I think they could really win with an elite cornerback.
They addressed that position last year. Either that or another bookend defensive end for Hutchinson. Those things would all come into play here. All right, so let's get loud here at the Crow's Nest in Nashville. Absolutely. So just getting back to the Detroit point, this is a team, though, they're also going to need to address offensive line, students. It's still one of the stronger points, but they lost a couple of key guys. And when I look at them and when I have them mocked to a guy like Donovan Jackson, I think that's going to go a long way, or even a Tyler Booker, and keep that powered running game, keep your identity going, because you are going to get Hutchinson's back. Maybe the defense improves, but they also have the added issue of you lost both coordinators. Aaron Glenn's out the building. Ben Johnson's out the building. We've seen a lot of teams take hits when they lose grade A coordinators on top of it. So when I look at the Lions, I think they do what they need to do what they have done to build this team in the first place, and that's stick to the trenches, whether it's getting a bookend for Aiden Hutchinson or it's getting another physical guard there for that offensive line that is starting to age and get more expensive soon. Okay, so now what we have going on here. Everyone's got an opinion. Tell Corey that, get over here and produce it if he wants to. Anyway, the draft is about to kick off. It is now 7:00. I believe the Tennessee Titans are going to be on the board officially here any moment now, or just a few minutes away. We'll have to see here. But so when we're looking at this, I had some more odds that I wanted to kind of get to if we can before everything kind of closes out in the meantime. And now all of a sudden I can't get my mouse to work. All right, here we go. So now coming up, we got draft specials all the way through here. And it is starting to fill up here in crowds. This is getting loud in my headphones. It's getting really loud out here.
Hey, if you're watching the show, 1, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button on the channel. 2, if you are in Nashville, come out to the Crow's Nest. It's popping out here. There's an exciting. We've got giveaways. We've got jerseys that we're giving away, autographed jerseys. If you're a Titans fan, we've got Chris Johnson. We've got Vince Young autographed jerseys. Apparently this is a pretty big Bills bar. We've got some DeMar Hamlin. We got a James Cook. We're doing giveaways. And live draft coverage. Come on out, have a beer with us, hang out, and enjoy the show. If you're tuned in, 1015 Talking West Tennessee, you're tuned in. Appreciate you. If you want to drop some questions, if you have questions for us during the draft, hop over to the YouTube channel, Fantasy Football Advice Network, and you can drop them there in the chat. We're happy to give you coverage for your fantasy football season. And man, it's definitely a vibe here at the Crow's Nest Bar.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun here. So, we get the mixture of it being a Bills bar, but also we're in Nashville, so there are quite a few Tennessee fans, too. I see some Packer jerseys out there, everything else. So we're having a great time giving away some things all throughout the night. And the most extensive draft coverage you're going to find here, because no one else is talking bets, NFL analyst picks, and, of course, fantasy football with the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Wrent. Again, WRET or ENT. Damn it, Dan, spell. App.com. It's already a long night. We still got a long way to go here. So the draft is officially kicking off. And I don't think we really need to wait too long to figure out what the pick is going to be. So let's go ahead with the pick is in. all possible here.
I don't have.
I think we're back on here.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so I don't think either one of us really thinks the Giants are going to be taking a quarterback with number 3.
No, I think. I mean, you've got your bridge. You got Russell. You got Jameis. You have your bridge, and we talked about it, on the show last week, that there's a realm where 3 teams who have some history, right? 3 teams that have some history. The Giants, the Saints, the Colts, who have history with that last name of Manning, really don't go all in this year, knowing that Arch may be entering the draft, and maybe they think that he could be that for them. Maybe that that's a narrative that they're looking at.
It's definitely possible. There's a number of ways in which they could go. Okay, so at number 4 is the Patriots. Now, I think this is where it gets kind of interesting, right? Because the Patriots need a number of things. I think they would love to trade down. I don't know if they're going to get the opportunity to trade down. Is going to be part of the problem, unless somebody really wants to get in there and get Ashton Genty. But they're probably not going to go in that direction, given how many needs they have. I think they hit on Drake May. I'm a big Drake May fan, but they got to get some weapons. They brought a new coaching staff in Mike Vrabel. They brought in Josh McDaniels to be a new OC. So we know it comes with that. And we'll get into that conversation, I guess. I'm not super excited about Josh McDaniels as the OC, but that's neither here nor there for now. For now, if you're the Patriots, you're sitting at 4. What do you think they need the most? I mean, you will have guys like Will Campbell available, and of course the offensive lineman. Assuming Abdul Carter, maybe he does go number 3 here. Your skill position players, you're looking at maybe Tet. Would they go Tyler Warren in the tight end situation? If you're them, Tyler, what would you do? O-line's got to be addressed for that team. I've seen every mock has seen them going O-line. They also, they do need a little help at wide receiver, but I think they can address that later on in the draft. They've got a rookie, not a rookie anymore, but they've got Drake May coming in, and he showed flashes last season, things that can get you excited about that team. And I think that coaching staff, I mean, that's Vrabel's MO, right? Like he wants to have a good O-line. He wants to protect the quarterback, and he wants to be able to run the ball. So like I think that O-line makes the most sense for them. If for some reason somebody falls, like I think if Abdul Carter falls, you shift, right? You take the premier defensive end. They also need help there. They've been making it with elderly guys for a long time now. They need some fresh talent at defensive end. So I think that probably that pick 4 for them is sitting around either Abdul Carter, or they're going to take the top offensive lineman in the draft. Yeah, I tend to agree with that being the line of thought as well. So there's a lot of rumors flying around right now as we speak. There hasn't been a trade yet, but the Cleveland Browns are in top talks with the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. So maybe the Jaguars are looking to try to get Travis Hunter at that number 2 selection. That hasn't happened yet, but there's a lot of talking going on that we may be seeing a big trade here coming soon. So stay tuned. We'll get you all up to date on that. All right, so I want to get back to the fantasy of it all. That's what we are, a fantasy show. And we have Cam Wars, the only pick that we have to come off the board. He had a great 5th year. Now, with COVID, there has been a little bit more of a curve in what used to be the data. The data used to suggest that if you were year 5 as a quarterback, that you weren't going to develop into a top 12 fantasy asset. It just wasn't going to be your pathway because it took too long to come out, it took too long to break out, and then you had to go to a top tier school in order to put up good numbers, not fantastic numbers, but good numbers, and what's ultimately a weak quarterback class. Now, he does have some mobility to him, but he's not going to be a dual threat by any stretch of the means, at least not to my estimation anyway. This guy only had a few hundred rushing yards. He can move the change from that standpoint, but he had 39 touchdowns last year, 7 interceptions. And you hear the crowd going crazy as the Cam Ward officially came over to television for the Tennessee Titans.
The crazy thing is we knew that pick 10 minutes ago.
I know.
So if you were tuned into the show, we actually have the picks because we have people live at the draft before they happened. So we knew this was coming.
To be fair, everyone knew this was coming back in March.
Yeah, that's true.
for this to get great. We will be ahead of the telecast, though.
The narrative was that it was going to be Abdul Carter at first to the Titans. That was the
back in
first.
February.
Yeah, that was the first thing that popped. And then obviously they got more bought in on Cam Ward. I think they're just looking, and then we knew it. What really gave it away to me was when Cam Ward put out his top 4 wide receivers that in the NFL that he wants to play football with. And in that, there were 2 Titans, Calvin Ridley and Treylon Burks, and which was a reach for the top 4 wide receivers you'd want to play with, in comparison to the entire NFL, right? But that was that to me was when he was selling it and he was bought in. He wanted to be a Titan, and I think that pushed the ownership over the edge.
So we got a big trade that just went down here. The Browns are trading number 2 pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jaguars. The Jaguars are trading the number 5 overall pick, the 2nd round pick, their 4th round pick, and their 2026 1st round pick to the Browns to get the number 2 pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the The pick is actually not in yet, but we just got super excited here. So there's only one player I can think of that they're going to move up this hard for. It's got to be Travis Hunter.
In Jacksonville, Travis Hunter to me is a corner. But
I agree.
Jacksonville is the kind of team. If there was a team, obviously he played at Jackson State. Like if there was a team that was going to allow him to play both sides of the football, is it not Jacksonville? Like Jacksonville is off the cuff. We're gonna do our own thing. It's been a long time since we really won a lot, anyway. So if we're gonna, let's field the first player to play both sides of the football in forever.
Jacksonville needs a face, right? Trevor Lawrence did not become the face that he was hoping everybody was hoping he would be, and he would be the perfect face for it. They just brought in Liam Cohen as the head coach, so he's an offensive guy. Now, here's what I will say. As much as I said earlier that I am not as big on Travis Hunter, he would not be the wide receiver 1 on my fantasy board like a lot of other people have him. I would have Tet there. I would even have Trey Harris number 2, but that's the conversation for later on in the night. Travis Hunter fits really well as a wide receiver as a complement to Brian Thomas. What Travis Hunter does well, he's good at his ball skills. He's good at getting the ball close to the line of scrimmage, making guys miss, and having yards after the catch. I don't think he's a big stretch guy. I don't think he's a big route runner, but when you have a guy like Brian Thomas who's going to command the perimeter, it's going to allow Travis Hunter to be the motion player, to be the flanker player. So now, to your point, I do get super excited about the idea of Travis Hunter as a fantasy asset, again, assuming that he's a wide receiver first, because I still, at the end of the day, do not buy the idea that this guy could actually play 150 snaps. I do think he's going to ultimately have to favor one position or another at some point in his career, or it's going to hold him back on both ends. I don't know. What do you think?
Who the heck knows? I'm typically here, and I've got opinion for almost everything, but this is unprecedented in a long time. It's something that everybody's excited. Fantasy players are excited to see how it works out. IDP players, like if you're playing it, like you're getting a gem in Travis Hunter if he plays both sides of the ball. Like I don't know that there's even in Superflex, I think you're taking Hunter over quarterbacks. Like, it's unprecedented. We're excited about it. And obviously Jacksonville, whoever it is, whether we think it's going to be Travis Hunter, but Jacksonville obviously believes that it can be a change.
Now, let's flip this bird on the other side here. The Cleveland Browns, they trade down. So they picked up a future first-round pick in this deal. They did pick up a second-rounder as well. There was some swapping of mid-round selections going on for this year's draft. Ultimately, you look at that bundle for the Cleveland Browns. How do you feel about that? I think it's a good move for me, but what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't think that they were sold. I think that if they're going to go quarterback, if they're going to go quarterback, it makes sense because I think who they want will be there. I'm still, even if, let's say, I still don't think that there's a quarterback that goes. I don't think the Giants go quarterback.
I agree.
So for them,
we know the Patriots won't either.
Yeah, it costs them nothing, essentially, to trade back to that spot. And I think that was kind of the limit, right? They weren't going to go back past the Raiders if they're taking quarterback. Like, that makes sense. That seems like the move. Is in.
We got a jump start on this, but it is officially Travis Hunter going to the Jacksonville Jaguars here. This is what we thought when the trade was made. Only one player really made sense as to who it was going to be, and it was, in fact, Travis Hunter. So he's definitely on the team now. I want to go back to the Browns here, though. So they slide to 5. I mean, we still have to see. They brought in Joe Flacco. They don't have an answer at quarterback, at least especially not long term. I can't see how you got to think Joe Flacco's really an answer short term either. Much rather have him as a backup. But I have not heard a lot of things about them really being linked strongly to Shedeur Sanders. But then again, we also had them linked strongly to Travis Hunter, and all of a sudden that has not panned out, or that's not going to pan out now. So maybe it is that their direction. So is that your prediction that they go quarterback now at 5?
I think they go quarterback at 5. It makes the most sense. Of course we will see, but I think they go quarterback at 5.
Now, what about this? Now, Kevin Stefanski is a run-first type of offensive coordinator. They don't have Nick Chubb anymore. They need a running game. Could it be that they're like, you know what? We slide back, we can get Ashton Genty at 5 because we're still ahead of the Raiders. Any thought about that being the case?
No.
Just simply no.
There's running backs out there. I think in this draft class when it's so deep, for me, while I do think that Genty is a step above everyone else, I don't know that there's not somebody else that can produce. I mean, you saw that with Nick Chubb. They didn't have to pay high for Nick Chubb, and he's given them years of excellence. Injuries also, but then Jerome Ford was able to step in it and do well, obviously not what we all want as a fantasy player, but Jerome Ford was bringing you some significant, points during your fantasy season when he was the plug and play when Chubb was out. So, I think that they go quarterback. I don't hate the running back call or possibility. I just think that the trade back makes sense for the running back.
I think the
quarterback.
I think the point is for the Browns is that there's a number of ways they can go, and those number of ways are all going to still be there at 5. So that's really what makes this, I think, a great trade in the beginning, is because they picked up these extra picks for a team that needs a lot of needs. And remember, they're still cap struck because they had to sign Deshaun Watson, who's still not going to be off their books really anytime soon in that situation. All right,
that's the worst trade, the worst deal in almost in the history of football, probably.
So I think these are the updated odds, just to kind of put this conversation with a bow on it. So at number 5, DraftKings actually has Mason Graham, defensive tackle, favored to be off the board at -160. Ashton Genty's second favorite at +125. Shedeur Sanders at +300. So if you're listening to Tyler, he probably likes the value of Shedeur Sanders at +300 there as the third guy favorited to go number 5 off the board as of the moment.
Yeah,
and the crowd reacts to Travis Hunter here at the Crow's Nest in Nashville, Tennessee. Go ahead.
Look, Travis Hunter breaking it down. He's dancing on screen. Yeah. He's excited. He's going to Jacksonville. Duval, baby, Duval.
Oh, yeah. All right, so that means we have officially got the New York Giants here on the clock. And does the Browns move with the Jaguars make it harder for the Giants to do what I think they ultimately would like to do, which is trade down? I think the Giants ultimately would like to trade down here to pick up more assets. I think that'd be their number 1 move. And I'd be curious to see if somebody else wants to move up. If you're moving up, then the player has to be for Abdul Carter, I would imagine, if you go in that direction.
I think you have to take Abdul Carter here. To put him, you mentioned it. What does the defense do when they have 2 premier pass rushers on each side of the ball, right? And like Abdul Carter, Thibodeau on the other side, like we could be looking at a really good pass rush there. And so I like it. I don't buy, and people say they could go quarterback. They did have a pretty lengthy private workout with Shadur, so there's a lot out there saying that it could be Shadur here at the number 3 pick. But I just don't think you spend when you have 2 bridge quarterbacks like Russell Wilson, like like Jameis Winston, like. I don't think you spend up this high for this quarterback class. Like, Abdul Carter could be a future Hall of Famer.
I totally agree with that. So it's interesting with the Giants because they're a team that has a lot of needs. The one thing you could argue that maybe they have is pass rushers. They have Thibodeau, they have Brian Burns, you have a good defensive lineman in Dexter Lawrence. Now, I would say you can never have too many good pass rushers, and Thibodeau is somebody that they have to figure out if they actually even want to pay or not. We don't know that they want to pick up his option and move forward on that. So Abdul Carter could also help you from that standpoint as well. When you're playing in a division with the Philadelphia Eagles and now Jaden Daniels with the Commanders, you need to be able to rush the quarterback, frankly, until you get some wins. And so I'm with you. If I'm the Giants, I am going the Abdul Carter route here myself for a team that needs to make moves to win now in order for this regime to keep their job. Ultimately, that plays a big, big role for this one. Okay, so looking ahead here, because we got odds in for the number 6 pick. Right now, the number 6 pick is the Raiders. Ashton Jetty's still on the board, and right now you can put Ashton Jetty at plus 200, assuming he doesn't go 5. And with this trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars, that might have just made it more plausible that Dempsey is there for the Raiders. So I do like that value. Kelvin Banks is favored at minus 150, but the other value I like a lot here is Armand Membo. I think Armand Membo fits Pete Carroll. He likes those athletes. I think he's going to be a great right tackle to start off the bat, plus 300, a guy who blew up the combine all the way through. Tyler, you have Kelvin Banks at minus 150, you have Ashton Jetty at plus 200, you have Marvin Membo at plus 300. Which one you want to put your bet on?
Genty
at plus 2. I like that too.
I like Genty at plus 200. I think it's an easy move for them. I think that it changes their offense day one. They do need help on the O-line, but I think they can address it later. I don't think it's required. And Genty is viewed as he's viewed as the premier. It's one of the best backs we've seen, since Saquon is the narrative, right? And so when you have a talent like that, you got to go get them. And I actually saw stuff today talking about Jacksonville trading up to 2 so they can take Genty. Now, to me, that didn't make any sense. They have ETN, they have Tank Bigsby, their running game's fine. That would be a waste of investment for that club. But the Raiders need it. They need it.
And it was what we thought it was. Abdul Carter is the pick now for the New York Giants. So they do go with the defensive end. They do go with another edge rusher to pair up with Brian Burns and Thibodeau and Lawrence. And now are looking like a team.
That defensive line is so nasty,
It's looking
baby.
like a team that might have a good front 7. Now, they still have a lot of things they need to fix offensively, but that's a good starting point for a team trying to get back into competition in the NFC's playoff level. Go ahead.
Well, and I'm gonna shout out Ghostmaker here in the chat. Love Draft Day. I know he is loving Draft Day because he's in a lot of our shows. He's a Giants fan, and the Giants just got probably comprised one of the nastiest pass rush defensive lines in the league. With that ad, with who they have, that's going to transform it, and that's what they need. If their defense can keep them in the game, the bridge quarterback, the weapons they have, Malik Neighbors, they can score enough to win.
Yeah, 100% here. All right, so yeah, now you're going to hear if you can hear the background, you hear the person that's announcing the pick here of Abdul Carter Once again, we're ahead of the telecast here on the Fantasy Sports Advice Network, presented to you by the Fantasy Football Expo. Make sure you go to the Expo on August 8th through the 10th this year, sponsored by us, the Fantasy Sports Advice Network this year. In Canton, Ohio, you can go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's experience of a full weekend with the ultimate fan package that grants access to the parties on Friday and Saturday, along with the Expo Sunday and a ticket to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Spend a weekend of fun with all of your favorite fantasy football experts with drafts, drinks, food, and nonstop football talk. Scan our Fantasy Football Advice code and make sure you use our promo code Ultimate Advice 2025 to buy your package today. That's the Fantasy Football Expo, one of our other sponsors here of the evening. Speaking of, that's the one thing that's kind of a downer about the Abdul Carter thing. It's not really all that fantasy football exciting, to be honest with you. And I'm still not drafting the Giants outside of streaming them anytime soon either, because they still secondary is definitely still a problem. That does put the Patriots on the board, however. And the Patriots, again, it's another team I can make the argument. They want to trade back. They have so many needs, so many different directions they need to go, building up inside and out. The one good thing I say is Mike Vrabel. He comes in. Tennessee knows him well. He did give them an identity very early on in his coaching career. My problem is Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels has been awful ever since his late 2000s days with New England Patriots. It's captain check down. It's captain vanilla. It's spread them out. We don't believe in talent, the wide receiver position. It's everything I hate as a fantasy football player is Josh McDaniels, and I have to watch Drake May go through this. I don't know. What do you think?
You know, they love Josh McDaniels. Like, Josh McDaniels can leave them, I feel like, an infinite amount of times to new head coaching opportunities, flunk out of those head coaching opportunities, and they happily invite him back. You know, it's like not being able to let go of that, you know, that one person that gave you that one time. You know, it is what it is. Although I will say this, even with Josh McDaniels there, Vrabel was the pickup. Like, that's the game changer for that team. That's the instant impact. That he's a good coach. I don't know what Tennessee was thinking. They let him go. It didn't make any sense.
Well, while we're waiting on the pick, we have another sponsor shout out for you guys. Chuck Hutton of Jackson, Tennessee. Here's a little talk from them.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, welcome to Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. Nissan awarded us a huge inventory, the biggest selection. And don't forget our service department where we service Nissans and all makes and models. Chuck Hutton has been on car dealerships for over 100 years. So come see what we're all about. We're locally owned and our business model is simple. Big inventory and big volume on new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. Just off I-40, exit 80 or 82 on Van Drive.
Hey, if you're out in Jackson, Tennessee, make sure you make it out to Chuck Hutton Nissan, the Nissan dealer in Jackson and any really surrounding areas. They have the greatest prices. The used car inventory is absolutely awesome. Make sure you go check out Chuck Hutton Nissan. If you're tuned into this show, you're missing out if you don't. We got some more people in the chat.
Well, hold on. Before we get to the people in the chat, the pick is so just like we thought, Vrabel has to build it from the inside out, and they do go with offensive tackle Will Campbell off the board here for the New England Patriots. So Will Campbell comes off. Now, Tyler, here's my thing about Will Campbell. I think he's a clean player. He's a guy who doesn't screw up. He will do his job. He will be a long-time starter for years and years to come. But the issue I have, I don't think he's overly talented. I don't think he's a top 5 type of blue chip prospect. And he's a guy who might have to move to guard at some point because he doesn't have the length you want as a tackle position. He doesn't have the finishing ability I want at the tackle position. He's a clean guy who will be a really serviceable starter, but only 32-inch arms. Somebody a lot of people think will be one of these tweener types, which is really a lot of players in this class. A lot of them are tackle guard tweener types. And I just think Will Campbell might actually want to be in a guard and a left tackle. I had Calvin Banks ranked ahead of him. I had Armand Membo ranked ahead of him. I had even Josh Simmons coming off the injury. injury ranked ahead of him. But the Patriots need to go in the trenches, and they decide Will Campbell is their guy. It's a good place to start. What are your thoughts on Will Campbell?
I like it. I mean, they need offensive line. They need to protect their young quarterback. They need to give him a little bit of time. We know he can make plays. Give him some time. You know, I think you do have to get in this draft. You have to get him some weapons also. But I like the pick. I think it was a strong pick. You know, and I'm with you, though. This draft is full of a lot of tweeners. I like that. I've never heard that phrase when it comes to the guard tackle, you know, in betweens, but there are some tweeners. You know, we got some people in the chat talking about the Jags should have gotten Carter. That's a good call. You know, he's a great prospect. Good pick by the Pats. They're agreeing that Will Campbell was the pick, and of course Jason Hall jumping in. Hey everyone. Hey, appreciate you tuning in. Everybody that's in on the show, make sure again, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, come check out the content that's going, and hang out with us tonight as we cover the draft all the way through round 1. And so here we are at 4.
Here we are. Well, no, here we are at 5.
At 5.
At 5. The Browns are back. Our Browns are back on the clock now.
Back. So,
and from what I'm getting right now, the Browns are actually looking to trade down again. Now we'll see exactly what happens, but they are fielding calls at the moment, so the Browns might not be done trading back. How about that?
I like it. I mean, can they make it work? You know, you got people in the chat saying Browns should take Genty. I don't think so. I don't think that they'll take Genty. I think a trade back makes sense because I think if they're going to go quarterback, if they're looking at Shedeur, it's still going to be there. He's still going to be there.
Well, so for you, if your goal is that you want a quarterback, right? You know the Saints are sitting there at 9. Now, it's been widely reported that the Saints value Jackson Dartmoor, but do you want to take that chance with a team that needs a quarterback?
I don't think that they're trying to go back that far.
Okay, so that means you're looking at either the Raiders at 6, the Jets at 7, the Panthers at 8. That's who you're talking about trading with if you're not going to move back that far.
Yeah. But I'm not sure the Saints go Shedeur either.
They might not. But if that is your guy, I don't think you want to take the chance of a quarterback needy team going in that direction in the first place. It's more whether you think they prefer Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders or not.
You know, it's all about the payday, right? Like what they get out of the pick if they trade down. An interesting look right here. I've seen a lot of mocks that have Denver trading up to get Genty potentially. And I feel like if you want them, you have to trade here in front of the Raiders. So I think if somebody makes this trade, if somebody trades with the Browns right here, it is for Genty.
I would agree with you. If somebody does trade it, it would be for Genty because you're trying to get ahead of the Raiders in order to do it. Okay, so you're going to hear the announcement now behind us about the Patriots taking Will Campbell in a second. We're still waiting to see what the Cleveland Browns ultimately decide to do here as they may be still in trade talks. Let's look a little bit ahead. At pick number 8 now, we have the odds are in on DraftKings. So we have Tedero McMillan is actually favored at pick 8, which as of now would be the Carolina Panthers. And this is something that we have seen pretty consistently if they go in the top 10. So he's at plus 150. We also have Jalen Walker, the edge rusher out of Georgia, at plus 180. We have Mason Graham, who's still on the board, at plus 320. Those are the top 3 guys. We'll throw in Mike Williams at plus 600 because I think it does get a little juicy there as well. Do you have a bet here you like out of those 4?
You know, I like the Panthers to go wide receiver.
I think they desperately need to.
I think they need somebody that can get big downfield. Like they need a downfield threat. And Ted can give them that. You know, that's one of his things. One of the, deepest average catch, per target out of the wide receivers. They want somebody that can get out there, and I think he's that. It makes sense for me. We'll see if it makes sense for the Panthers.
Well, you don't have to convince me because Ted McMillan is my number 1 wide receiver. I mean, the guy is a giant. He's 6'5". He runs good routes. He gets good separation. He can even play inside and out because he's a fluid athlete for a guy who is 6'5" to begin with. He had 130 targets last year, 84 receptions, over 1,300 yards, and 8 touchdowns. I don't want to see him go to the Panthers because I think Bryce Young sucks, but that's just me. So
Well, he had flashes towards the end of last year. You got flashes from Bryce Young. Everybody got a little bit of what they hoped for year one, and so that was a big bonus. But I'm with you. I like Ted. The yards after catch, even the yards per route run, all were strong. I think I don't know if he's my number one, but he's definitely in the top 3 for sure.
How many wide? Look, I know he didn't run till his pro day. That's the only reason I can find that people are even trying to knock the guy. And we don't know exactly what he ran, because when you run your pro day, you have 50,000 outlets telling you 50,000 different things as far as what your 40 was.
Sure, yeah.
But it's no question to me that this guy is fast enough to separate any level of the field as a smooth athlete and a tall guy, and can be a perimeter featured X wide receiver. They need to make Bryce Young work. They don't have that wide receiver. You're dealing with Adam Thielen, and what you're hoping doesn't turn into yet another bust ticket at the wide receiver position from last year's draft, and Xavier Legette, who's looking similar to potentially to Jonathan Mingo with the way he started his rookie year. We'll have to see. Where guys like Jalen Coker were outperforming him.
I like Coker. I don't know that I would reduce Legette to Mingo status. At least I like Legette. I don't think Legette is it. I think Legette can be a difference maker for that team. I think that he can play. He can be successful. I know I carried him in my championship team for the Kings Classic. I had Legette all season, and when he was on the field, I mean, you got a touchdown here and there, and it was pretty nice. It wasn't ugly. Like Mingo was.
I don't know if I would be boasting that I had Legette on my Kings Classic team.
Hey, look, at the end of the day, hold on a second. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's a if you won the championship, which I did, then it's relevant. And
it's
so
relevant.
On a championship,
he got a ring too.
Yeah.
The Towel Boy got a ring too. Okay.
I love and sometimes in fantasy, like these fringe players like that, you have to be able to grab fringe players and play them when they can make a difference. And there's players like Legette, right, who you could probably get for, pennies on the dollar in a dynasty trade, because people aren't as high on them as they thought. Man, I just got brought.
How do you have 2 beers and what is going on? You better watch that keyboard over there. The crow's nest is feeding us well here tonight. Love it. Speaking of the Expo, though, we have the Fantasy Football Expo, one of our sponsors of the evening. We are calling all fantasy football players. The Fantasy Football Expo is back through August 8th through the 10th in Canton, Ohio at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, sponsored once again by us, the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. Experience the full weekend with the ultimate fan package that grants access to the parties on Friday and Saturday, along with the Expo on Sunday, and a ticket to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Spend a weekend of fun with all of your favorite fantasy football experts with draft, drinks, food, and nonstop football talk. Scan our Fantasy Football Advice discount link or use our promo code Ultimate Advice 2025 and buy your package today. What are you waiting for to go to the Fantasy Football Expo? All right, so get back into it here. We're still waiting to see exactly what the Browns are going to do. I'm still seeing a lot of rumors that they're taking their time on this clock to possibly do another trade here. So
it says the pick is in.
Yeah, I'm not getting a.
The pick is in. The Browns are going to make a pick right here. Who is it?
Oh, it looks like that looks like Mason Graham to me. It is. It's Mason Graham off the clock.
Defensive line.
Mason Graham. Defensive tackle. So this is a penetrating defense tackle. He was consistently going around the top 5 in the mock draft. We just didn't necessarily know it was going to be the Cleveland Browns. But Mason Graham now goes, and he pairs up with Myles Garrett, and they do wind up bolstering that defense anyway. So, Tyler, you kept saying you thought it was going to be Shedeur. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised. We knew coming in, everybody, the narrative has been all week Shedeur's fallen. The teams aren't buying in, that he's fallen. And so I'm not surprised. that it's not him.
Just get closer to your mic there, bud. Okay, so now we have, I guess the Raiders decided to run, and I am going to win a lot of money on this pick here.
Win money on this pick because we've been talking about it. We've been talking about it all night.
We have, and we've been waiting for it. And everybody wants to know who their number one draft pick in their fantasy rookie drafts is. Where is he going to wind up? And it does look like the Raiders are going to be taking Ashton Genty with the number 6 pick. What are your reactions here for a guy that in fantasy circles, Dynasty is expected to be the number 1 pick overall, whether you're in super flex or single quarterback leagues, and even in redraft leagues, best ball leagues that are coming up, this guy might be a top 12 running back in some people's minds, even as a rookie. What is your expectation here for Ashton Genty on the Raiders?
Man, I think Ashton Genty has instant impact. Instant impact. If you have the 1-1 in your dynasty rookie drafts, if you're trying to grab somebody, young, it's his job. It's his job to lose. They're going to use them. They're excited to use them. That offense typically uses their running back, and they're still. The pass, they're still not. Hopefully, they address the blocking there, but at least O'Connell or whoever starts there is gonna have an outlet and a dump off in Ashton Genty. I'm excited about
It's
it.
gonna be Geno Smith dumping it off.
Oh, Geno, yeah.
I forgot about that one.
Well, Geno is that. Geno's kind of that afterthought quarterback. I don't know what. And this is what we had last year with Gardner Minshew there, and everybody's like, "Oh, AOC." It just.
Well, he's definitely improving over that. So Ashton Genty, just to talk about him real quickly. I mean, we all know he had a great season. But let's get into some of the metrics. He wasn't just that he had the most yards. It wasn't that he just had the most touchdowns. He had the most missed tackles forced. He had the most carries over 15 yards. He had a crazy 215.1 elusive rating. He had 5.25 yards after contact. Ashton Genty could not be brought down. I love what he said in his interview in the press conference too. If you're a football team, this is a football game, why not draft a guy who can't be tackled? That was Ashton Genty. That's what they got in the Raiders. And I think it's a great fit because while I have my reservations about Chip Kelly as an offensive coordinator in general, what I don't have reservations for is what he can do for a running back position. Don't forget what he did to LaShawn McCoy's fantasy value when he was in the Eagles when he first came on the scene long ago. He spreads you out and to run the football. He doesn't spread you out to throw. He spreads you out to run. That's something Ashton Genty's used to in Boise State, so I think it's going to be an easy adjustment for him there with the Raiders. The only caveat I could even say about Genty would be you're probably not going to be on a high-scoring offense. I don't think the Raiders are going to be a top 15 scoring offense next year, even with signing and trading for Geno Smith. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you. I still think that offense is going to need work. But maybe they win a few games now. Maybe they're not just the bottom of the barrel. And I'm sure Raider fans are looking for any kind of hope, any kind of possibilities for them. And I think if you're a Raiders fan and you're watching the draft tonight, you leave with a little bit of hope because you got a weapon.
Yeah, 100% here. And I think this is the announcement behind us that the Raiders officially taking Ashton Genty. Yes, it is. And everybody is going crazy. This is the number 1 fantasy prospect coming off the board, so we were excited about that. Let's look ahead, Tyler, a little bit here. We get to pick number 9. So, assuming we don't have any more trades, we'll see exactly what happens. But pick 9 as of this moment would be the New Orleans Saints. And according to DraftKings, the lines have shifted a little bit right now. Now, assuming this is the Saints, we don't know yet. But Michael Williams at plus 175. He's the favorite. Jackson Dart is the second favorite at plus 425. I have a hard time really thinking that Jackson Dart is is actually going to go that high. Again, I had a 3rd round grade on this guy. It's hard for me to fathom a guy with a 3rd round grade. And I think a 3rd round grade, not just on my board, but a lot of people's boards going in the top 10. We have seen it before because it's the quarterback position, though. I kind of like the value, assuming the Saints stay there, because that's just what we have heard too often for it to be lies. Like, this is a lying season, but when you hear things over and over again from multiple sources for a longer extended period of time, there tends to be smoke where for that fire. So I don't know. What do you think? Mykel Williams or Jackson Dart on the bet?
I like Mykel Williams. I think they need help on that defensive line. That was the hands. I think that was the hands down understanding of kind of where they would go in this draft until that news came out that Derek Carr wasn't healthy. That kind of changed, and that changed the narrative. That's why everybody's, sitting here thinking, okay, it could be a quarterback here at 9. But I agree, an edge rusher, Mykel Williams out of Georgia, makes the most sense.
I would tend to agree with that. All right, so while we still wait for the official pick to come in here, we're waiting at 7. Let's get a word in from one of our sponsors, Digital Footprint Management. Attention, business owners! Are you buried in subscriptions for SEO tools, social media calendars, generating reviews, responding to reviews, inboxes, website builders, and social channel ads? It's time to stop overpaying and start simplifying. Digital Footprint Management gives you one subscription, one dedicated account manager, and one streamlined solution for your entire team. Save time, save money, and focus on what really matters, growing your business. Visit getfoundeverywhere.com today. That's getfoundeverywhere.com today for the Digital Footprint Management. Okay, so now we're talking about this. Pick 7 is what's on the board, which is the Jets. The Jets are the Jets. Okay, so they have Aaron Glenn, right? They have Aaron Glenn. They have a new head coach. Does that offer you any hope? They bring in Tanner Engstrand as the OC, who's got the Detroit background. Is this the regime that makes the Jets not the Jets any longer? Remember, they're part of the regime that made Detroit come out of the slump. They brought Detroit out of the shadows. Can they do the same thing to the Jets?
I don't know. Like the Jets, it's another one of those stories. They bring in Aaron Rodgers. They got great weapons. They got great, they got Breece Hall. They had an excellent offensive line. Obviously, they lost one of their big pieces in the offseason, but it's a good team. It's not an ugly team. It's a good team. I think Aaron Glenn does what Aaron Glenn does. Despite the projection, and I've seen a lot of mocks here that have Tyler Warren going to the Jets with him addressing the tight end position. I think he's going to prioritize defense.
Yeah, we can see them going that direction, right? Because they signed Justin Fields. So, in a way, they addressed the quarterback position early on. You do have Breece Hall, to your point. You have Garrett Wilson. You have some weapons in place. I could see them going offensive line. That is still a need. That's the one place. And he comes from a background where they did that in Detroit first. They addressed the offensive line first. I could see them going in that direction with an Armand Membo. But to your point, that defense needs a lot of work. Like when Robert Saleh went down, all of a sudden that defense went from very good to very bad, and they lost some key guys along the way. When you're looking at a Mykel Williams who's available, he fits really well. You do have guys like Quinnen Williams who are penetrators over the middle. So right. Mykel Williams, he can fit that team, and it's going to be a four-man front most of the time. That's the pick I would like if they stay here for them.
I like it too. I think they need help on the edge. They've got to put pressure on the quarterback, and I think Eric Glenn's going to prioritize that.
I totally agree. Okay, so it took a little bit long here, but we got Biggs. Biggs, if you're ready, buddy.
I am ready.
Are you celebrating, Biggs? Are you celebrating?
Absolutely. It went against everything that I think in terms of how to build a football team. It went against everything that I think about running back value. It went against every single piece of me, but you can't argue the talent. And there are some metrics out there, some 4-quadrant charting where Ashton Genty is just absolutely off the chart as far as the talent. There have been some lists of guys giving draft grades to players, running back since 2007. There have been a handful of them with draft grades over 95. Genty is one of them. That's fantastic. On top of that, I talked earlier about how good Caleb Johnson is and how Caleb Johnson was second in college football and seeing stacked boxes last year. Well, Ashton Genty was number one. And so the season that he put together at Boise State, including going to the NCAA playoffs, including the game that he had over 100 yards rushing against Penn State, although he only averaged 3.5 yards per carry, he was seeing 8-man boxes. He saw more 8-man boxes than anybody in college football last year. He is the truth. And as a Raider fan, I mean, it brings me shades of having a guy in the room with the ability of Josh Jacobs. Give him 50 or 60 receptions every year. We've seen Jacobs lead the NFL in rushing yards. It opens up things for the play action, which Cam Ward is good at. That just makes Brock Bowers even better and Jacoby Myers. They can use a second-round pick to get somebody like Trey Harris or Jaden Higgins to play on the X, on the boundary. And all of this is coming together. I've said on my Uncovered show, on my Raiders show a few times, the offseason moves that the Raiders made as far as coaching decisions and free agent signings looked like they were trying to run it back with the defensive side and build on the offensive side, and that kind of fits right here. The offensive line still remains mid. I think they're going to be ranked 15th or 16th, but we're going to have a year of improvement from DJ Glaze. We have a year of improvement from Jackson Powers Johnson, and then we have Caleb Miller returning to form after his injury season and possibly being a Pro Bowl left tackle once again, as long as they get him signed to his extension. So look for the Raiders to beat their 6.5 over-under on the wins.
Yeah, I'm with you there. This is exciting because we know Chip Kelly produces fantasy-relevant running backs even when they're not super awesome, although Sean McCoy was great. But hold on, Biggs. Let me keep you right here for a second because another pick is So here we go. The Jets building the way you want to see them build. Armand Membo. For the New York Jets.
You called it, offensive tackle.
I said that's the way they could go. Aaron Glenn came from his background. They built the offensive line first. That's something the Jets absolutely need. I think they do have pieces on the defensive side of the ball already. And Armand Membo just blew people away at the combine, flat out. Nobody that big should be able to move that fast unless your name is Biggs. So Biggs, what's your reaction to this?
So Membo and I participated in a lot of off-season workouts, and he tried hard. He couldn't keep up with me, but he tried his best, and I think it's a great pick for the Jets. He's my favorite offensive lineman in the draft, and they got a good one. They're gonna need somebody to be able to protect Justin Fields, and that was pretty good.
Well, so with Membo, I still think it's a stretch or at least a long learning curve for him to become a true left tackle, but I do think it's a right tackle, a dominant right tackle day one. And I do think that gets underrated because the right tackle, when you have a good right tackle like that, you can really hammer home a running game on top of it. And look, you're getting teams that want multiple edge rushers, but guys are going to be able to blitz on both sides. So you still need two good tackles here. It's not like you get one left tackle and all of a sudden your pass protection is fantastic. The other side does matter here.
Well, he did line up on the left side at least a couple of times for Missouri, and he did it against LSU, and there's some video out there of him going up against Mason Graham. There's also video of him going up against Alabama where he was on the left side just destroying people, and he's a great pick.
Yeah, so it was only for one game. So he had one game where he had about 10 snaps at the left tackle position. And that's it. 800, 857, 307 throughout his career at the right tackle. I mean, he was almost solely right tackle there.
Okay, then I'm mixing stuff up, and it's not the Mason Graham thing. It's the Alabama video that I saw, and he was just fine.
Yeah. Well, he definitely has the athleticism for it, but the point is that whether it's a right tackle or not, when you have a freak of nature like that, I think it's a good pick and a good building block for a team that needs building blocks heading in the right direction. Biggs, I'm going to let you go real quick because I got to get a word in from our sponsor, but keep letting me know when you have more live look-ins from the NFL draft up there in Green Bay.
Absolutely.
All right. So now we got pick 8, which is the Carolina Panthers. And before we get into that, we do have to get back to our number 1 sponsor of the evening, which is Wrent. Again, great concept. We had an interview with the CEO, Dan, here live. I think they're still here. Yep, they are. They're right next to us, still here at their booth, giving away a Vince Young jersey and some koozies and letting the great people of Nashville know what they have coming down the pipe. Renting tools without the hassle of renting tools. Why rent through the big box when you can rent within your community? Wrent provides an online platform that enables and simplifies tool rentals between tool owners and tool renters. If you are a tool owner, rent your tools for a profit. If you are a tool renter, simply find the tool you need in your area and select how long you need the rental. Renting made easy at rentapp.com. That's WRENT app.com. Sponsoring the Fantasy Sports Advice Network today. Big shout out to them. Okay,
Carolina. Yeah, absolutely. I just want to add real quick on that. If you are in the Nashville area, especially East Nashville, you are eligible for the beta product of their app. So the app release, you are eligible to be on the beta, the initial release. So if you are interested, make sure you just message in the chat and we will get that information over to you.
The pick is in. The Carolina Panthers stay at 8, and they take exactly who we thought. So, Tyler, we won some money there. Teteroa McMillan is coming off for the Carolina Panthers here. So they're going to get their number 1 receiver. They're going to try to see what they have in Bryce Young. And I think this is the exact right move. While I am not a Bryce Young fan, and we will get into that all throughout the draft process for your fantasy football purposes, you're in a situation where you need to find out, is Bryce Young your future or not? And the only way to truly be able to do that is if he has weapons to be able to judge him off of. And that's where Teteroa McMillan comes in. Go ahead.
I was just saying, get him no weapons. We're excited. Carolina needs weapons. They're getting weapons. They got a deep threat now. Bryce Young is going to have no excuses. They've already invested in the offensive line. This is his shot. This is his opportunity to extend where he was at towards the end of the last season, how he started firing off. He gets a premier prospect. In most cases, the consensus number 1 wide receiver in this class. There it is. Bryce Young, you got it. Now do something. Carolina's been wanting it. They've been wishing for it. They're ready for something to happen. They need a win since Cam Newton.
Yeah, they do.
Let me ask you this, Dan. I know you've got Ted as your consensus number 1. I had Hunter over Ted for me, but you got Ted as your consensus number 1. How much of an impact, if you could put even the record on state, like, how much of an impact day 1 does Carolina having Ted make on their prospective season for 2025?
Well, it makes a huge difference. So for me, I look at the scheme of it. You got David Canales, who came over and made his name with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Baker Mayfield. A lot of people have comped Teteroa McMillan to Mike Evans. Now, I don't think he plays with the exact same physicality of a Mike Evans. I comped him personally to A.J. Green, another bigger-bodied wide receiver who plays the perimeter but plays with maybe a little bit more finesse. But the point more so being is that he can be the deep field red zone threat that David Canales won with in Tampa Bay. So I think he does give Bryce Young, that number 1 target on the outside, the go-to option to be able to go to. And then it also opens up to where you're hoping, if you are a Xavier Legette fan, you're hoping that the guy can turn into a version of Chris Godwin because he is more of a flanker, big slot wide receiver type. This allows him to play that role. Jalen Coker has proven that he can be a pretty good slot receiver. Adam Thielen is still there, who's a flanker slot receiver. That was Carolina's problem. You had 3 flanker slot receivers and nobody who could play the perimeter. Teteroa McMillan can absolutely do that.
Well, let me ask you this, Dan. Corey's in the chat, and he said, dang, Bryce Young got a huge bump, and followed it up with from QB 35 to QB 31. So obviously he's feeling not that. So I just want to know for the people that are excited, the people that are maybe looking to draft Ted in their rookie drafts, Do you believe in Bryce Young? Can Bryce Young get it? Can Ted be what we need him to be year one? A top 5 rookie prospect capital in your dynasty leagues. Can he put out the production that you need to make Ted relevant?
If you're I'm telling you right now, if you're drafting Ted in your dynasty leagues, in the first round, it's not for 2025. It's not for 2025. So that's part of the problem here. If you're taking him, it's for the future. Bryce Young was a guy who was flat out benched last season, just 100% benched. And I know he came back, and everybody wants to talk about how good he was when he came back, but he was still only a meddling quarterback at the end of the day. I think the bar was set so low when Bryce Young was benched because he wasn't even playable on an NFL field. And when he comes back and looks semi-competent, then that's where the difference is. What is our expectation level for a Bryce Young? It's not a mobile guy. It's not a guy who throws down the field all that often. It's not even an overly accurate guy, especially under pressure. So Bryce Young is not somebody I'm a big fan of, and I think you're drafting Tech McMillan for the future rather than for this season, as we're still getting a few things here kind of worked out on our end. So we had chat blowing up on the YouTube side. All right, so as we wait here, the Saints are about to make their pick, and I guess the pick is going to be walking up, and the Saints are on the board now. So this is going to be interesting, right? Where does Jackson Dart go? Oh, never mind. The pick is already in, and we already know what it is. Give us one moment. Maybe. All right, here we go. The pick is, I can't hear you saying. The pick is in, and it is Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle for the Carolina Panthers. He is in. So this was actually my second best left tackle behind Josh Simmons. Kelvin Banks going to, the New Orleans Saints, who need a lot of help at the offensive line. A lot of talk. Would they go Jackson Dart? Would they head in that direction? They did not. They decided they needed to anchor down and build out the trenches here, going with Kelvin Banks. So Kelvin Banks is now going to be the pick for the New Orleans Saints at the number 9 pick, and that means the Chicago Bears are going to be up on the clock at number 10. All right, so as we get a little technical issue here kind of wrapped up as we figure out exactly what's going on. Yeah, that'll do it there. Now, everyone have eardrums left? Yeah? You all good? Okay, cool. Thank you. Apologize for that here on the Fantasy Sports Advice Network channel. All right, so that's what we're just talking about. So Kelvin, in case you guys didn't hear, Kelvin Banks is now a New Orleans Saint at the pick number 9 as they get their offensive tackle. They do not go quarterback here, Tyler. Are you surprised about that?
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised.
Yeah, so they're going to build out from the inside out. I guess, there is still the possibility that Derek Carr plays next season. Right now, it's just a huge kind of mystery as far as exactly how bad his shoulder injury is, what the surgery is going to entail, if he in fact even gets the surgery. But now they have Talise Fuaga and Kelvin Banks as their offensive tackles. So you're going to have 2 decent resources you've spent now to build out that offensive line in hopes to build this team in the future. Look, the Saints are always in cap hell. That's just what it boils down to. The Saints are always in cap hell. So they need cheap labor, and they haven't really been able to get physical. I'll tell you what I do love from a fantasy perspective about this is Alvin Kamara. I mean, Alvin Kamara is going to be the ageless wonder pretty soon.
How many years does he have left? That's the question.
I thought he was done 2 years ago, and then he still has wound up putting up top 10 fantasy numbers, and now he's going to get an offensive line and a head coach play caller who usually, typically speaking, does check the ball down to the running back, builds that into his systems. Remember, Austin Eckler's and the Chargers. Don't get swept up in what happened with Saquon Barkley last year. Remember, that's Jalen Hurts and the Eagles' offense. It's not built around checking the ball down to the running back. But it was back with the Chargers. It was back with the Cowboys, and it's going to wind up happening again here, I believe, with the Saints, keeping Alvin Kamara relevant even as he gets older.
We got a Corey in the chat saying, Rattler wasn't horrible. And then we had another question.
Rattler was horrible, Corey. Sorry. That was 100% false.
Well,
he got benched for Jake Hayner. That's how bad Spencer Rattler was. Don't give me Rattler's not horrible.
VHS Cardinal says, could Rattler, is Rattler the guy? Are the Saints good with rolling with Rattler to maybe get, Arch Manning?
Well, let's look at what's going on right now. Let's look at what's going on right now.
That Rattler better than Young. Oh, that's ugly take in the chat.
I'm not going to
take in the chat.
I hate Young too, so I'm not going to argue that too hard. But But at any rate, look at what's happening right now. Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart are still on the board. And if you look at the picks coming up, there aren't too many teams who are looking to take quarterback, right? The Bears aren't. 49ers aren't. Cowboys probably not. The Dolphins know. The Colts probably know. The Falcons definitely know. The Cardinals know. The Bengals know. The Seattle Seahawks know. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers know. Denver Broncos know. So we don't get another quarterback-needy team now until 21 with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Unless we see, and I saw this mock I saw the potential for, I saw a mock where the Giants trade back into the first round. I saw a mock where the Browns trade back into the first round. So I think there's still a possibility. Everybody knows that Pittsburgh's sitting there, and they may go quarterback. They may not, but they may go quarterback. And so, if you're sitting there, maybe you're trying to trade back in, get up there before the Steelers and get your guy. It's possible. It's not like those picks cost a ton.
Yeah, quite possible here. And I'm still waiting for confirmation. Wow, this is a shocker. A shocker coming up with the Bears pick at number 10. Oh, man, I can't wait to announce. So it is Colston Loveland, not Tyler Warren. Colston Loveland is the first tight end off the board going to the Chicago Bears. I'm blown away. This is the first big surprise. I'm totally blown away right now.
I'm blown away too. You have Cole Kmet.
Well, no, so that part doesn't bother me because we've talked about the Bears possibly going tight end for a long time now. That's been a real thing. But Colston Loveland I think Colston Loveland's a nice player. He runs really good routes. He's more of a receiving threat. He pairs well with Cole Kmet. I thought Tyler Warren would pair well with Cole Kmet. But to take him over Tyler Warren, who just seems like a surefire, 3-down, blue chip type of tight end prospect, I'm surprised by this.
I'm surprised. And really, you have to ask yourself the question mark or really the elephant in the room is, does that mean the Bears aren't bought in on Cole Kmet long term?
Well, think of it this way. What did the Raiders do last year? They drafted Brock Bowers when they still had Michael Mayer, who's looked at as a very solid young tight end.
He is a solid tight end.
And so I'm looking at it as more as like Ben Johnson might just be saying to himself, hey, I'm not a team that's going to play with a fullback. I'm a team that's going to play two tight ends like they did sometimes in Detroit. So I very well could see it from that standpoint. Now, from a fantasy standpoint, the draft capital here really boosts Colston Loveland's potential up, but there are a lot of mouths to feed in Chicago. Now, while we expect this offense to take a step up, because you have Ben Johnson, you have, Caleb Williams there. We also have Roma Dunze. You have DJ Moore. You have a lot of weapons to feed. A tight end's not always going to be the featured part. We even saw the Detroit Lions under Ben Johnson last year have a disappointing second year, and Sam Laporta, because they had so many mouths to feed, he got a little bit left out. So with Colston Loveland here, there's no doubt about it that he's at least the second tight end taken in your rookie drafts coming up now. And yes, the first round top 10 draft capital is going to have him probably in the first rounds of your rookie drafts. But I still would not put him ahead of Tyler Warren, even if we see Tyler Warren fall here a little bit.
I can't believe top 10 capital for Colston Loveland. That is absolutely crazy to me. And maybe, maybe the Bears see something that I don't see, or they have, maybe the drop off to tight end 2 is that big they needed them, but it feels like there's so many holes for them that there could have been a better. This is like one of those moments, in the draft where you're like, you just kind of go, why? You're like, why does that fit your scheme? Why does that fit your team? And it makes you ask questions. If you're a dynasty owner and you own Cole Kmet in your leagues, you're asking yourself questions like, why did they prioritize this player at 10? So I mean, we will see.
So the 49ers ran up and decided they wanted Michael Williams on the defensive end at number 11 there as a bookend defensive end to Nick Bosa.
Wow.
Now, anybody who listens to the Operation Domination podcast on Fantasy Football Advice knows that I am a San Francisco 49ers fan. And I will tell you, as a San Francisco 49ers fan, I'm not happy about this pick. I'm really not. So I have a lot of questions about Michael Williams in general. Yes, he's a physical phenom. He has the prototypical size that you look for out of your defensive ends, and they have been desperate to find a bookend defensive end, Nick Bosa, for forever. And this is definitely not out of the norm for the 49ers to take a defensive end. But this is the guy who didn't produce. And in my estimation, and in my history, when football players who have this prototype size and go this high based on potential, but we're not able to be high-level pass rushing producers in college, typically do not take that next step in the NFL, where they wind up being relegated to being more run-stuffing defensive type ends. Now, Michael Williams, we talked about with Dr. Brian Scott earlier on the show. He dealt with that high ankle sprain for most of last season, in which he said he did not play 60% of the year. And we're watching the Bear fans go crazy here. He did not play 60%.
We got some boos on that.
Yeah, we did. We did get a lot of boos on that one.
So my sentiment I wasn't alone with my sentiment on that pick, including, I know we've got a couple Bears fans here. I literally just had a Bears fan look at me and say, why did we just do that? So, I mean, obviously some hearts broken at that pick, but back to the Michael Williams.
Just to put a bow in it real fast. So it wasn't just last year, by the way, that he only had 5 sacks. He had 6 sacks in 2023, 6 sacks in 2022. He's never been a high sack guy, was my point. So using the injury as an excuse is not an excuse in my book. This guy has a lot of development, even though, yes, he has the physical talent. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing with Michael Williams. Obviously he's a little bit heavier on the defensive side. I mean, almost 270 pounds. He's more looked as a run stopper, and I think that's what they're looking for on the other side of Nick Bosa. They want Nick Bosa rushing the quarterback. They want him letting loose every time, and I think they're just trying to offset that. I do agree, though, he needs work. He needs refinement. The inconsistent production, the injury history, he's going to need work. Now, I will say this. You're going to have Nick Bosa on the other side that's going to be like giving you some pointers, helping you perform better. So he does have that. San Francisco, they prioritize their defense. I don't love the pick either.
Well, you bring in Robert Saleh, and like I said, yes, they have been gashed in the run. It was no secret to me that you were going to try to make sure you address that position first. But the problem is that when you take a guy number 11, he needs to be an all-around player or a pass rusher first, because that's what's most valuable in this league. You can't be taking a guy who's a bookend. He reminds me of Clinton Farrell, and that's what worries me a little bit. But we'll see. They do have one of the best defensive line coaches in the league. They do have Robert Saleh. So if any team could develop him into something more than what we had seen in Georgia, it potentially could be the San Francisco 49ers. So with that pick, though, we are sitting here at 12, and we got the Dallas Cowboys on the board. Matthew Golden's there. Amarian Hampton's there. Do the Cowboys try to trade down? What do you think they're going to do next?
It'll be interesting. Yeah, I can't even progress in this show right now. Like we're picks beyond, and I'm still looking at this Colston Loveland pick.
Go ahead, talk about that for a little bit. We got a minute.
I literally just got a text message that said "R.I.P. Cole Kmet." What the? Well, it is happening. I think it's okay. It's fine. We'll see how it works out. I will digress on the Bears pick of I don't know why they did it. Sure, okay. But moving on, the Cowboys. The Cowboys need help in the skill position area. Obviously, they also need help on the O-line. I've seen a lot of drafts that have Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama, going here. I've seen the wide receivers, obviously. And here's the thing, Dan. Here's the thing. I would hate to be a Cowboys fan. I would absolutely hate to be a Cowboys fan because every year you go into the draft and you hope to get a weapon. Last year they wanted a running back. You hope to get a weapon and then you wait and it never happens. Dallas just doesn't like to invest in weapons. And so I know the dream pick here is an Omarion Hampton. You want a good running back. They need a running back. Then you got CD needs some help. You're wanting a solid wide receiver. And I just don't think it happens, Dan. I don't think it happens.
Well,
I think Cowboys fans, again, are left wanting in the day one of the 2025 NFL draft.
Yeah, I mean, if we go off of recent history would tell you that the Dallas Cowboys would probably go with an offensive line player here. It's also a team that has not quite gotten the Micah Parsons deal done. There are some pass rushers on the board that they could go with if they want to go defensive end and try to get more leverage in that type of a deal. Every fantasy owner, I think, would love to see Omarion Hampton go this high for the draft capital, and the fact that, Omarion Hampton being a workhorse player type would be able to take on a huge workload on a team that needs it, who signed Javonte Williams, and, we don't expect much out of Javonte Williams this upcoming year either.
Sleeper alert, Javonte Williams.
Really?
Here's the thing. I don't think he's bad enough. I don't think Javonte is a bad running back. I think that he's got potential in that offense. I think the bigger hole that they have to figure out how to replace is probably the future Hall of Famer Zach Martin, who retired. And that's why that guard, that O-line, the thing that we don't want, makes the most sense. But also the Cowboys, the reality is with the Cowboys, the year that we think they go O-line, they may do something crazy and go skill position. Who the heck? Jerry Jones, what are you doing?
It's definitely always possible. So we're giving away raffles right now in the background. That's what you're hearing with all the screaming and everything. We did have a question in the chat from Corey. Will Komet be trades? Will Komet trades tonight? I don't think so. I don't think this was a move to be like we're putting Cole Komet out of here. I think this is a move to say, hey, Ben Johnson's like, we're going to play a lot of two tight end sets. Remember, they let Keenan Allen walk. So they have DJ Moore. You have Roma Dunze. You could be looking to play power football to address the offensive line. This will help you get physical and get more in the trenches. So I think Cole Komet still fits here. Remember, Colson Loveland's not a good blocking tight end. That is not his gift. They need Cole Komet to play that 3-down role in goal line situation. I think this is more of a compliment than anything else, going back to Cole Komet trades and Colson Loveland here. We got guys talking about Dak should be traded away. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen with the contract situation that they're dealing with, so I'd be shocked to see that.
Everybody's out on Dak. It's,
It is. Hold on 1 second, because we have a live look in here. Chase Thornton hopped out the Travis Hunter press conference. So Chase, buddy, what's going on, dude? If you can hear us, we got Amber in the background giving away raffles and blowing out my eardrums and the headphones. But what do you got going on?
Yeah, can you hear me or no?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Excellent. So we just got out of the Travis Hunter press conference, and I asked him if he'd had any assurances from Liam Cohen or Grant Loveland, the GM for the Jaguars, about his role on the team. And he said he really hasn't even spoken to them yet, so he's not sure what their thoughts are. But he thought with his draft capital, them trading up, and how he was announced, it should be a good sign for him to be able to accomplish his goals of playing two ways in the NFL. So he was excited to fit into Liam Cohen's system and to play across from Brian Thomas, but he said he still hasn't really talked to them at all. So he's not sure what their thoughts are on the role for him.
Well, that's really interesting. So nobody knows. We don't know. Hunter doesn't know.
It would be a Jacksonville thing to give you no inclination that they're drafting you.
Did they give up future draft picks for next year for a player they don't even know exactly how they're leading that way?
Yeah, so I mean, outside of the shock of just the trade itself, I mean, yeah, everybody here, it sounds like he's as shocked as anybody necessarily because he hadn't even spoken to them really before the draft, other than at his pro day. So anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's as to his fantasy relevance this coming season. So.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun thing to debate. The problem is rookie mock drafts are happening next week, so nobody's going to know. You're going to swing for the fences. My advice would be don't take Travis Hunter before the second round. That would be my advice, because otherwise you're taking a huge swing and a miss potentially.
Unless you're in an IDP league. If you're in an IDP league and you can get his points for everything, no matter what he does on either side, that might be nice. I think Abdul Carter's at the podium right now, speaking in the presser, so I'm going to get back in there, but wanted to cut in and let you guys know, yeah. Travis Hunter is not necessarily a wide receiver yet.
All right, well, that's good to know, Chase. Thank you for that. And tune us back in as soon as you get something else, buddy. Thank you.
Will do.
All right, so that was Chase Thorin, another one of our guys live at the draft. And a pick is in. And it is Tyler Booker. They do go offensive line. This fits the MO of the Dallas Cowboys. Tyler Booker is a big, powerful guard who moves the line of scrimmage, especially in the run game. This is what Dallas is always shares, what Jerry Jones always shares his offensive line. Big ogres who move the line of scrimmage. Tyler Booker, Alabama guard. What's your reaction to that, Tyler?
It's exactly what I said. So hopefully you listen to me. Hopefully you went and you placed the bet, because it is what they needed. When you have to replace the hole that Zach Martin leaves in an offensive line, like that's not like he's not like a halfway decent guard. Like, you know, like that. He's a baller. He's a future Hall of Famer, probably. You know, it's like, and so you gotta address that. You gotta address it, and they did. Thank you. I mean, we knew Dallas O-line, it's typical. This is what they do. It's not the most beautiful, exciting pick. Excuse me. But it is a pick they needed. I like it for them. I like it for Dak. I like it for Javonte Williams running the football. And hopefully we see some more moves as we get deeper in the draft.
Yeah, 100%. They're announcing the pick behind us right now. So that does mean that we have number 13, the Miami Dolphins, on the clock. A team that with a lot of really, really bad vibes right now. A lot of things going on. Tyreek Hill getting in trouble again. A team in cap hell. And it's just going back and forth. So it's another team that's probably dying to be able to trade back. We'll see what they're going to do as they are on the clock. All right, so let's get a word in from our sponsor, and then we will get back to you right after this.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, welcome to Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. One of the best kept secrets is Chuck Hutton Nissan Service Department. From quick oil changes in our dedicated oil service facility to brake service, basic maintenance, engine light checks, and everything in between in our state-of-the-art mechanic shop. New tires, tire rotation, and more. Service work for nearly all makes and models. So come see us at Chuck Hutton Nissan, just off I-40, exit 80 or 82 on Van Drive, Jackson.
All right, we're back here. I'm Dan Mader, host of the evening on the Fantasy Sports Advice Network, presented by Wrent, here live at the Crow's Nest Restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee, where everybody is having a fantastic time watching this draft. And I would say the biggest shocker of the night has been the Colson Loveland pick. And not even so much that the Bears went number 10 at a tight end position, but just that he went over Tyler Warren. And hopefully our guys who are at the draft draft. We'll be able to get some sort of insight into why that was at some point. We'll get back to them as they have those press conferences moving forward. But talk about this. Miami Dolphins currently on the clock, and they could go a number of ways. This team has a lot of needs, no cap room. They have to fill out a hole, so they would love to trade back here. We'll see if they're able to do that or not as this thing is able to develop. I have to believe, being that the players that we've linked the Denver Broncos to through most of this draft class, that is still in play since they were being rumored to move up earlier, potentially for Amari and Hampton. But we are a fantasy football show first and foremost, so let's take a look at what of the biggest fantasy football impact picks have been to this point. So we had Cam Ward, of course, going off at number 1. We knew that was happening. We just heard from Chase Thornton, who got out of the Travis Hunter presser, that Travis Hunter has not really talked too much to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So when he was asked the question, do you know the Jaguars hold you in more esteem as a passer or as a defender, he didn't know. So I thought that was really interesting. So don't go chopping your lips yet if you're going to be drafting your rookie mock drafts and win the draft Travis Hunter in top 5. Again, we did have a viewer earlier talk about how that he plays in an IDP league. That is a much different story. Travis Hunter is probably the number 1 player because you're going to get the production both ways if you have IDP players in there. But in most typical super flex dynasty leagues, Travis Hunter becomes very risky because we do not know what the Jaguars favored him more as, and apparently Travis Hunter doesn't know either. We saw a couple offensive linemen, which we know can go a long way in being able to help out an offense for fantasy football purposes as well. But the biggest one, of course, was Ashton Jeanty. There are no more questions about Ashton Jeanty. He is the number 1 draft pick in super flex leagues. He was the number 1 running back off the board. He gets the capital along the lines of a Bijan Robinson, of a Saquon Barkley. This is what we were waiting for, a Chip Kelly system, which we know favors the running back position to a whole other level. So we know Ashton Jeanty not only is going to be the number 1 pick, but could be a top 12 pick in redraft leagues. And then, of course, we had Teneroa McMillan going at the number 8 pick here for the Carolina Panthers. And that is going to be real interesting depending upon how you feel about Bryce Young, how you feel about Dave Canales. They needed a perimeter wide receiver in the worst way. They did get one. We'll see what that means. I still like Tech's future, but there will be some question as to whether that is going to be Bryce Young or not after the 2025 season. And, of course, Colson Loveland, again, the big surprise of the evening to this point as we reach the midway point of the drafts. Colson Loveland going ahead of Tyler Warren to the Chicago Bears. Very good route runner, great pass catching type of tight end, but despite playing in Michigan, was not asked very often to line up in line as a blocker. This guy's going to flex out more often than not. And going to Chicago Bears, maybe that's the plan, to play 12 personnel with Cole Kmet the entire time. So that is what we were talking about here so far on the draft. We are live here. Let's get a word in from our sponsorships if we possibly can, or maybe not. Actually, you know what? We're getting closer to the pick being made here by the Miami Dolphins, so we're going to hold here just a minute. We are live at the Crow's Nest Restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee, having a great time here, giving away raffles and jerseys. Well, not raffles, but jerseys and gear and everything in between. Absolutely. And my co-host is finally back from his pee break because the beer is just flowing right through him.
No,
we're having a great time here.
It wasn't just that. I had a lot of people coming up to me. I tried to make my way that way. Lots of stops, lots of people really excited about the coverage, pumped about this event. It's packed out in here. I wish I could show you guys this crowd. Like, it is packed out. Everybody's enjoying it, having a good time. We just gave away a signed Frank Gore jersey. Just having a blast and covering the NFL, covering the draft. We're all excited about it. If you're a fantasy football player, especially in Dynasty, which if you haven't played Dynasty before, you need to look at it. If you ever wanted to be a GM, if you wanted to build a roster, if you wanted to, manage trades and have rookie drafts, it's a fun way of taking your fantasy football play to the next level. If you just do redraft, that's cool too. And we're seeing picks that are going to create some instant impact for a lot of people. And really the question, and Dan, even you look at somebody like Ted, right? Like Ted going to that offense, or where does that line up in your redraft rankings? Like, are you going to draft? Is he now a third round pick? Is he a fifth round pick?
No. So this is going to be very similar to what happened to Roma Dunze last year, where he's probably going as an 8th, 9th round type of pick, because you know the talent's there, the upside's there, but the questions of how he gets fed and how efficient the offense is going to be is also there. So I think this is somebody that if you can get him in the later rounds, he has the talent where you can take him as a possible pop player, but this better not be somebody you use in your core. But the pick is a Dolphins. And it is Kenneth Grant going through the Dolphins, the big defensive tackle from Michigan. Kenneth Grant here. If I can get him on the screen, I will. But so this guy's a run stuffer. He was the teammate of Mason Graham. He was the big bulldozer, the nose tackle, the guy who controlled the line of scrimmage while Mason Graham was the penetrator. So that is a Miami Dolphins pick here. But they need trenches. And this is exactly when a team has bad salary caps situations, and they have all the skilled players and all the flash, and I know they're talking about trading away Jalen Ramsey, but when you have everything but a nucleus, everything but a core, anything but to be a physical team ever, they get blown up in December literally every single season.
Yeah.
You need physicality. Kenneth Grant can be that player.
I agree, and I looked at Peter Strager's mock, and he actually had Mason Graham going to the Dolphins at 13. And, Mason Graham already obviously off the clock, which made you second. And so they go and they take what consensus is the second, the next best defensive tackle. Obviously, it was a position they wanted to prioritize. Obviously, it was something that was important to them to cover in this draft. And so they I wouldn't say reach. They reach a little bit, but they get their guy. They get the position they needed.
He plays a particular role, but the pick for the they didn't walk, they ran. Tyler Ward is now on the Indianapolis Colts.
I love it.
Number 14.
I know Brian Hartman from Too Much Fantasy Football on our channel is absolutely excited. The Colts needed a tight end. It was something they needed to address. And what do you know? Colston Loveland goes first to the Bears, leaving Tyler Ward, the consensus #1 tight end prospect in this year's class, available for the Colts here. And so if you're an Indy fan, if you're a Colts fan, you got to be excited.
Yeah, I want to agree with you, except for here's the problem with the Colts. And we actually talked about this quite a bit on the Operation Dungeon show leading up to this. We actually just had our episode last week. And the Colts with Shane Steichen, and even going back before that, just have a wide history of stupidly rotating tight ends over and over and over again, no matter who they are, no matter how good they are, even if they fit certain situations. Tyler Warren could get rotated in and out, and I don't think that will happen. I don't think it should happen. Shane Steichen, but that's their history. They always think they have their guy and they rotate their guys. The other thing I'm going to throw in here too, it's another team that has a very shaky quarterback situation because we don't know Anthony Richardson.
Right. I'm not drafting Tyler Warren to be my top, 5 tight end this season. But here's the difference with Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren has experience. Tyler Warren's been in the position for a minute. He played college longer than most in this position. And just as well as I do, in the NFL, it's like tight end takes a minute to click. Yeah. Like it takes a minute for these players to really soft. But him with his experience, with his back, making a day one significant move for that team.
Oh, 100%. Now, let's be clear here. For the fantasy side of this, he's not going to come in and be a Brock Bowers year one. He's not going to come in and be a Sam Laporta year one. And the reason I say that is not because he doesn't have I don't think he's quite as talented as Brock Bowers, but the reason I say that compared to, like, let's say a Sam Laporta is not because he doesn't have the ability to do it. It's because of the situation that he's in. Brock Bowers is a whole different type. I know you can say, like, he didn't have a great quarterback situation, and no, he didn't. But Brock Bowers is the guy you move all around the formation. He's a unique player. Tyler Warren is not that level of athletic as a tight end. I don't think he overcomes the inaccuracies of Anthony Richardson. Now, here's what gets interesting. What if it's Daniel Jones instead of Anthony Richardson? Even if it's through injury, or he actually flat out beats him in battle, because what Daniel Jones does do is he targets the middle of that field. Wan'Dale Robinson had 140 targets last year. He targets the slot. He targets the tight end. If Daniel Jones winds up being the starter more times than not, then I think Tyler Warren, for redraft purposes, becomes interesting. But for me, this is a good enough pick as far as draft capital is concerned, where Tyler Warren didn't mysteriously fall for some unforeseen reason, and that was the reason the Bears went Colts and Loveland. It is Tyler Warren, who I would still have as my number one tight end in Dynasty.
Yeah, I like it. They needed to address this position. I like the call. I do agree it's good. But, Daniel Jones may get a shot, because we know Anthony Richardson's going to get tired after his second run. He's going to go, hey, coach, take me out for a minute. Let me get a break. I need a breather. What kind of craziness is that? Obviously, the Colts are still lacking at their quarterback. I do think Daniel Jones has a better shot. They do have a better offensive line than the Giants. There's just potential. There's potential possibility, and they need the weapons. I like Tyler Warren. He reminds me a lot of Michael Mayer in, like, more of a complete tight end. He can block. He can still run routes and get out in the open, and so I like it. I like the pick. I like him in this offense. And to your credit, and following up, I hope we get Danny Dimes. I do, because it's been on my show for years now. I've never been an Anthony Richardson fan. No. I'm not a believer. Indianapolis, I'm sorry you spent the pick on him, but it's not your future. It's not your future. But at least you got a solid prospect this year in Tyler Warren that's going to create instant impact for your team.
He's a 3-down tight end. There's no doubt about it. The guy
100%.
actually played Wildcat in Penn State, because he used to be a former quarterback, so he's a guy who can throw the football. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say he's Taysom Hill level. Like, I don't think he's going to play the Wildcat like that at the NFL level. But the point is, the guy's a 3-down tight end who's athletic and going to be in a system that, if Shane Steichen uses him correctly, should get a good amount of volume there. And they have good weapons now. You have Michael Pittman. You have Josh Downs. You've now drafted Tyler Warren. You have Jonathan Taylor. There are no more excuses for Anthony Richardson here. If you cannot perform and get better than a 60% completion percentage, then it's time to move on. And I think that's why they brought Daniel Jones in, to issue a real level of competition to begin with. At 15, we do have the Atlanta Falcons up. This is another team that was talked about quite often as wanting to be able to trade back. We'll see if they're able to do so. But let's have a little fun here and look at some of the odds looking down the road. So at pick number 18, which would be the Seattle Seahawks, as of this moment, the favorite is center Greg Zabel, and that's the highest I would have seen him go in a mock draft at number 18. The Seattle Seahawks do need interior offensive line really, really badly, though, so it does make some sense to some degree. But Greg Zabel is a favorite at minus 160. Matthew Golden, who's still on the board here, is at plus 650. So assuming that Seattle holding that, and I'll throw Nick Amanawore, the safety out of South Carolina who blew up the combine, he's at plus 850. So when we look at the Seattle Seahawks, of that, do we think we can get some value here with either Golden or Amanawore, or do you think it's the favorite Greg Zabel at the center position, just looking at the bets?
I think that I think center makes a lot of sense for them. Seattle's one of those teams that is a bit of a conundrum. Like, we don't really know what that's going to look like. They go and they bring in Sam Darnold. They got, it just like, it'll be interesting to see how that team pans out. But I do like the Gray Zabel call. I like them to go center. They need help there.
All right. Well, let's go. We got another live looking coming in. We got Dustin in the building, buddy.
Right,
What's going on, Dustin? What you got for us?
Not much. Just got out of the Cam Ward press conference. Really impressed with Cam. Talked a lot about his work ethic and his ability to basically play for 3 different colleges and what that meant and how he thinks that's going to translate going to now the pros. He's going to have to learn a new playbook and being able to step in week 1, be successful.
Man. Excited about that. I mean, Dustin, do you think the Cam Ward is the answer for the Titans? I mean, is this the future for them?
I think he can be. They still have a lot of other holes. Offensive line. I mean, they signed Tyler Lockett, but they need a receiver in the future. And he talked about that. Someone asked him, he's like, Xavier Restrepo, go get him. Like, don't let the 40 fool you. He's a great route runner. Cam Ward and the Titans are that situation where it doesn't matter how good he is if they don't surround him with talent, protection. I think we'll see glimpses of it, but I think there's too many holes right now to really judge it. We'll see. I think the Titans can get there. We'll see what they do in the second round. I think he, in a good situation, could be the future. I'm not sure Tennessee is set up for anybody to succeed right now.
I got one more question for you, Dustin. I know that you happen to have a bottle of Will Levis's exclusive male cologne, and my question is, what does this mean for Will Levis? Is he done? Do you think he gets traded, or is he just forever sitting on the bench until Cam eventually maybe gets hurt? What is the repercussions of this pick for Will Levis?
I think he will get traded. I don't think it happens until Saturday. I think Saturday we'll see a lot of these trade pieces fall. There's talk of Kirk Cousins getting traded elsewhere. He has a no-trade clause, and it's been reported he won't trade until Saturday because he wants to make sure he can get a starting job. I think what we'll see is someone who's looking for a young backup. Maybe if the Rams don't get someone in the second round, if they miss out on a Jackson Dart and they miss out on, Tyler Shuck, they might go trade for Will Levis to give them at least something, and they can see what they have for the next year or two behind Stafford. So I do think he does get traded. I think he goes to a place that has a veteran. Maybe the Raiders go out and trade for him so they have someone behind Geno. A situation like that where there's an aging veteran who just needs a young guy as a start there. He'll get traded for like a 7th-round pick next year, nothing crazy, or they'll swap 7th-rounders or something like that. It won't cost the team a lot, but you get a young guy. Very much like what happened with Trey Lance, right? He's done, and Dallas traded for him, and let's see, and then it never panned out. So I think that you'll see a team with a veteran quarterback take a flyer on Will Levis, maybe coach him up. I think under the right situation, I think Will Levis can still be very good in the NFL. He just needs to get a shot, and under a good team that surrounds him, right? No matter who went to Tennessee, whether it was Will Levis, it could have been C.J. Stroud, it could have been Bryce Young, it could have been Anthony Richardson. They all would have failed there because that team wasn't set up for success.
So it sounds like, Dustin, you are hanging on to that bottle of cologne, hoping that it one day brings relevance again. I love it. Thank you so much for tuning in from the draft. Great stuff.
Oh, yeah. And when Will Levis gets his starting role, I'll be spraying that all over. I'll be walking out smelling like mayo everywhere.
Absolutely. You absolutely should, Dustin. We'll be seeing you again throughout the night. I guarantee it, buddy. Thank you. No problem. We just did Abdul Carter just went through. We got a few more press conferences coming up, so one of the three of us will get back on and talk some more ball with you guys.
Looking forward to it.
Oh, sorry. We didn't mean to cut him off there at the second. Okay, so now the pick is in.
All right, Falcons.
Yeah, the Atlanta Falcons, they went with Jalon Walker. Now, this guy I actually like. This is why I was hoping the 49ers would have taken at 11. I'm a little disappointed and salty about this because he's a legitimate pass rusher. So this guy has a lot. Everyone's going to comp Abdul Carter to Micah Parsons, but to be honest with you, Jelon Walker is more of a Micah Parsons than Abdul Carter is. Remember, Micah played linebacker in Penn State. He wasn't defensive end until after he came to the NFL. That's what Jalen Walker is going to be coming out of Georgia. He's a versatile pass rusher. He was able to cover somewhat. He can kind of play in a more 3-4 role if you want him to as that edge linebacker. But Jalen Walker brings a versatility and the pass rushing capabilities that a team needs. And the Falcons, who were the worst pass rushing team last year, desperately need a guy like a Jalen Walker to come in and set the ship right. This is a great pick for him. This is somebody who is consistently getting mocked inside the top 10. So the fact that he fell all the way to 15 is a great value here for the Atlanta Falcons to go ahead and take Jalen Walker off the board. What do you think about that?
I don't hate it. They need pass rush help. It's interesting because I didn't see many drafts that had him going this high.
Oh, really? Because that's all. I actually saw him going higher than this quite often. People had him going to 7 for the Jets quite a bit of the time.
But like you said, I mean, you spoke about Mikael Williams. He had just as many sacks, 6.5 last season. Obviously a ton more tackles from the linebacker position, some pass defense. I think he's a versatile player, which is what they need in Atlanta. They need a versatile player.
Well, remember, you have Raheem Morris is still the head coach there, but you also brought in the guy from the Jets last year. I'm drawing a blank on his name all of a sudden, who took over for Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
Used to be a linebacker for the 49ers. I can remember everything about him and see his face, but I can't remember his name at the moment. Just having a blank. But he comes in, so you're going to be changing up that defense a little bit to go from a traditional 3-4 to more of a hybrid. Jalen Walker fits that bill perfectly because he'll be able to be a stand-up edge player for this team. Again, desperately need a pass rush. Good pick here for the Atlanta Falcons, and that does mean that the Arizona Cardinals are now on the board here coming up as we're moving through the first half, now completing the first half of the first round here.
Now, I'm going to throw you something that I saw hot off the press, Dan, that the Arizona Cardinals could target Emeka Egbuka here, reunited him with his former teammate and Marvin Harrison Jr., and giving Kyler the weapons that he's wanted in his career that, start to take away the excuse of, all the excuses. I think we're ready to see if Kyler can do it or if not. Are you buying? And I'm curious what the betting odds are here on Emeka Egbuka here to the Cardinals.
Well, it's already moved on to pick 19. I can tell you at pick 19, Emeka Egbuka is plus 1,500. So we're not necessarily looking to see Egbuka go this high right now.
100%.
But would it be interesting to pair him up with Marvin Harrison? Sure. Do they need another wide receiver? Sure. I don't think Egbuka is the guy for them. And the reason I say that is because they played Marvin Harrison out of position last year out of necessity. Marvin Harrison is best suited as a big man slot who can also play the perimeter. Egbuka, I think, is going to have to play flanker slot position when he comes into the league. A guy like a Matthew Golden would actually make more sense to me for the Arizona Cardinals, a true perimeter speedster on the outside that would allow Marvin Harrison to play his more natural positions. I would think that would make a little more sense to me, just personally. We'll see exactly what they wind up doing. Good.
No, it's going to be interesting. So you do buy that it could be a wide receiver here.
I do buy that. I do buy that it could be a wide receiver. That part I definitely buy.
Golden over Egbuka.
No, I have Egbuka ranked over Golden. I think for the Cardinals, Golden would make more sense for the fit of how they have these players playing in their positions. That's the difference there for me. All right, we got Corey agreeing with that. Yep, and we got a couple other people agreeing with that. So we'll see what happens here as we move forward. Let's talk about the betting odds, though. So pick 19 now, which as of this moment, assuming there's no trades and other than one, there really hasn't been, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers would be the pick 19. So we have plus 175 for Jahad Campbell, who's been one of the top linebackers. Wait, nope. I have to take that back because I think the pick might be in here. Oh, yep. So let's get back to this. Pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. And it's not what we thought. It's definitely not what we were talking. So the Arizona Cardinals just went with defensive tackle Walter Nolan. I'm a big fan of this guy. I don't know how much I love the fit for the Cardinals, but he's a penetrating defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. The guy gets that. I mean, Derek Harmon was the more productive player as far as pass rushing numbers go, but Walter Nolan grades out as more of an all-around penetrator. Only came in at 296 at the combine, but has a much better run defense grade than, say, Derek Harmon. So a lot of people were going back and forth. Would Walter Nolan or Derek Harmon, which one would be taken higher? It's now going to be Walter Nolan being taken by the Arizona Cardinals here instead. Again, more of an all-around prospect, and I believe that's why the Cardinals went in that direction. Remember, the head coach is Jonathan Gannon of the Philadelphia Eagles, maybe trying to see if he can find his Jalen Carter type with the Walter Nolan pick here.
You know, I saw Walter Nolan falling into the being a second round pick in most, but the push on the defensive tackle position, Graham going earlier than expected. You know, like it pushed this up, and I think, you know, Walter Nolan's getting the benefit of that in that he goes here to the Cardinals, you know, really, I would say before most, you know, analysts had him projected. I do agree it's a good pick. I like the talent level, but the defensive tackle run, and we see this even in fantasy, like player position runs. You get a position, somebody goes early, and then the position starts falling off. And so here we are seeing really what I thought would be a day two guy going midway through day one. You know, and I think it speaks to really the scarcity of the position. What are your thoughts, Dan?
Well, Walter Nolan's somebody that I saw go as far as 11, because some people had the 49ers taking him, all the way to the back end of the first round. He had a wide variance with him.
Agreed.
Because were you going to be a team that wanted a guy who only weighed 296? That was the question. Was that going to be a thing for people? And like I said, he had a 91.6 run defense grade on PFF. He had 6 sacks, 25 hurries, 4 hits. The guy's a penetrator, so he's a better all-around player than Derek Harmon. So I don't have a problem with him going higher here. I don't have a problem with him going to the Cardinals, who really need to address the defensive line and everything on the defensive side, because they just don't have a lot of weapons over there for that. So with that pick, though, now it's going to bring up pick 17, which is going to be the Cincinnati Bengals. And this is a team that could go a lot of different directions. You have to think they're going defense, although I just still think there's some issues they can address on the offensive line, but they have nothing on their defense right now, still trying to figure out what they're going to do with Trey Hendrickson. They're going to keep him or not. What would you do if you were the Bengals here with guys left on the board?
You know, they spent so much money on their wide receiver group, they can't really afford to keep anybody. So, you know, I think they got to go in the draft. They got to get somebody to replace Trey Hendrickson because they're not going to be able to afford him, you know. And so you go into your rookie draft, you get a guy that's young that you're going to get for 4 to 5 years on a rookie deal here at a mid first round value. I think that's probably the move for the Bengals. And you know, I've seen Mike Green, you know, as a potential option. You know, there's lots of possibilities here, but I do think that they got to address the Trey Hendrickson hole.
Mike Green would be my guy. But look, I know Mike Green's a smaller player, but the dude is active. He is strong as all hell. He dominated the Senior Bowl so much that he left after day 2. He didn't even stick around for the game because he had solidified himself so well in the 101 drills, proving that this was an NFL prospect, despite the fact that he's coming from a smaller school. He is a fantastic pass rusher, he's exactly the type of thing the Cincinnati Bengals need. Because you have to think with the Bengals, the way they need to play is by outscoring teams. So if they can get up by 2 scores, let's say, then they need pass rushers in order to combat that. That's got to be their philosophy. That's got to be their philosophy. Get up big early, get the pass rush going after 2 scores, and get teams that way. Otherwise, you're going to be playing this ground and pound game with the AFC North, and the issue with that is they just don't have the guys in the trenches to really be able to line up against the Baltimore Ravens, to line up against the Pittsburgh Steelers, to even line up against the Cleveland Browns, who have a pretty good defensive line themselves. So they have to win a very specific way. Mike Green would help them do that, I think, at least in a really big way.
So if you're tuned in right now, make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the subscribe, and as you know, we've been here with you through the first half of the draft here, and we have not eaten anything. So I would like for you to drop in the chat right now what you think my guy Dan should get here for a snack while we're talking draft. Obviously we don't want him to starve. I don't want to starve. I may have just ordered a burger myself, but it's going to be interesting, the Bengals move. It's going to be interesting to see how the draft continues. My question, Dan, is, how close do you think we are?
Well, hold on. We got the pick is in. So it is Shamar Stewart of Texas A&M. So very similar to Mykel Williams in the sense of this is a guy who is not very productive as a pass rusher, but has the absolute prototype size that you look for. And what everyone got excited about. And he blew up the combine. He's a fantastic athlete. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But Shamar Stewart going to the Cincinnati Bengals to address the Trey Hendrickson situation. But another guy who's more of a projection, doesn't have a ton of finishing moves. That's why he only had 1.5 sacks in 2024. And then there was, like I said before, Mykel Williams, the 49ers, these are the type of guys I worry about ever living up to their expectations, because it's rare when you see guys who didn't produce in college suddenly become great pass rushers in the NFL.
Cool. By the way, Dan, Corey said, Corey dropped in the chat that you're giving him some bone-in wings vibes there. He wants you to get messy on the stream.
How the hell am I supposed to do a stream and talk with bone-in wings at the same time? That's damn near impossible.
I don't hate the Stewart pick. That's a lot like it screams to me replacing Trey Hendrickson, which means I think we could see a day 2 trade. Trey Hendrickson started his career very much so like that. Not a sack king, very much like
he's one of the rare ones. But even he took until year 7 of his career,
right?
Before he was only putting up single-digit sacks until the last 2 years.
In New Orleans, let him roll on. He comes to the Bengals, and we get, we get that kind of production. So I think that's definitely, it fits the MO. It fits what they're trying to do. I don't like him as much as Trey Hendrickson, but at this pick, he's a lot cheaper. He's a lot cheaper for the next 4 years. And I think they probably trade him now, knowing that they got their guy. Shamar Stewart was projected to fall later into the first round, still first-round grade. So there is the potential, there is the belief, there is the potential production. I don't hate the pick, but I think it does give us the tell that Trey Hendrickson's probably out of there.
Do you really think it's definitely that definitive? Because, look, the fact is Cincinnati Bengals need multiple defensive line starters. I don't know that this is a dead giveaway. It definitely gives them more leverage in the contract negotiations if they do want to move on from Trey Hendrickson.
Well, they can't really afford him.
That's for sure. They can afford his contract. They just won't be able to afford anything else after that. That's right. The issue.
That team's got holes. Did you see that defense?
Oh, yeah.
That's
kind of my point. If you find a way to bring back Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart, I don't think this is a definite given that they trade away Trey Hendrickson. It gives them the ability to do so if they feel like they have to, though. But they already talked about they had enough money to be able to sign Hendrickson for this upcoming year if that's the route they decided to go. They're just not going to be able to do much else.
Oh, the NFL draft and the conundrums that leaves us in.
I know. It's absolutely insane. I guess we got to get a word in from our sponsors here at some point. So let's talk about, we got everyone yelling here and circling. I don't know what's going on. Things are going crazy here at the Crow's Nest. Everyone's getting all amped up, all kinds of energy here. But we do have our sponsor here, Wrent. So it helps make renting tools easier for you. You don't have to go through the same hassle. Why rent through the big box when you can rent within your community? Wrent provides an online platform that enables and simplifies tool rentals between tool owners and tool renters. If you are a tool owner, rent your tools for a profit. If you are a tool renter, simply find the tool you need in your area and select how long you need the rental for. Renting made easy at rentapp.com. That's WRENT app.com, live in the Nashville area. All right, so
Love it.
we're getting back into it. So the Bengals went off the board. So now I feel like we're moving through. I guess the guys in the middle picks they knew what they wanted. The Seattle Seahawks are now up at 18. What is your gut telling you that the Seahawks are going to do?
I mean, we covered this earlier. I think they go center here. It makes sense. Now, there are some potential pieces left that leave some question marks. And they obviously, like, there's a world where Seattle might go wide receiver here. I mean, they've got their guy in Jackson Smith-Njigba, who really made himself known as a slot player, has shown a great value there. But they let DK go. They let Lockett go. I mean, could this be the next wide receiver off the board with like a Matthew Golden, right, who fits the bill?
Yeah.
I think that's definitely a possibility. So,
I mean, it definitely better not be a Mika Igbukah, especially when you already have Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Right. You got your slot guys. You need your deep guys. So it's like, I would say that the going center is probably the more so lock. But if they were gonna take if they were gonna try to make it sexy, as some people would say, maybe they go wide receiver here with a Matthew Golden.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense here to me. All right, so we're having a lot of fun here. Let's talk about some bets though later on. We get the number 21 pick, and now we're getting to the point where we're not really talking about players. We're talking more about positions. This is on DraftKings Sportsbook right now. So number 21 is Pittsburgh Steelers. Instead of having to choose between Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders, they're just giving you quarterback position at minus 250 as the overwhelming favorite, as it probably should be. Defensive line is actually the second favorite at plus 250, with running back at plus 1200. I'm going to say it's safe to say they're not going to go running back with that 21st pick.
Yeah, I know.
So this is going to be where the metal meets the road, right? Because we're waiting. Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders still on the board. There's not quarterback needy teams. And outside the Steelers, again, barring a trade, there are no more quarterback needy teams from now until pick 32. Again, barring somebody trading back into the first round, which we know is possible. So there's a real chance here that the Steelers do not go a quarterback, that these guys will fall to the second round. And I think the answer to that comes down to, do they truly believe they're going to sign Aaron Rodgers? And, of course, accompanied with, they are not big believers in these two quarterbacks as their definitive guys moving forward. Tyler, if you're the Steelers, what do you do? What do you think happens?
If I'm the Steelers, I'm not jumping at quarterback. I like Dart over Shedeur. Just so you know, I mean, we just had the pick come in for Seattle.
We did. I'm getting it up on the board. It was Gray Zabel, who we thought it was going to be here.
Exactly who we thought he was going to be. Who made sense for that team. But back to the Steelers, I definitely think they need to address the quarterback position. But yeah, I think that Jackson Dart fits that mold more, in my opinion, than Shedeur. Now, we'll see what they do. We'll see if they even go quarterback. We know the Steelers never really do what you think that they're going to do. And so we may see them take a running back. Like, the reality is these quarterbacks are falling. And so, if they don't take them, they could be there in round two, which is their, obviously the Browns are excited about that if they're there in round two. There's the Giants may be leaning if they're there in round two. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. I think the Steelers pick is the key pick. That is the tell on what it'll look like for quarterbacks through the rest of this draft.
Yeah, I agree. So we go back to the Gray Zabel pick. And look, in college, this guy played guard. He played tackle. He actually played very, very little center. But when he came out the Senior Bowl, first of all, he did drills at all 5 offensive line positions. He did really, really well. But he came out and absolutely dominated at center and kind of knew early on in the process that was what he was planning on being. So this is a guy who's 6'6". He's 312 at the combine here. 23 years old, but had a great blocking grade, dominated his competition in every facet. 26 on the bench prep, so he's really strong. He just reminds me a lot of a Graham Barton, who the Tampa Bay Bucks took last year, that completely changed their offensive line, completely changed their run game around. So I think it's a great pick here for the Seattle Seahawks, who desperately need interior offensive line, and that starts with a center who can make those play calls. It was a great pick by them, and it should benefit guys like Kenneth Walker. It should benefit guys like Sam Darnold to be able to keep the inside pocket clean, because the most important thing Sam Darnold needs is a clean interior pocket. He does not play well without one. Greg Zabel is going to go a long way in helping make that happen as well. Don't forget Gary Kubiak is now the offensive coordinator, not Gary Kubiak, Clint Kubiak, excuse me. His son, Clint Kubiak, is the offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks. He did a fantastic job with the Saints early in the season, and then everybody got hurt for the Saints along the interior offensive line, and that was the difference. Sam Darnold played really, really well until he got late into the season, and then he was getting pressured up the middle. That was the difference for Sam Darnold. So I think it's a great pick on a lot of ways, and while it's not directly fantasy relevant, which is what we care about the most, it does have a fantasy football impact. So I'm big on the Seattle pick for that one. And we'll find out momentarily with the Steelers coming up soon. Bucks are on the clock right now, but the Steelers coming up soon. We'll find out about this quarterback situation. If you're still looking to make some bets, at 22 right now, it's possible to bet on DraftKings, and sitting right now would be the Los Angeles Chargers there, who could go a bunch of different directions. Defensive line is favored at plus 120, wide receiver at plus 220, running back at plus 350, and offensive lineman at plus 900. The Chargers, so the tight ends are on the board for the Chargers, so we kind of take that off the position. They signed Najee Harris, but it was only to a 1-year deal, so they could adjust running back, although it would be surprising after they gave him $9 million that they would address that in the first round, being it's a deep running back class. They do need wide receivers. Ladd McConkey was a great hit for them last season, but he's more a slot and flanker type of guy. He's not necessarily perimeter. I think the jury is still out on Quentin Johnson as to whether or not he could be that guy. But they did lose Joey Bosa in the offseason. Khalil Mack is done. So they do need defensive line the most. And when I look at the guys who are available here, I think it could wind up being a defensive tackle. A Derek Harmon, for instance, would make a lot of sense, being that both Michigan boys are off the board for them. So I like the plus 120 here on the value for the Chargers to pick 122. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't hate it. Definitely. They let probably two of their top. Not probably. Their top guys go. They're done. Like it's just it's definitely a position of need for them. Even like the projection originally was going to be Kenneth Grant. But like we said, we had the run on defensive tackle, so they're gone. So now we're reaching into the.
Hold on, we got a fantasy.
What is it?
It's Emeka Egbuka going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, I love it. This is really weird for me because my comp for Emeka Egbuka was Chris Godwin.
I love it. Chris Godwin is bye-bye.
They just re-signed Chris Godwin. What are you talking about? He's not bye-bye anyway. They just re-signed him to a contract extension.
Bye-bye. Look, here's
they just signed him to a 3-year deal.
I agree. 3-year deal. But what have we learned from Chris Godwin?
He can have injury issues.
Yeah, you can't depend on it. They need, obviously Mike Evans, like both of their wide receivers are, as you call it, old in the tooth, right? Like they're getting to that stage where they get questioned as elderly. Mike Evans, they go, wow, he did 1,000 yards again. Like, how much longer can he do it? And I think that offense is invested in letting Baker air the football, you know? And so, like, having an Emeka Egbuka there is great, you know? Like, I mean,
I think you're looking over something really obvious and near and dear to dynasty owners' hearts is what does this do to Jalen McMillan? What does it say? Because now you just spent a first-round capital and Emeka Egbuka. You re-signed Chris Godwin. He's back healthy. Mike Evans is still there. I mean, guys were happy about Jalen McMillan. I'm not now.
I mean, that's true. You're not. I mean, first-round capital on a wide receiver, but I think it's because they don't know if they can depend on wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 to last the season. I mean, we can easily see Godwin, you know, I need to do more research. I haven't looked at Godwin's contract, but I can probably guarantee you, based on the injury history, it's not as beautiful as it seems on the outside in a 3-year deal.
He still got significant guaranteed money. Like, this is the plan is Chris Godwin's going to be there for the next 2 years at least. With the third year, they'll probably be able to get out of it. But again, first round capital for this type of receiver. Now, when they go through receiver sets, what this tells me is Jalen McMillan, he's a fourth wide receiver. So if you were hoping to get something out of McMillan, no longer. But he can fit because Chris Godwin and Emeka Egbuka are interchangeable in how they play. Flanker, slot receivers. They are very interchangeable in that fashion. And it's kind of funny to me because Emeka literally came from Ohio State, where he had to share time with Marvin Harrison, where he had to share time now with Smith. Like, he's never the top guy, but he's always a highly productive producer, always earns targets, even with great teammate scoring competition on top of it. And it's not going to be any different for him now in the pros of Tampa Bay.
Oh, it's going to be good. But hey, here's the good news. If you're a Baker owner, they're giving him weapons. I mean, you've got weapons. You've got Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Emeka Egbuka, you know,
Bucky Irving in the backfield, a decent offensive line.
McMillan, and Cade Otton. Let's not forget about Cade Otton. Like, you know,
I can forget about Cade Otton when everyone's healthy.
You can't forget about Cade Otton.
They forget about Cade Otton when everybody's healthy.
You know what I'm saying? But like, for what a flurry of weapons. You know what's crazy? I can't believe the Browns did Baker the way that they did. And then
can't believe it. What are you talking about? Every quarterback they've taken has been a crap show.
No, Baker took them to the playoffs.
For 1 year. For 1 year.
Right, but
he wasn't very good either before or after that. That was the issue.
Let's talk about how long it took them to get there. Like, how many years before Baker got there?
Sure.
You know, like, obviously he changed, like, playoffs, right? Like, there was strong potential there.
I guess my point is that Baker never would have rebounded had he stayed in Cleveland anyway.
Maybe.
That's more my point. Like, it never would have rebounded back anyway, staying in Cleveland.
Well, he needed a team to believe in him. And, like, he landed in Tampa. Tampa believed in him. He's led him to the playoffs. You know, like, granted, he's still yet to
Think about it. He had to go to
done.
different spots before he even landed on Tampa. He had to go to Carolina first there with Sam Darnold the same year. He had to go back up Matthew Stafford for the Rams, and then finally winds up with Tampa Bay. And it seems like getting with those system with the Tampa Bay and the Buccaneers and the Minnesota Vikings with Sam Darnold, that's how you come back. Amber just giving away everything. It's okay.
Hey, we just gave away an autographed
Did we?
Vince Young jersey.
Oh, that's big here in
offered by
Nashville.
Wrent app. You know, really a strong one
That's
of the
big here in Nashville. Vince Young jersey. He was a hell of a player for a long time, especially for fantasy purposes around here. That was also fun. All right, so let's get back into what we got going on. Actually, you know what? It's probably time that we shout out one of our other sponsors here. Let's talk about the Expo coming up, because this is something that we're also going to be sponsoring in return when the event does come, August 8th through the 10th. Go to the Fantasy Football Expo. Oh, losing my voice here a little bit. Now, come back to the Fantasy Football Expo in Canton, Ohio. The Pro Football Hall of Fame, sponsored once again by us, the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. Experience the full weekend with the Ultimate Fan Package that grants access to the Friday parties and Saturday parties, along with the Expo on Sunday and a ticket to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Spend a weekend of fun with all of your favorite fantasy football experts with drafts, drinks, food, nonstop football talk. Scan our Fantasy Football Advice discount link and use our promo code Ultimate Advice 2025 to buy your package today. What are you waiting for? And the Fantasy Football Expo, man, it's like this on crack. That's pretty much what
it's a blast.
It's crazy.
If you love fantasy football, you'll love going. I mean, imagine being around a ton of people. Nothing but hanging out, parties, fantasy draft analysis, ways to win your league, connecting with great content creators and other players. It's fantasy football on steroids, drafts every day. It is a blast. If you've never been, you need to go. The Fantasy Football Expo in Canton, Ohio. So while you're there, go on and visit the NFL Hall of Fame. Can be included in your ticket package offered. So go to the fantasyfootballexpo.com and lock in your ticket. I promise you will not regret that weekend. It is a blast.
Now, I just want to double back to Miko Buka for a quick second. So, because we both naturally went to the Chris Godwin route. Again, I caught them to Chris Godwin as a pro, which is why it was funny to me. But contractually speaking, Mike Evans is a free agent next season. That's the guy who's up next. So Chris Godwin's locked in guaranteed money for the next 2 years. There's absolutely no doubt about it. We're going to get these nice big juicy burgers put right down in front of us, and I'm not going to be able to eat. Hey, you mind getting me another beer while you're at it too there, Kyle? Thanks, buddy.
Look at this. I'm going to put
whatever
this
they
on
got. I don't
screen
care.
here.
Just come and send it down the gullet.
From the Crow's Nest bar.
Look at this. This is beautiful.
Look at this burger and fries.
Look at this.
Oh, it looks beautiful.
Crow's Nest restaurant just coming through for us.
Coming through. If you're in Nashville, come to the Crow's Nest.
Yeah, man, this is beautiful. I'm gonna have a French fry right now. Actually, you have to hear me eat. Sorry, I know it's unprofessional, but it's delicious.
Oh yeah,
that's delicious. Oh man, you don't know how bad my throat needed that.
Oh.
So badly.
Man, them fries are fresh out the fryer, baby.
Yeah, they are. All right, so the Denver Broncos are up now, and I am. You know what? I'm hoping this is not Amari and Hampton, honestly. And if it is, I'll get into why. If it's not, then I'll talk about why then too. But I think the pick is going to be coming up any second now. So I want to. Oh, here we go. It's not Amari and Hampton. I'll get into why I didn't want it to be in the first place later. But the pick is in. Oh, so it is. Jadai Barron, the cornerback out of Texas, the slot nickel cornerback out of Texas.
Wow. I like that pick.
Ferocious guy. Ferocious, plays inside and outside. Definitely more of a slot guy who can tackle, though, at the same time. Oh, great pick. I mean, this is already a pretty elite secondary. Think about it. This team already signed Huafunga. They already have a top cornerback in the entire NFL, and Patrick Surtain. They signed Dre Greenlaw this past offseason.
Love that
They
signing.
were an elite defense already last year, and they're continuing to add to it this season. This is going to be a tough defense, and when you play in a division with Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, the Raiders getting better on offense, I'm telling you right now, thank you for that. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be a top-notch defense next season.
I like, and that's a lot of his MO, let's build defense. He's always had his lockdown
Sean
corner.
Payton, that is, yeah.
Yeah, Sean Payton loves to have his lockdown corner. That's what he's looking to get here out of Barrett, out of Texas. Dan, can he be that? Can he be a lockdown corner for that defense?
Oh, 100%. So he's definitely going to come in and play the nickel right away. That is without question. He had 5 picks last year. He's got excellent ball skills. He was 59th in forcing completions. He was 48th in coverage stops. He only had 7 missed tackles. So I think that's the key here. You're getting a quarterback who can actually help out in the run game and tackle on top of it, something that's very much an MO of the Denver Bronco defense. So it's a very good pick from that standpoint. And let me get into now we get into the fantasy side of things. Let me get into why I am very happy Omari and Hampton didn't go to the Denver Broncos. Because I don't care how great a running back is, Sean Payton will find a way to rotate them. Alvin Kamara was a superstar, and yet you still rotated him with Mark Ingram. You had Adrian Peterson, Deuce McAllister, and Reggie Bush all on the same team at one point, or Pierre Thomas all on the same team at one point. There's never been a point in time that Sean Payton featured one guy. Now, he doesn't mean he hasn't had fantasy relevant running backs. He has, of course. Alvin Kamara was still a top 5 running back under Sean Payton because of what he was able to do in the passing game. But when it comes to the rusher types, he he very much pigeonholes this guy. So that's why I was very happy not to see Omari Hampton go to the Denver Broncos there.
You know, though, we can't pretend like, Mark Ingram was chopped liver, though. Like, he had
I'm not saying they were
talented running
bad.
backs. Yeah.
I'm just saying that's what Sean Payton does. Even last year, you had Javonte Williams. We still throwing Jaleel McLaughlin. I had to watch Tyler Beatty run out there at times last season. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Right. I mean, that's Sean Payton's MO. It literally has changed the way we see running backs impact in the league, right? Like, so many teams have gone to this committee structure where they can keep their running backs healthy, where they're alternating workloads, and I think that's the future for the running back position. You don't have that many bell cows anymore, and I think teams realize they can get two very complementary running backs to be successful. I mean, look at the Lions. Look at the freaking Lions, man. Like, Dave Montgomery, they're doing it. They're doing it right.
I guess Corey's upset with my food choice. I'm not sure what he means by what was that, Dan. I didn't pick the wings that he wanted me to do, I guess. I don't know.
It's okay. I can tell you this, these fries are balling.
They are.
I'm going to get into that burger in a minute, and it's going to be all over my face, live on stream, and I'm going to be okay with it. If you're watching, I'm sorry. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and we appreciate it.
You get more of this kind of action all the time. So the Steelers are on the board. This is where we're waiting to see. Do we see the second quarterback come off? And I'm just sitting here saying, look, I put it, and you couldn't bet on this like coming into today, so I didn't talk about it. But 2 months ago, you could bet on Shedeur Sanders falling out of the first round. At that point, 1,000 odds. I am looking for a huge payday if Shedeur Sanders falls out of the first round. I'm just letting you all know.
So let me ask you this, Dan. If you're the Steelers and you're sitting there, let's say they do go quarterback. Let's say they're going to go quarterback. Who do you want? Do you want Shedeur or do you want Jackson Dart?
I want neither. I honestly, if I'm them, I would honestly say Aaron Rodgers, just come on back. Next year is the class to get a quarterback, not this season. Neither one of these guys, like I said in the beginning of the show, I had a third-round grade on both Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart. If I had to choose between the two, I think given that Jackson Dart is a bit more mobile and is more of a one-read type quarterback, which is all you can do in an Arthur Smith offense to begin with, I think he fits it a little bit better. Shedeur's good traits are that he's an accurate passer and he can spread the ball around. You don't do that in the Arthur Smith offense. So whether it be for Shedeur Sanders' purposes or Arthur Smith's offense, I do think the better fit would be Jackson Dart because Shedeur Sanders would be wasted as a Pittsburgh Steeler, in my opinion. But we're going to see the pick coming in here. Oh man, pick is in, and it is not a quarterback at all. Wow. It is Derek Harmon, defensive tackle. They didn't even take a quarterback. So before we get to Derek Harmon, and I'm going to, I like Derek Harmon a lot. This is a good value pick here for them, and it's a classic Steelers pick because he is, another defensive lineman. Cameron Hayward is getting older. This guy comes in, he's a great penetrator, and in their traditional 3-4 scheme, he could potentially play defensive end because he's that good of a penetrator. Well, let's get back to what we were just talking about, the quarterback situation. Does this mean in your mind they either think they're going to be able to get a quarterback in the next round that they want, or B, that they think they are in fact getting Aaron Rodgers and are obviously not sold on these quarterbacks?
I don't think that they're sold on these quarterbacks. That's what we got. I mean, but also this goes back to that run on defensive tackle, right? Like, the position's going, like it's picking, so you got to get your guy down because he's not going to be there where you thought he was going to be.
This is a great class. I mean, there's still depth at defensive tackle. There are, but the defensive tackles at the top are day one starters. Every single one. Walter Nolan's a day one starter. Derek Harmon's a day one starter. Mason Graham's a day one starter. I mean, every single one of these guys are day one starters, potentially impact contributors. And that's something we don't see at a defensive tackle position, especially very, very often. So I will give him that. And there's still more to come. We're going to see guys taken in day two at the defensive tackle position who are also going to be day one starters. Like, it's just that deep of a class this year, and guys just want to gobble them up, clearly. But I don't know. I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. Like I said, I put money on Shedeur Sanders falling to the second round, but I am a little bit surprised the Steelers are ballsy enough to move on here. Because here's what I'm afraid of, and the Steelers are the team that would do it too. That they would actually lose out on Aaron Rodgers and say, you know what, we have Mason Rudolph, we're good enough, we went to the playoffs with him. That would be so the Steeler thing to do.
That would be the Steeler thing to do. You know, he's the closest thing to that Big Ben archetype they've had out of like the people that have come through. But what it'll be interesting to see is if we see here towards the end of the draft, if we see a trade that ends up, putting one of those quarterbacks in the first round. I think we could see somebody trade back into the first round, especially towards the end to get their quarterback.
We might. It's definitely possible. But I do want to get back to Derek Harmon a little bit because we didn't go into too much detail about him. And this guy was the number one defensive tackle in pass rushing. Not just grade, but sacks, pressures, everything last season. He was phenomenal up there in Oregon. He had a strong combine. He's not a big guy. This is a penetrator. He's going to be more of a B-gap player, not so much an A-gap guy. And then again, with the Steelers, I do think he is athletic enough and savvy enough as a pass rusher to be a defensive end in a 3-4 system, which I think is more likely what they're going to ask him to do. And while Cameron Hayward's getting older, he's still going to be on the scene for right now. So this does bolster the front seven. The Steelers continue to do Steeler things. I think it's a good value pick. I just think it's very bold. I don't want to say it's very bold because I didn't have a first-round grade on these quarterbacks anyway, so I'm not going to say it's very bold. But I think it's interesting that they did not go quarterback position. So with that, the Chargers are actually here on the board. And I know I talked about the fact that they signed Najee Harris a little bit ago. But I think it'd be really, really hard for them to pass on Omarion Hampton here because Omarion Hampton, to me, screams Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, Jim Harbaugh there for the Chargers. He screams Greg Roman, that physical workhorse, every down type. I know he'd be kind of a duplicate to a Najee Harris, but again, Harris is only on a 1-year deal. I could see them going running back here. They don't need offensive line. I could see them going wide receiver here. They also need defensive line as well, though. Might be the reason why we saw the Steelers take Derek Harmon, because maybe that would have been the pick for the Chargers. What do you think they do here?
I don't know, and I don't know, like, I like Omarion Hampton. I don't know that they don't go beyond that and go with, like, a more elusive style. Like, Najee needs to understand he's north and south. Yeah, and agreed. I think that, obviously Harbaugh will help him understand, hey, you are north and south runner. Like, your sidestep is not strong. Like, your sidestep is not going to get you extra yards. You need to be like Derrick Henry. You need to run forward, and that's what I'm going to pay you to do. So in that scenario, I think that a running back could make sense, but more of an elusive style running back than Omarion Hampton is. Now, I will say this. I don't buy that the Chargers go running back at all.
Well, you mean at any time in the draft? Is that what you mean?
No. I mean, at this pick right here, I don't think that they go running back.
Oh, I mean, that wouldn't be surprising. It wouldn't be surprising to me at all if they didn't do that.
So Dan, in your opinion, what is the second overall need for this offense, or really for the Chargers? Period. It could be a defensive player. I know Mock had them going.
Offensively, they need a tight end, but the two tight ends that you would have taken in the first round are off the board. So that's the number one thing they need. The second thing I would say is that you need a wide receiver, especially if you're not sold on Quentin Johnson. But the top need, I would say, would be defense, because you lost your pass rushers. They need defensive line, and that was the favorite to bet a little while ago. Speaking of, so right now, we don't have great value at 25. Right now, that's the Houston Texans. It's minus 500 for an offensive lineman. I think we all know the Texans are going to go offensive line, especially right now. My guy Josh Simmons is on the board. That's going to be a no-brainer pick for them. They desperately need a left tackle. So there's no value there. But at 26, what's interesting is that right now, it's the Los Angeles Rams. And they just re-signed Matthew Stafford to basically a 2-year deal. They could get out of it after one. They extended him. But quarterback is favored for the Rams at -130. I don't buy that at all. And I've heard this a couple other times where, like, yeah, they want to get Rams. They want a replacement future for Matthew Stafford. That's all fine and good. That's not coming in the first round. This is a team that re-signed Stafford because they want to make a push this season. They signed Devontae Adams because they want to make a push this season. You're not going to sit back with your first-round pick and take a quarterback who's not going to help you this season at all. So I don't see the Rams doing that, which means there's value here. Plus 275 for a quarterback. They need one. Will Johnson's still on the board. Plus 600 for an offensive lineman. They need interior offensive line really badly. There's a couple of good ones like Devon Jackson and Tate Radledge. So I'm going to put some shekels here on the offensive line and the quarterback position, assuming the Rams keep that 26 pick there. So while we're still waiting for the Chargers pick to come in,
I'm about to go face deep in this burger is what's about to happen while we wait on the Chargers pick to come in. I'm putting my ketchup on it. I'm about to put my mustard on it, and then we're going in.
Well, I just wanted to double check that the pick didn't actually happen yet. It hasn't. So I do want to get a word. I was about to set up for a word for our sponsors.
Do that, because when you come back from break, I'll be halfway through this burger. Yes, sir.
Let's get a word in from Chuck Hutton there over at Nissan.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, welcome to Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. One of the best kept secrets is Chuck Hutton Nissan Service Department. From quick oil changes in our dedicated oil service facility to brake service, basic maintenance, engine light checks, and everything in between in our state-of-the-art mechanic shop. New tires, tire rotation, and more. Service work for nearly all makes and models. So come see us at Chuck Hutton Nissan, just off I-40, exit 80 or 82 on Van Drive, Jackson.
All right, we're back here at the Crow's Nest restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Dan Mater, joined here with Tyler Bradley on behalf of the Fantasy Sports Advice live draft coverage brought to you by Wrent. Go to rentapp.com, W-R-E-N-T, to help solve your renting issues today.
Look, this is for the fans, Dan. This burger, I'm in, baby.
We are just stuffing our faces to go. Look, this is basically commercial free. I say that. We just kind of played a commercial for you, but we've been nonstop going here since, 5 o'clock? I'm still getting all screwed up on your guys' Central Time, because I'm from the East Coast of Jersey, so I keep trying to figure out, what time do we start? Yeah. So I think it was 6 o'clock here is when we started going strong. So we've been on the stream already for about 3.5 hours or so, and it's been non-stop action with everything going on. Crow's Nest has been a great. Oh man, the pick is in. And it's who I talked about. It is Omarion Hampton, the running back. Wow. It is who I talked. Like I said, Najee Harris is a 1-year deal. A 1-year deal.
I'm not afraid to admit when I was wrong. I didn't see them taking a running back. But here we are, Omarion Hampton. So you Najee owners, if you're playing Dynasty fantasy football,
you're screwed.
You're like,
there's no value.
Oh, it's awful. Now, here's the thing, though. This could equal a fall Omarion Hampton. Like in your rookie drafts, whereas Omarion Hampton was a consensus number 2 running back off the board, he's obviously going into a situation where there's going to be a complementary role. It's not just going to be Hampton and Najee's a backup. Like, they're both going to play. And so, for you, this may mean that Hampton drops behind a Travion Henderson or drops behind a Quishon Judkins. So if you're drafting Hampton, the reality is, sure, he's going to provide value this year, but really you're drafting him, as Dan alluded to, for next year. Right, you draft him for next year when Najee's going to be gone because he's 28. He's going to be 28 years old as a running back
with a huge volume.
Yeah, he's going to be gone, and they're going to say, "All right, Hampton, this is your job," and he has the chops to own that job.
He does. So look. I don't know for sure. We still got to see where the other guys land for me to know for sure. I'm going to sit here and say it's not going to be a definitive for me that Omarion Hampton is going to fall for my number 2 spot. Because again, when we're talking dynasty, we're not necessarily talking about this season. We're talking about the next season. We're talking about future years here. So it's not necessarily going to scare me off of a guy who I think is truly the number 2 talented running back and now gets first-round draft capital grade. I think that's the other thing we're overlooking here is that first-round running backs, a lot of times, they may surprisingly find their way onto the field early in their careers, even if there is a prominent running back already on the staff. And we know Greg Roman's going to rotate like crazy. Is it going to shock you if Omarion Hampton comes out there and proves that he's that much more explosive and therefore just kind of rips the job away from Najee Harris? I would be a little surprised, but I definitely would not call it shocking given his skill set.
Yeah, I think Omarion Hampton could or will definitely make a push. Like, he'll definitely be a value. He's not going to be a he doesn't play type player. They're going to use him. It's a good option for them. What I'm really interested and I'm excited about that pick. I want to make sure that you know Hampton is a big value. That's exciting for the Chargers. I just had a Green Bay fan from across the room in his Green Bay jersey look at me and go, "Please, Matthew Golden, please, Matthew Golden." And for Green Bay, it still feels like we're searching for that wide receiver one. Like it could have been Jaden Reed. It could have been Christian Watson. Like the Packers are searching for them.
Well, I will say this for the Packers fan. There's a lot of talk going on right now that they are talking about trading the pick away. There's a lot of calls going on at the moment. We'll see exactly what happens. Here's the other thing I'll say too. I'm sorry, I'm not a big Matthew Golden fan. Just because he ran fast in the 4.29, I don't think he's any different than Christian Watson, to be honest with you, who they had before.
Well, they're different type players. Him and Christian Watson. Christian Watson was supposed to be. Well, I mean, we see when Christian Watson's successful. It's usually in the red zone. It's usually the only pass he catches all game is in the red zone for like a random touchdown.
Or deep ball red zone touchdown.
Right. So,
Matthew Golden was no different in Texas last year. It was either a deep ball or he caught a touchdown in the red zone. It wasn't a guy who ran a big route tree. He wasn't all that productive. He wasn't even the top receiving guy on the team. It was Gunnar Helm who was. And I think that's part of my issue. Now, I know there is a caveat when it comes to Texas players. So, they play in an offense where nobody really gets featured all that heavily. They don't always get that kind of stats out there. So I will give him that caveat of maybe he just didn't get in a position to be able to produce in a big way. But I have a lot of questions about his route running, his full route tree. We'll see exactly what happens. But remember, this draft is in Green Bay. So there's a lot of crowd noise going on right now.
Oh, yeah, they're excited. They're all wearing the cheese heads.
Oh, yeah.
They're excited.
Hopefully we'll be able to get our guys in who are at the draft to kind of give us some of the energy that's going on.
Yeah, where's Chase? Where's our at the draft Packers fan? I mean, he's probably right now on pins and needles, just excited to see what actually happens here as we count down from the 3-minute mark to this Packers pick. So Dad, if it's not Matthew Golden, what receiver, is it a receiver? And if it is a receiver, what receiver do you think they target right here to give us the wide receiver one we've been hoping for Green Bay?
Honestly, I don't know that I don't think this is gonna be a wide receiver, but if I was going to pick one, Trey Harris is much more of that alpha perimeter X wide receiver. You already have Jaden Reed, who plays that slot flanker position. You have Romeo Dobbs, who plays a good possession flanker type receiver. What you don't have is a true X. Matthew Golden's really, really fast, but he has a long way to develop to be that guy. To me, it would be Trey Harris who would come in and be that X wide receiver one, day one. But I honestly do not think the Packers are going to go that route. Historically speaking, they go defense. That's usually what they do. Or they're going to go offensive line, something they still need to address. They tried to sign Aaron Banks, but they still need more offensive linemen on that team. Really struggled to protect Jordan Love last season. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what they try to do here. I know everyone's hoping for a wide receiver. But I just not
They've
usually
been
the
hoping
Green
for
Bay
a wide
MO.
receiver since Devontae Adams left. They've been trying to fill that hole,
They really have.
and they just haven't been able to do it.
Who would you want to see them take?
You know, I wouldn't mind them taking a Trey Harris. I like Trey Harris. Trey Harris is definitely that big body, like, you know, type of player. You know, I like that pick, honestly. Like, I think they're good at running back. You know, Jordan Love is still to be, you know, proven, right? Like, we see flashes and then we don't see flashes. So, you know, I think that another weapon, like, it's kind of the same thing. Like, you take all questions out, you know? Like, give them the weapon, let's see what happens.
No, I don't disagree. So I wanted to circle back to Martin Hampton and why this guy was my clear-cut number 2 running back coming into a strong running back class. Well, I'm going to have to pause, I think the pick's about to roll in here in a second.
Uh-oh.
So they waited all the way to the last second because they were seriously talking about trying to trade the pick. And everyone in Green Bay is going absolutely crazy because, of course, it is in Green Bay. But it is, in fact, the wide receiver we talked about, Matthew Golden, is the pick for the Green Bay Packers. That's the guy. So we were just kind of hinting about it. 4.29, right? Came in, fastest wide receiver, Matthew Golden.
Which is because Isaiah Vaughn was the one talking all the stuff about
Oh, he
how
was, yeah.
he was going to run the fastest 40 in combine history, only to really lay an egg at the combine.
Because you just mentioned, I'm talking about guys who fell. Isaiah Vaughn fought a long way. Now he's all the off the field issues on top of it, and yeah, it's crazy for Isaiah Vaughn. But Matthew Golden's the guy who goes off the board. So everybody always falls in love with a wide receiver who has the fastest 40. That's always going to come hand in hand. And a lot of times, not that I think Matthew Golden is these guys, but a lot of times they don't pan out. The Henry Ruggses of the world, the John Rosses of the world. Now, I do think Matthew Golden's a much better receiver prospect than the Henry Ruggs, than a John Ross, because he is a more fluid wide receiver, but he's 5'11". A lot of people try to comp him to Santana Moss. I am not on that board. Sorry, go ahead. What were we going to say?
I was just going to say, sometimes you do see a hit, though. Xavier Worthy, you know, like, obviously popped a little bit. Jamison Williams took a minute, but he popped, you know, like, you can get it, but I agree. It is a little rarer than normal, you know, for one of these speedsters to really hit, especially the ones that gain significant steam during the combine.
Right.
You have to watch as like a dynasty player or even just like following fantasy football, period. There's always going to be combine hype. And remember, you have a whole season before the combine of tape to evaluate on what he can actually deliver. Now, I do think that Matthew Golden does have some deliverables.
Sure.
Do we think that he is the answer for Green Bay? Like, between him, Doug, Reed, Watson,
so that's
like,
the problem. Like,
are they set? Or do they just draft another high-level mid-tier?
I think they just drafted another high-level role player. I think that's my issue with Matthew Golden. This is not a guy who comes in and looks like a perimeter type of wide receiver, in my opinion. And I had a lot of comps to him to Jalen Hyatt. Now, to be clear here, I think he's better than Jalen Hyatt. But in the similar sense of a guy who's going to play deep and has good red zone skills, but not a lot in between. And that's why I'm not a big guy when they come to the Santana Moss conversations. He doesn't miss a lot of forced tackles. He was 214th in missed tackles forced. Not a lot of yards after contact. He was only 5.2. It's 240th ranked in yards after contact. He had a decent, solid 2.1 yards per route run. You're falling in love with the guy for the 40 and his contested catches in the red zone. You're not getting much else in between. So I think with knowing how the Packers play ball, I think they look at this guy as you're another role receiver. Remember, Christian Watson, he might not be available, especially the first half of the season. Without Christian Watson, they don't have a lot of speed at the wide receiver position. So I think he fits. Is he an alpha wide receiver one? No, I think he fits the NFL role team. And I don't, from a fantasy perspective, while he gets the first round draft capital that you usually covet, he's not going to be a big target earner with this team. It's not going to pan out that way because you're still going to get Romeo Dobbs involved. You're still going to get Jaden Reed involved. You're still going to get Tucker Kraft involved. Josh Jacobs is going to be involved out of the backfield. He's not going to be a huge target earner. So your best ball is where I'm going to want Matthew Golden because I'm going to want those big plays and those touchdowns. Redraft, dynasty, at least for the first year, I don't know. I'm not as excited about it.
Yeah.
So getting back into it now, we got a lot of things going on. The Packers just chanting away, loving it.
Oh, they love it.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. So Green Bay finally gets to host a major NFL event, and I think we're going to find out in the next upcoming days. Did they do a good enough job? Because, let's be honest, Green Bay, Wisconsin, not a lot out there. So did they do a good enough job of hosting the event for the NFL to ever want to come back again?
You know, and I've got a mouthful of burger. But, I don't know that Green Bay was really set up for that. I know that for our guys that were traveling in, the hotel availability and all that stuff was really, really, really slim. But I will say this, Green Bay is showing out. They're excited about Matthew Golden. They're excited. What?
They are. I can't hear him. He's yelling something.
23 years is what he's yelling. I don't know what that means.
So they took a wide receiver in the first round, I'm assuming? Yeah. I think it's just they took a wide receiver in the first round, 23 years.
Well, there you go. Hopefully it was worth it.
Hopefully you're still excited.
Hopefully it changes the field. Oh, man. Hashtag pray for the Packers.
There it is. All right.
Oh, look at him. He's dropping. He's letting them know he's here. He's here for your Green Bay.
This is a great pick. So the Minnesota Vikings don't have a lot of picks. That's the main problem that they had. And I was wondering if they were going to trade back, but the Minnesota Vikings stand pat, and they took Donovan Jackson, a very good guard, fits that team well. So they addressed in the offseason, they addressed with Will Fries and Ryan Kelly. Both guys have injury issues to begin with. We'll see if they hit and stay healthy, but they did at least address the position in free agency. And now they signed Donovan Jackson, who has the versatility. He played guard, and he also played tackle when Josh Simmons got hurt. Now he's a better guard prospect than a tackle prospect, but he fits this zone scheme system of Kevin O'Connell really, really well. So for a team who doesn't have a lot of picks, I think there's a whole pick for them to make, and one that will really pay dividends and give them back the value in their investment, which is the biggest thing they need to hit on right now.
Yeah, Donovan Jackson was mocked in most of my mocks to the Texans pick. So that's gonna hurt.
Well, I actually saw Texans really going Josh Simmons a lot. I would be shocked if Simmons was not the pick here now that Houston Texans are back on the board because they need offensive line.
100%.
CJ Stroud. So let's talk about CJ Stroud for a second. So he was a top 8 fantasy quarterback his rookie season. He falls completely out of that. Now, he is a type of fantasy quarterback that has a very specific way he needs to be able to become a top 12 guy. He doesn't run very often, so he's going to have to get at least 30-plus touchdowns. That is usually the threshold. Obviously, Houston dealt with a lot of injuries, couldn't do it. The biggest thing being the offensive line couldn't give him any time, and even when they did give him time, because he was getting hit so pressure so much, he had happy feet. And so even when there wasn't pressure, he had ghosting pressure because he just was used to having a short time clock. So now they trade away Laramie Tunsil. I mean, when you look at CJ Stroud and his dynasty prospects, let's say, how often do you think he's going to come bouncing back as a top 12 value in your mind? Is he somebody people should be selling now?
Yeah, I'm going to do something really fun for our audience, especially since the draft is happening in Green Bay. I'm gonna bring a Green Bay fan here on the stream, and let him tell you what Matthew Golden means for them.
It's wonderful.
Come on in, Chris. Welcome, Chris, to the stream. Hello. This is the guy staring across me in the room. Super excited about the Green Bay pick. Chris, how do you feel about Green Bay taking Matthew Golden?
I'm so happy we finally
Talk in the mic.
I'm so happy we finally got a receiver in the first round. It's 23 years since I've been watching the Packers that we have not ever gotten a receiver. We wanted it for years. We don't have any number one receivers. I love Romeo Doubs. I love Christian Watson. I love Jaden Reed, but they're not first round material. And even Josh Jacobs and Jordan Love both agree on that. So I'm more than excited. Green and gold, last name Golden, you can't pick it better. I'm
Okay, so let me ask you this. You play fantasy, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So if you, in fact, I think in one league, you told me you had the 1-1 pick, right?
Yeah.
So is Matthew Golden in the conversation for you that high? Or how much, let us know right now how much you believe in this pick for Green Bay.
I believe in him a lot, but not 1-1. Packers have too many weapons to put that much faith into just a receiver being that, game-changing. I love him. I'm going to pick him hopefully in like a second or third round pick, possibly. But I just think they have way too many receivers, way too many options to throw to, or, check down to Josh Jacobs or Kraft or any of these. We have a lot of receivers, a lot of options to go through. I'm just glad that we have an actual number one receiver now.
Well, I love that, Chris. Thanks for coming over and hopping in the stream for us. I have news for you though. Matthew Golden ain't going to be there in the second round of your rookie draft. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Especially with the first round.
That man can be helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
We got a trade. So the Giants have traded with the Houston Texans. From what I'm getting, Giants trade up, obviously, to Houston for a 34-99 and a future third-round pick. So the Texans electing to take more draft picks instead, and the Giants are trading back up now. So we'll see. Oh, are people saying Jack? Oh, no. Okay, I was about to say.
I've seen Shedeur. I've seen Jackson Dart.
So
both of them.
Everyone seems to be anticipating a quarterback with this move to trade back in.
Yeah, we're even getting hit in the chat. So one, Corey said, now Aaron Rodgers now you get a wide receiver in round one. But even who are the Giants going to take? Come on, Jackson Dart. Ghostmaker is hoping for Jackson Dart. Dan, if you are the Giants, is this your quarterback pick?
I think it'd be really funny if they traded back up and it wasn't a quarterback. I think that'd be hysterical. I feel like usually a move like this is for a quarterback in the back end that he didn't expect to be there. Now, they spent a lot of time with both Shedeur Sanders and with Jackson Dart. There's a part of me that thinks it might not be a quarterback, though, because this is still a team that needs a lot of things. They need to build out the trenches. They could go offensive line here. Maybe there's an offensive lineman they can't believe was on the board. Maybe there's a defensive player they can't believe was on the board. I do think the odds are that it is a quarterback, and we do have the pick is officially in.
Oh, look.
When that graphic's on, you're not on. Just FYI.
Oh,
it is Jackson Dart, though. Jackson Dart is the pick for the New York Giants. Wow. So not Shedeur Sanders. Jackson Dart is the second quarterback taken off the board. So I do win money for that because Jackson Dart was my number 2 quarterback that I picked to be picked.
I like it.
And also it keeps my bet intact from months ago that I made that Shedeur Sanders would fall out of the first into the second round, and that's looking like it's on track as of this moment, unless we see Cleveland trade back into the first round here too. But Jackson Dart expected to be the future.
So let me ask you this, Dan, and I'm going to say it because the Giants, obviously, they got Russell Wilson, they got Jameis Winston. Are they bringing in Jackson Dart to sit for a year, or are they bringing him in to start immediately?
They're bringing him in to sit for a year. So they signed Russell Wilson to a $20 million contract. Jameis is backup money. So Jameis is Jameis, whatever. Like, you could do whatever you wanted with him. The fact that they signed Russ to a $20 million contract, I think the game plan would be for Russ to start week 1. And that's good. Jackson Dart's not ready day one. He doesn't have that profile type where he's ready to take on an NFL offense. He has one of the biggest adjustment curves that he's going to have to make coming from that Lane Kiffin offense to begin with. He's not ready day one. So it's a good situation from the sense that he doesn't have to start or is not going to be expected to start right away, especially being a back-end first-round pick. And this also gives him the fifth-year rookie option. What I will say on the flip side is that I don't think Russell Wilson fits Brian Dable's system very, very well. Now, they could just pivot to Jameis Winston. It may not have to be Jackson Dart, but I do think this gets interesting at some point in the year because I don't expect the Giants to be a highly talented team, a highly competitive team throughout the entire season. That brings me to my last point that I'm going to make. This regime's on the hot seat. So did they just draft Jackson Dart for the next regime? Because I think it's a very good chance that Brian Dable and Joe Scowen are not around next season.
You know, it's interesting, but I will say this. Here's what the buy-in tells me. If they're bringing in Jackson Dart to work behind Russell Wilson, one, great mentor, sure. I mean, Russell Wilson's been in the league for a while. He's won a Super Bowl. He's also gotten really close and lost the opportunity at Super Bowl. So, you know, I think it's a good person to bring him under. It's a good person, a good character guy, right? That's going to help him have a good frame of mind, a good work ethic. It feels like a move that says we're investing in the coaching team, we're investing in this offense. I'm sure they would like to see an above 500 season, but I think if they can do that, like if they can just perform at a decent level, I think Dable keeps his job and he gets the shot with the quarterback that they're bringing in to fit that scheme.
Here's what I would say. I think Dable has a much better shot at keeping his job if they're competitive this season than Joe Scowen. I think if they don't make the playoffs, I think the GM's out. I think he's done no matter what. But I think if they're like you're saying 8-9, somewhere competitive around there, I think there's a decent shot Brian Dable might actually get to keep his job. But the pick here was Jackson Dart for the New York Giants. All right, well, they didn't give up much, by the way, to move up. I mean, they gave their second-round pick. We had a big cheer on that crowd for that one. Hey, guys, if you actually watched us, we already gave the pick. Anywho, so the Giants did not give up much. They gave up their second-round pick and 2/3 to move up to the 25th pick. That's not a lot.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me, the Houston Texans, and they do need a lot of things to move back on, but I did not feel like they got a lot of value here to fall out of the first round altogether. So that's interesting.
I can tell you this. My brother is a diehard Giants fan. He's literally got the Giants logo tattooed on his calf. And he told me before the draft, he said, my dream draft.
Hold up. We got another trade.
While we're waiting on the trade,
the Falcons just traded with the Rams, so the Falcons are now on the board at 26.
Wow.
There's no way they just traded back into the first round for a quarterback with Michael Penix there and Kirk Cousins. So there's no way this is a quarterback here. So this is interesting who they just traded back into the first round for. But go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying, he told me all day today. He was like, my dream draft. Day one is that somehow the Giants come out of this draft with Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart. And here they are. They get their premier defensive pass rusher. They get their quarterback of the future in a position where they don't have to rush him out onto the field. What do you think, Dan? I mean, did the Giants, I know that we still have a little bit more draft to go, but did they win tonight?
Remains to be seen. I mean, the Abdul Carter pick is good. Again, you're not going to get me on it because Jackson Dart was the third round grade for me. So I still don't think he was worth trading up for in the first round as a result to that. But this trade, so I was pointing out how the Giants seemingly did not give up much to move back into the first round with the Houston Texans, right? They only gave up their second round pick and 2/3. Well, the Falcons gave up their second, their 7th rounder, and a first rounder next year to move up to this pick that they're on right now in the first round with the Rams. So the Falcons just gave up significantly more.
Have to be getting somebody serious.
Significantly more just to get one pick less than the Giants. And so it's pretty insane to me they give up a first rounder next season to get to this pick. My gut feeling is telling me that it's Nick Amanawari. That's my gut feeling is telling me that they're going up here to get a game-changing safety to go along with the pass rush they just tried to fix. Maybe it's left tackle with Josh Simmons, but I don't know. There's a lot of different ways the Falcons to go. What we do know is that it's not a quarterback. That's what we do know.
Well, I like again, linebacker was mocked to the Falcons in Campbell. Could that be the pick?
Well, the pick is in, and I'll tell you. So it's James Pierce, the other edge rusher out of Tennessee, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. So they drafted Jalen Walker, a good edge rusher player from the Georgia Bulldogs, and now they just traded up to give a first round next year for James Pierce to be the other side of them. Now, again, this was the worst pass rushing team in the NFL last year on their defense side of the ball. They just went after 2 premier edge rushers in this draft class and gave up a hell of a lot to do it, frankly, in the process. But
you mentioned Mykal Walker. I mean, you got James Pierce, 2023, 13 sacks. Last year, 8 sacks. Explosive speed, off the edge, quick first step. He's got fluid movement, long arms. Like he is, where Mykal Walker is not that same prototype.
No,
I think that they definitely upped the build of their offense or their defense for sure.
The crowd reacting to the pick here now too.
It was weird. It was like we got boos, and then
we are in Nashville, Tennessee, and the Tennessee player just got picked in James Pierce, so that's why we just got a whole crowd there going. But so James Pierce is a bit undersized as far as his weight goes. So I do find that interesting because Jalen Walker is the same way. Like these are both very good pass rushers, but both guys that are not going to do a whole hell of a lot when it comes to stopping the run. So that's going to be interesting. Like, the Falcons are planning on playing the type of ball where I was talking about the Bengals earlier, where their offense is going to get them up by 2 scores, and then they're just going to lean on a pass rush to close out games and hope that they don't play in too many tight-knit come-from-behind situations where they're having to defend against the run.
Well, the crazy thing is, unless Atlanta completely turns it, I mean, granted, the Panthers are owning that division, so I mean, do they look back and say, "Oh, we gave up a top 15 pick, to get Pierce here you got to realize that's a first rounder next year. Not only the pick, you gave up a first rounder next year to get this pick, and so I definitely see the commitment. I see the commitment to the defensive line. I see them making a push here. The question is, will it be enough? And are we looking back in 2026 of the draft and going, wow, what did they give up?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that because this ain't the NBA. You don't protect picks here. So if they don't – now, they showed a lot of problems with Penix down the latter half part of the season. But if they, to your point, are unable to get over the hump of playing that 500-type ball, you might have just given up a top 15 pick for a player you took in the late 20s. Now, on the flip side, you can look at it as, well, we got to take 2 first-round picks this year. And this is very similar to what the Rams did last year, where they traded back into the first round to take Braden Fisk after they had already taken Jared Verse. And it did work out pretty good for the Rams to get 2 guys like that. But I will say it's a little bit different because at least with Braden Fisk, you were getting an interior defensive line player who was a penetrator along with the edge pass rusher. You get 2 edge pass rushers. I think it's going to be interesting on the run defense, but they should actually be addressing that pass rush issue that they had for a while now. So with that, we're on to pick 27. I can't believe we're on pick 27. I just realized we're getting close to the end of this draft here. And the Ravens are on the clock, so it'll be interesting. I mean, the Ravens and the Eagles, man, they just take whatever falls into their lap, and there's a number of things that have fallen into their lap. I'll be curious to see in which direction they wind up going. But while we wait for that pick to come in, I do want to get a word to from our sponsors here. We got Digital Footprint Marketing, one of our great sponsors here for the Fantasy Sports Advice Draft. Attention business owners, are you buried in subscriptions for SEO tools, social media calendars, generating reviews, responding to reviews, inboxes, website builders, and social channel ads? It's time to stop overpaying and start simplifying. Digital Footprint Management gives you one subscription, one dedicated account manager, and one streamlined solution for your entire team. Save time, save money, and focus on what really matters, growing your business. Visit getfoundeverywhere.com today. Again, that's Digital Footprint Marketing, one of our sponsors of today's show. So what do you think the Ravens do here?
You know, I think offensive line makes a lot of sense. I've seen, your guy you've been talking about all night. I've seen Josh Simmons going to the Ravens here. I think it's a good pick for them. Obviously, they're going to be committed to running the ball. They do want to protect Lamar. They have some decent wide receivers.
Ronnie Stanley's getting older, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like that pick.
Well, we'll see what they do, but we can still bet on some things. So like number 30, number 31, number 32 coming up, which would, as of right now, be the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, and the Philadelphia Eagles sitting at those picks. So if you're looking at the Buffalo Bills at 30, they're favored to take a defensive line type of player, which no surprise there, especially on the interior side. They're also cornerback at plus 250 and quarterback at plus 600, wide receiver at plus 650. I'm throwing some shekels on wide receiver and cornerback for the Buffalo Bills. I could definitely see them going in either one of those directions. I know they just signed Tre'Davious White back. He's toast. That's not going to do anything. They could use another wide receiver, another perimeter wide receiver in particular, to make Keon Coleman fall into place. Use Khalil Shakir in the slot primarily. But they could also use the shutdown cornerback. And a guy like Will Johnson is still on the board. So I'm real curious to see here what he's going to be able to do. We'll find out in a minute. I don't know. I got people flagging me down. Very distracting at the Crow's. Very distracting, but very awesome here at the Crow's Nest Restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee. They've been a fantastic venue for us all night long, and we've been having a blast doing it. So at 31, which is the Kansas City Chiefs, offensive lineman at minus 165. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. They need to address all the offensive line issues. They lost Joe Thuney. Silent Jalen Moore is really not going to solve anything for them. So I'm not really going to bet on anything else there. I'm not getting a ton of value, assuming the Chiefs stay at 31. At 32, you're getting plus odds for anything the Eagles might take, and who knows, it may not even be the Eagles at that pick. They are a team that likes to trade back. So a defensive line is definitely up there as a top possibility, plus 100 even odds, basically. Tight end at plus 450. I don't really see that happening. There's a lot of good tight ends in this class, but a lot of them are more late day 2 caliber picks. And they still, even though they were talking about moving on from Dallas Goedert, they still have Dallas Goedert on the roster. Offensive line at plus 450. That's a team I could see taking a guard. They lost Mekhi Becton. Tate Ratledge is still there on the board. That would be interesting to me to see if they go in that direction. So I'm going to throw a few shekels there on plus 450. I'm also going to throw a few shekels on linebacker at plus 450 because Jahad Campbell, even though he got flags of injury, guy is still on the board, and he might be one of the best picks that they could possibly take here as well. So those are some of the bets I like coming up if you guys rush over to DraftKings before they close.
Malachi Starks.
Yeah, so Malachi Starks going here to the Baltimore Ravens. So now, I kind of thought it'd be safety. I thought it'd be Nick Omonowori just because that seemed like a Ravens pick. Like, let's go with the most athletic safety possible, but it is Malachi Starks instead. Now, for the longest time, Malachi Starks, he was mocked to be the number 1 safety early in the draft process. That changed during the combine. It's really interesting to me, more so that we're seeing now Malachi Starks and Amanawari, who are both first-round graded guys. Starks is the first one to come off the board here at 27. So teams are showing you safety again. Just see, it doesn't seem to be a high priority. But you bring Starks in, and now when you have guys like Kyle Hamilton, you allow Kyle Hamilton to play more safely, or I should say safely, more like that star position where he gets to play all over the field. Because Kyle Hamilton can be that free safety, he can be that nickel corner, he could be anything. And when you have a guy like Malachi Starks, who's more of a box safety, he can do what his thing is, play to his strengths, along with Kyle Hamilton. What did you think about the pick?
I like the pick. I think they did need help in the secondary. I like, obviously we like Kyle Hamilton, but Kyle Hamilton is more of the linebacker-esque safety. We saw him get beat several times in the passing game. Malachi Starks offsets that, right, with a little bit stronger coverage, to his game. So I like the pick. I like the pick for the Ravens. Obviously, you know what it says to me, Dan? It says the Ravens said, you know what? We understand that the Bengals signed Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to be their guys. So we're going to make sure we're prepared in the secondary to own this division.
Well, it also means they're going to play their caliber, their version of Ravens defense, flat out. Like the Ravens want to play tough physical defense from the secondary on down. When they tackle, they want everybody pursuing the ball. Malachi Starks is that player. He's a guy who's always around the ball 24/7. I mean, you watch the Georgia game, it was very rare not to see Malachi Starks on a tackle. Like he's all over the football, high motor, typical box safety, perfect for that Ravens defense. So the Detroit Lions are now on the board here, and they could go a number of directions. A lot of the top edge guys, and this might be why the Atlanta Falcons wanted to jump off here, a lot of the top edge pass rushers have been taken, but one guy in particular who I think would be a really interesting fit, even though he's smaller size, but I think would be a hell of a duo with Aiden Hutchinson. Mike Green's still on the board.
Mike Green is still on the board and was projected, inside the top 20. Was projected to go to the Bengals in most drafts at 17. I don't hate that.
It would make a lot of sense to me. We talk about teams that win a certain way when it comes to trying to get up early on teams and then use their pass rush to pin their ears back and go. That is the way the Detroit Lions are built. All you need is another edge rush on the other side of Hutchinson, and it could be game over. And I'm kind of surprised that he's still here at this point.
Well, and your offensive tackle, Josh Simmons, just keeps falling.
He does.
I've seen, mocks where the Lions go corner here and they take a guy like Will Johnson out of Michigan, which could make sense.
That could make sense too. Yeah.
I do agree. I like the pass rusher call. I also wish that, and it's a shame all the interior guys have gone so far in, right? Like they need interior too, And so I definitely think it's a defensive pick here, either cornerback or edge rusher. I like both of those.
Okay, I mean, this is a team that's pretty set on offense. Now, there was some talk that maybe they wouldn't pick up Jamison Williams' option and that maybe he was a trade candidate and that they would be in on a wide receiver potentially. But I think that type of wide receiver would have been a Matthew Golden type, and now that is not on the board. I don't think Trey Harris really fits this team well, so I do think ultimately this winds up being defense, and in fact it is. The pick is in. If I can get to it here. So this is interesting to me because this is a player that it's a high second round pick, but I consistently saw in the second round, Tyleek Williams, the nose tackle out of Ohio State.
I told you, the interior defensive line, the issue is like, and we've seen it. It's been the highlight of this draft is this run on player positions, and defensive tackle is obviously a significant need across the league. These interior defensive linemen, and so, like you said, somebody you have projected deep, in the second, significantly in the second, is all of a sudden here late at the end of the first round because the position's drying up. Now there are some guys that I think there's some guys in this draft at defensive end that I think could convert to a defensive tackle style position. Yeah. Some of the heavier guys. But I don't hate this pick. Obviously, they had their position. They had their position locked that they wanted to identify and hit, and they went. They had to reach to get them. But if they didn't reach, they weren't going to be there because obviously there's a need.
Well, yeah, exactly right. Detroit, unless they're going to be trading back up in the second round, he wasn't going to fall in the second round. So this is their guy. This is their guy. And he does pair up with Aleem McNeil, who that's going to be a stout interior defensive line now. That's going to be very, very difficult to run on. Aiden Hutchinson's going to come back, so you're at least going to get a pass rush out of him. And again, there are pass rushers later on in this draft, so they could address that position. And then all of a sudden, we could be looking at a dominant defensive line out of Detroit if they were, in fact, to go in that direction. And being that they're so set in so many other places, you could easily see that happening at some point here. But I just got to say, and maybe he goes within the next 3 picks, I am still shocked that Will Johnson and Mike Green are still on the board here. Now, I know Will Johnson had a turf toe thing, but we've seen players play through and come back from turf toe. Like this is an injury that I thought would tank his draft capital the way that it has. I know there was some talk that maybe it was going to be, hard, or it was a more serious turf toe type of injury, but I don't see that really being an issue. So I'm shocked he's out there. He was actually the number 1 cornerback on my board. And then I'm shocked Mike Green's out there. I thought this guy, after the scouting combine, after the Senior Bowl, with what we saw he could do, I thought he had really solidified himself as a top first-round type of pick.
I think Mike Green could go right here.
He could.
I think he might go to Washington. The next 3 picks. Washington was mocked to Shamar Stewart in most cases. Obviously, he went early, which is great because that leaves Mike Green here sitting for Washington, and I like the pick for them. They definitely need edge help.
They need edge help. I could even see them going Josh Simmons. I know they just traded for Laramie Tunsil, but they're still not done there at the tackle position, and Laramie Tunsil's getting older and has been injury prone, or just addressing the offensive line in general. They need an interior. They're another team that could use an interior defensive tackle. They lost Allen over this past year, so could they reach on another one there? There are guys who are still expected to go in the high end part of the second round that they like, Darius Alexander, what have you, or guys that, or some names that come to mind, especially as penetrators go. So it is interesting.
My wife just texted me back. She's tuned into the show, and she just texted me and she said, "I want all my number 1s back, all of them."
Just watching draft day.
Yeah, this has been a fun draft, and we still got a few more picks here. It's been surprising. The defensive tackle run was a bit of a surprise for me. I didn't see as many going, and like some of the people that are falling out, like Mike Green was in the top 20. You're nailing it. I mean, Shadur was projected higher. Obviously,
let's talk about Shedeur Sanders right now, because now, what do you think the key is going to be if he falls into the second round? I'm going to put this out. I comp him personally to Teddy Bridgewater, but a lot of people comp him to Geno Smith, and this is exactly what happened to Geno Smith.
I mean, the reality is a fall to the Browns in round 2 is highly probable. What a deal. Like, we were talking about them taking them at 5.
Yeah.
And here we go. They may get them in the beginning of the first, because the Giants have already got their guy. Tennessee's already gotten their guy. Nobody else in the first round, unless somebody trades up here at the end, which, maybe they're trying to make a statement. Maybe they want to do something. Maybe they want to make the draft extra exciting. I don't see it happening. I think that Shedeur sitting there shaking his head like Will Levis was last year, and he still hadn't been picked, and he may not get picked night 1, which is is pretty tough for the guy.
It is pretty tough for
But
the
you
guy.
know, he didn't. I mean, I will say this: in all of his interviews, he was very confident. He was definitely a Sanders.
It sounded like it was a very hit or miss type of deal as far as what, you know, and that's fine. Look, you have a personality. It is what it is. I actually would appreciate it more for guys that are going to show that personality and just be authentic and be who they're going to be regardless, because you're actually selling yourself there. And if the team likes you for that, then you know you found the right fit. So I'm okay with that ultimately. There's one more bet you can make for the night, and that is the number 32 pick, which right now is Philadelphia Eagles. Hopefully you bet on the linebacker spot when I told you to, because it was plus 400. It's now plus 100. Linebacker is now favored for the Philadelphia Eagles to go.
Yeah, you know why?
Yeah, because all the defensive linemen are off the back now.
Well, no, who's still sitting there?
Well, Jahad Campbell.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a projected 15 pick. Like
somebody else who was flagged for an injury is part of the reason why he's falling, but still was expected to be a top end first rounder. We do have the pick in for the Washington Commanders. And it is offensive tackle Josh Connerly is going to the Washington Commanders. So it's not surprising to me that the Washington Commanders just went with an offensive tackle. What is surprising to me is that he just went ahead of Josh Simmons. Like, the injury of Josh Simmons thing is way overblown. We talked to Dr. Brian Scott about it, and yes, it is a serious injury that maybe takes a year before he's fully back to what he was, but what he was the top tackle in the draft. That's what he was. And he's expected to be cleared and playing in training camp. So I think this is absolutely crazy. Wherever Josh Simmons winds up going, he's going to steal. But Josh Connerly, point to him, he gets drafted by the Washington Commanders. Offensive tackle out of Oregon. More of a pass-protecting offensive tackle, not so great in run blocking. I think this is more of a project pick. And they do have Laramie Tunsil, so their thought process may be for Josh Connerly to back up Laramie Tunsil rather than switch over and play the right tackle position at the jump off the gate and have both of them starting. He has good feet. He has good lean, but he still needs to work on his technique. He can get over pursued. He has to work on his drop step a little bit more. He's got to work on his punching power on the edge as well. But this is a guy who is consistently talked about going in the back end of the first round, who has pass protection like tackle qualities. Again, like these other tackles, a little bit shorter in the arms, not quite the length you would necessarily want, but closer to like Will Campbell and things like that. Played he played a similar system to Washington Commanders in Oregon, right? He played in a system where it was get the ball out fast, a lot of screens. You got to be able to move. He is an athlete for his size. That's exactly the type of thing he's going to do in Washington. So it's a good fit from what he was already doing in college. What do you make of this pick?
I mean, I like the pick. I'm sitting there like you, and I'm like, man, like freaking Josh, like Simmons, like what the heck? You know, like why hasn't he been picked up yet? You know, like I do think Washington needed to address pass rusher more than they needed to address offensive tackle. But I understand they drafted their rookie. Like they drafted their quarterback of the future. They want to protect, and they've got some older guys, Laramie Tunsil. Yeah, like maybe they want to just continue to build around him and protect him. You know, so I don't hate the pick. I think that even more like the Lions have proven there's value in protecting your quarterback. And so it's a big deal here. They're obviously they're rooting for Jaden Daniels.
So in case you're wondering, Coach Brian Daboll just came out and said Russell Wilson will be our starter when they come out in their practices in the spring here. So just in case there was any, not that we didn't already
have any doubt.
But, yeah.
I think here's the thing: Jackson Dart has a good deep ball. Jackson Dart has a decent deep ball. What is Russell Wilson's MO? The moon ball.
Yeah.
Right. And so like it fits. It makes sense. And like having somebody like a character building, like this is how you work guy to get behind Jackson Dart to help him succeed. It's kind of like that, you know, and maybe it's different because I don't think Aaron Rodgers was ever like, let me mentor, you know, Jordan Love, right?
Exactly.
But I think Russell Wilson says, let me mentor this guy. You know, I'm happy to mentor this guy and I want him to be successful and he's going to invest. And so for the Giants, like, congratulations, that's what you got. You got somebody that's going to invest in your young quarterback. It's going to help them step up some of those inconsistencies in their game. You know, Jackson Dart has a little bit of that Bo Callahan syndrome. Let me go back to draft day, right? Like he is a gamer, but when he gets hit, when he gets put on tilt, right, he starts to underthrow. He starts to make mistakes. And, you know, when he's feeling himself, he's absolutely electric. I think Russell Wilson can help him try to find level ground.
I definitely think he could. He could too. So while we wait for the next pick here, we got Wrent. We got to get another shout out to our sponsors here. Rent tools without the hassle of renting tools. Why rent through the big box when you rent within your community? Rent provides an online platform that enables and simplifies tool rentals between tool owners and tool renters. If you are a tool owner, rent your tools for a profit. If you are a tool renter, simply find the tool you need in your area and select how long you need the rental. Renting made easy at rentapp.com. That's WRENT app.com.
So I just got a text message, and it's back to Shedeur a little bit. And somebody said, they said, Shedeur Sanders, take away the last name, and he's just mid.
Well, that's been my grade the whole time. But hold on to that thought. We got Dustin coming in here.
Uh-oh.
Dustin, we got a live look in the NFL draft. What do you got for us, man?
What's up, guys? We just got out of the T-Mac Hetero McMillan press conference. I'm telling you something. I was coming into this process a little down on him. After talking to him yesterday and today, I'm all in on him. The kid's just got it. He's got such a great positive attitude. He's funny. He's quick. He's witty. I'm all in on him in Carolina. I think he's instantly the wide receiver one. You can be a cokehead for Jalen Coker all you want. You can believe in Adam Thielen, Xavier Legette, whoever it is. McMillan is the one there. He'll step in week one and be a star.
I definitely agree. We talked about that when the pick was made, that he was going to be the perimeter featured guy because everybody else on that team is either a slot or a flanker type of wide receiver. Now, Dustin, let me get your opinion on this, though. I think it boils down to where are you at on Bryce Young to make that happen?
Yeah, I've always said that Bryce Young is okay, not great. I don't think he's a great quarterback. I think Carolina has made enough. When we talked earlier, we talked about Jacksonville and some of those other teams like, in Tennessee with Cam Ward. I think Carolina is a year or two ahead of them where they've put some pieces in place to kind of build that. We saw Bryce Young take a step forward. Bryce Young will be a capable quarterback in the NFL. I don't think he's a stud or a star, but he can be, middle of the pack, and I think he's good enough when you give him receivers like Ted McMillan, which I know he doesn't like being called Ted. His mom doesn't like being called Ted. He said T-Mac's fine. I think they give him enough weapons where I think Bryce Young will be serviceable enough that he'll be fine.
Well, and that's going to be the key. This is a guy who was benched last year, came back, played better towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
And I think what you're given is the whole argument of, well, you're bringing in Seth McMillan. You have other weapons now. You have to see what you have in Bryce Young. Otherwise, you might have to move on at some point. But the Bills selection is about to come in here. Go ahead, finish your thought.
I think you're right. Like they're gonna roll out Bryce Young, and if he doesn't have it, they'll move on next year. There's gonna be a couple quarterbacks next year. So if Bryce Young is not good, then all of a sudden we're gonna get. Look at my Bills selecting Harrison. We're gonna get them winning 4 games and be drafting in the top 5, and they'll get a quarterback next year. So I'm not worried about McMillan's future in terms of like fantasy because if it's not Bryce Young, they will get someone good enough next year.
I tend to agree. So give me your reaction to Maxwell Harrison becoming the newest Buffalo Bill.
So I'm a Bills fan. So Bills needed secondary. We've struggled with that for years. We just haven't had the depth. We haven't had a star guy. We brought in Rasul Douglas 2 years ago. I think they still might re-sign him. I think Harrison is a great quarterback. We were just talking me and Chase were talking in the press conference room, like, why aren't these cornerbacks going? Because normally they're being jumped on left and right. Now we're seeing a little bit of a run. Harrison, to me, is a really good player. I thought he should have gone maybe 5-10 picks earlier, so I'm happy the Bills got him. I think it's to solidify that back end for us. We still need some, pass rush, maybe a linebacker. We need to fix our defense. This is a solid pick at value. We didn't have to trade up for it. I wish we would have traded back a little bit, but I think Harrison's a solid pick for the Bills.
I think you guys traded back just enough, but just to let you know, the Eagles just traded with the Kansas City Chiefs for one spot and then gave up number 32, obviously, but also the number 164 to move up one spot. So I'll be curious to see who they were trying to get ahead of, because being that they were the next on the draft and their Chiefs were willing to trade with them. So I'll be curious to kind of see there. You hearing anything down there with that one?
So I thought there's two guys here that cover the Chiefs exclusively. They talked about the Chiefs trading back. The thought process was the Chiefs would trade back with either Cleveland and New Orleans, possibly for a quarterback. So maybe another team was trying to move up to get whatever the Eagles want. So you're looking at Cleveland with 2 picks and I think the top 10 in the second rounds. You have a couple of teams, that could trade up to get ahead of the Eagles. So it looks like the Eagles just presumptively moved up instead of someone else. My guess is probably going to be for some sort of big ugly, would be my guess, either defensive line or offensive line for the Eagles.
It typically is with the Philadelphia Eagles because they know how to build their team out properly. So I would not be surprised if that was actually the case. What's the word down there? So Mike Green was somebody that was expected to be picked in like the top half of this draft, and he's still falling here. What do you make of that?
I think it's just a matter of we've seen more wide receivers than I think most people were expecting. I think everyone knew Travis Hunter, Tet would go, probably Matthew Golden. I think a lot of people expected Emeka Buka to go. So I think that's changing things. We've seen just some cornerbacks drop. I think Mike Green is one of those players that's a small school, kind of, I think, had 1 year production. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to the Chiefs or the Eagles here. So I think there could be I think he still might go in the first round. There's still 4 guys. Well, I guess it's now 3 guys left in the green room here who haven't been picked. You got Jalen Milroe. I forget who else is there. But there's a couple guys still available that are here at the draft, which means the NFL thought they were going to be first-round picks. They're still in the green room. Aren't going to get taken in the first round. So I think it's just that's been this draft the whole time, right? The whole time this draft it's been, hey, there's 10 blue chip prospects, and pick 11 through pick 40 or 50 are basically all the same tier. So some teams have Mike Green high, some teams have Mike Green low, and I think it's just a matter of fit. And, there's just not a lot of need for that position right now.
Well, Jahad Campbell wound up being the pick that the Eagles traded up for. Linebacker, another linebacker who had a lot of mock drafts, was going in the top 20 here. He got flagged with injury. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Jahad Campbell, and he fits the Eagles perfectly in that linebacking core to bolster it. Go ahead, Dustin. Give me a reaction before we move on here.
The Eagles are, because they're such a good team, can draft a guy who has some injury concern because they don't need him to play every down. And they have that luxury. They can just make him a designated pass rusher or a designated cover guy. They can play him situationally. They don't need someone to come in and play every down. We saw them in the Super Bowl just dominate the Chiefs offensive line with no blitzing. Now they get a guy who can drop back in coverage a little bit, can rotate in. And when you're getting guys fresh, when you're getting the Nakobe Dean fresh, because he gets to sit out 2 plays because you bring Jahad Campbell in, like you're getting better. It's so rich getting richer is what it is. It happens every year with the Eagles where they just seem to get a guy who should have been taken 20 picks earlier and also they drop to him.
It's what they do best, man. Dustin, we're still going to go a little bit further after the last pick is made by the Chiefs, just kind of recap some of the action. So if you have anything for us at that point, please let us know.
Will do. Well, one of us will stop back in.
Awesome. Thank you, Dustin. Live look-ins from the NFL draft there. All right, so that's what we talked about, Tyler. I mean, it wound up being that they traded up to 31, which is a little bit annoying if you made the bet, because then you would have been right about the position they were going to be targeting at 32.
Yeah.
But you're still going to be Jahad Campbell, which is what we thought it was going to be.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jahad Campbell was going to go, and then the Eagles always do this, man. They always figure out a way to get somebody that's falling. Like a player that has immense talent that falls, they're able to grab. I mean, last year's draft was absolutely crazy. I think this is a value here. I think that this is an extreme value at the end of the first round. And, they traded with Kansas City. I don't think they had to. Now, I think
maybe somebody else was trying to trade up. It's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, though. Kansas City, one, they're either going to trade out. Like, this is going to be a Will Levis situation. They trade out, somebody jumps up, they grab Shedeur at this pick just to make it a show, right? Like, we're at the end of the draft. But it would make more sense for Kansas City here to grab the offensive lineman that has fallen beyond where we thought they would. Obviously, they invested in O-line last year, and the guys underperformed. And so they still lack. They still need, they're still looking for that, that left tackle. They're still looking for who's going to be able to protect Mahomes. And so I like O-line here. And then I also don't mind Mike Green. And it's just the value, right? Like at some point,
100%.
Yeah, at some point, like sometimes, like I'm doing my mocks or I'm looking at it, even in fantasy, like I'm drafted and I look back at it and I'm like, man, like the value at this pick, like I don't think I can let them go. Like they've fallen too far.
Yeah. No, I agree. And just to, talk about Jahad Campbell real quick. This guy was the best coverage linebacker in all of college football last year. Number 1 in coverage stops. Good run stopper as well. Good blitzer. Now he's not one of these like linebacker edge types. That's not what you're getting. You're getting a true linebacker with Jahad Campbell, which with Vic Fangio's system, you need that in the middle there. Him and Zach Bond are going to be a deadly duo along with Kobe Dean as far as getting that coverage over the middle and taking away that middle part of the field, which when you can do that with a Vic Fangio defense, takes it to a whole other level. So it really is a great value pick there for the Eagles. So while we wait for the Kansas City Chiefs,
the crazy thing is even Campbell, like 4'5", 240.
Yeah.
Even though he was great in space, like great in coverage, right? He also still had 8 sacks last year.
He did. He's an effective blitzer. Now, he's not a great just straight up pass rusher, but if you blitz him, he's very quick off the edge.
I love the pick. I think, again, it's extreme value. It's a perfect complement to work right there beside Nakobe Dean. And the Eagles, again, are just going to have a super solid defense. I mean, the defensive line, elite. The linebacking core, elite. DBs, man, did they hit at cornerback last year.
Yeah.
Like, elite, like just freaking Eagles.
Yeah.
Freaking Eagles.
Freaking Eagles. Always making great, smart picks. Always the rich getting richer. And that's why they're always one of these playoff teams and the Super Bowl champions, of course.
Any Dallas fans out there, I'm sorry you're left wanting. I don't see it clearing up anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine Dallas fans are really pissed off. Not even just about this, but I think the Tyler Booker pick was actually a good pick.
I agree.
But I do think Dallas fans are looking at it like this was a guy who was mocked in the late first round. We took him at 12. We couldn't move down to get him. Like, he probably couldn't have. But while it's a boring pick, it's not going to turn a lot of heads. It was a good pick. Like, they are rebuilding that offensive line. I like what they did last year with Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. Now you bring in Tyler Booker. Like, the Cowboys are building in the right way, in which they should have a really good offensive line. It's just that they're that one team where, while they've done good jobs over the years of building that O-line, they've never really been able to reap the benefits of it. And I think that's why fans are just so frustrated and over it. And then you're watching teams like the Eagles get great values on top of the strengths that they already have. We'll see what they're going to do here.
So Chiefs here, are you in agreement? Are you saying O-line or defensive end?
It's offensive line. I could see them going Mike Green here. They do need an edge rush outside of Chris Jones. They didn't have much pass rushing, and Chris Jones being more of an interior player, it would make sense for that. Spagnuolo always likes to have a good edge rusher, especially. I could see them even going corner. I mean, Will Johnson at this point, I'm getting some word here that he is getting flagged with, like, the teams think he has a knee injury, which would be news to me coming into the draft. And that's the reason why he's falling. We'll have to see. But he would be a hell of a pick here because that's what the things the Chiefs have been, like, what Spagnuolo himself really thrives on is when he has elite corners. He can pretty much just kind of call whatever defense he wants to go. So I do think there's a number of positions, a number of value they could go, but offensive line is their biggest need.
Yeah, I agree. Offensive line. As far as the, George Karlaftis is it for the Chiefs, right? Like, they don't. I agree. Like a Mike Green pick who's different than Karlaftis makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. And then the other side, their inability to hit on a decent offensive lineman, last year, what was it? They drafted Kingsley, Suamataya, or whatever, and it didn't pan out. And they're still needing, they drafted Chuku, they drafted Chuck, whatever. Obviously I can't pronounce that name. I will butcher it live on air. I would love to hear your best efforts at that as well. But
no, that's why you hear me being quiet and not even trying.
Exactly. But they just can't hit. They're not hitting, right? Like, you got veterans like Wanya Morris that are coming in and pushing, Juwan Taylor that are pushing, and they need somebody. So, a good offensive lineman here, to me, makes even more sense than a Mike Green. But, I mean, it's one of those things on Mike Green where you're like, is the value just too freaking high here at the end of the first to be able to get that player?
Well, the pick is in for the Kansas City. And it is Josh Simmons. So Josh Simmons goes off the board. They go left tackle, and I think they finally hit their tackle position that they've been trying to hit for forever. Again, I've said it time and time again. Josh Simmons, had it not been for the injury, would have been a top 5 draft pick. By far was the best left tackle on my board, and really one of the few guys, again, who wasn't a tweener. Kelvin Banks is considered a tweener. Will Campbell is considered a tweener.
That's tweener.
The guys there might be better as guards and tackles, so they don't necessarily have the measurements to go. Josh Simmons is a true born and bred left tackle who, because of the injury that he suffered, falls to the end of the first round. And now he's going to have time. He's going to have time until training camp. He's expected to be activated by then and resuming football activities. This is a all-pro type of left tackle, exactly what the Chiefs have been desperate for, needing for the past couple of years to help out Patrick Mahomes. And this could go a long way in getting that offense to be more aggressive, because one of the reasons they've had to go more dink and dunk than you want to see especially out of a talent like Mahomes, who has the cannon of an arm, is because he hasn't had time to throw, and Andy Reid's been putting in offenses to protect him. So this goes a long way in maybe opening up the passing attack, which we love for fantasy purposes, as they get weapons like Xavier Worthy going, Rashee Rice back in town, things of that nature. So I can't say enough how great of a pick this was for them at 32.
Wow, yeah. I can't believe he fell that far.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I had him picked, 5-6 picks ago. Value for the Chiefs. Great job. Winners keep winning. Sure, it's a good pick. I feel excited because you do have those guys like Chuck and Kingsley and these people that could have year 2 booms, right?
Yeah.
They could boost, and then you look at the Chiefs. What if the Chiefs next year, these guys start hitting? They still have Creed Humphrey. They still have Trey Smith. All of a sudden you're looking at a top-tier offensive line given Patrick Mahomes time.
Yeah, I think that's the ultimate goal, because they made it clear they're not going to invest dollar resources into the wide receiver position. They're not going to invest dollar resources heavily into the running back position. But the one thing you could do in paired with Patrick Mahomes to make all of that way better is with wide receiver, is with offensive linemen to make all of that go. So it's a big thing from that standpoint. All right, so what I want to do here is I want to play a quick sponsor shout out to Chuck Hutton, and then I want to recap this draft for us real fast before we head to the.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, welcome to Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. One of the best kept secrets is Chuck Hutton Nissan Service Department. From quick oil changes in our dedicated oil service facility to brake service, basic maintenance, engine light checks, and everything in between in our state-of-the-art mechanic shop. New tires, tire rotation, and more. Service work for nearly all makes and models. So come see us at Chuck Hutton Nissan, just off I-40, exit 80 or 82 on Van Drive, Jackson.
All right, we're back here with the Fantasy Sports Advice Draft Covers, brought to you by Wrent. Go to WRENT app.com FSAN.com to get your renting tool today. I'm joined here now with Amber, who's been working the PA system for ever and just calling it all out. Amber, how's it going?
Man, it's been a night. It's been an interesting draft, I got to say. As much as I was trying to interact with the crowd, I'm watching these picks come in, and I'm a little surprised by a few of them. I mean, what's your biggest surprise that you have for the night? And where do you feel like a team did their team dirty? Like, where did the management do their team dirty? You tell me. What do you think?
Well, so it's interesting. I think the biggest surprise for me was Colston Loveland going ahead of Tyler Warren. I think that was the biggest surprise. Now, whether the team did him dirty or not, we'll have to see. But I do think he was a very good tight end. I do think Tyler Warren was better. It was more of just a shock of that one. But where a team did him dirty, the Falcons better hope to God James Pierce hits, because of what they gave up to move in the back end of the first round. It was funny. I was literally talking about it with Tyler. I was like, the Giants didn't give up that much to come back to the 25th. They really just gave up 2 third-rounders along with their second to get to the 25th spot with the Houston Texans. And then the Falcons had to give up a future first with the Rams in order to move back up for that spot on top of some other mid-round picks. So James Pierce better hit, because if he doesn't hit and they're back in the top 15, they're going to look like morons next year.
I'm telling you, some of these decisions, I was a little confused. As a Bears fan, I was really I'm sitting there all right, we're going to go. And it's now what do we do with Cole Kmet, right? In the fantasy respect, we thought that there might be a comeback with Ben Johnson coming in. And so I love Colston, don't get me wrong. But again, with Tyler Warren going after him, I don't understand that decision. But, and then the Rams got some decisions to make. So it's been an interesting evening. Again, I've been working the crowd, kind of, getting everybody excited about what's happening here in Nashville, and with Cam Ward coming to the Titans. And I know one quarterback can't just fix the team, but how are you feeling about Cam Ward's situation here in Tennessee?
So, I mean, look, he's an improvement over Will Levis. I don't think that's saying much, though, at the same time. So you kind of have a little caveat back and forth from that standpoint. It's going to be interesting to see how he fits. The Titans are a team that has a lot of holes. And Cam Ward is a quarterback who never would have been the number 1 pick in last year's draft class and took 5 years to really kind of get to this point. So I think he's got a longer development than people would typically expect from a number 1 pick. And I think it'll be interesting. Now, I do think he throws a good ball. He has decent mobility. Brian Callahan's an offensive coach, so it has a chance to wind up working out. But this is not a typical first pick type caliber player we're talking about here. So more patience is going to be needed. I do want to point this out. So we I don't know if you were able to see the show or not, but during it, we had, I believe it was Biggs or Chase who came on during the press conference with Travis Hunter. And during that press conference, he talked about how Travis Hunter hadn't really talked to Jacksonville. He didn't know whether he was going to be a wide receiver, cornerback, how they were looking at him. Well, now I'm getting word that Liam Cohen, during his press conference, just came out and said he'll primarily play offense to start. So Travis Hunter looking more like a wide receiver in the beginning, which is what fantasy owners want to hear. Yep. What are your thoughts there?
So I'm wondering where he's going to fall in these rookie drafts, and where's he going to fall in Superflex versus 1 QB leagues, right? I'm excited to hear about him playing. And again, we don't exactly know that's what's going to happen, but I much rather have a skilled position player happening with Travis Hunter, where I can utilize him and not question it. So I'm excited for that, and I know that I can probably pick him up. Where would you draft him at if you were, let's say, in a super flex league, we're going 4 rounds? Where are we drafting him at?
So in a 4-round draft, I'm probably still waiting to the 2nd round. Now, again, I'm somebody who was not as big on Travis Hunter as a wide receiver. I think he was actually an elite corner prospect. I think he was a good wide receiver prospect because he didn't have a significant route tree. I don't think we're talking about a guy who's a 4.2 type athlete as far as his speed is concerned. I think he's more of like a 4.5 guy who's got excellent ball skills and does great attacking the ball and has excellent footwork, but he doesn't make a lot of guys, or I should say this, at his weight and lack of elite speed, I don't think he's going to be a yak king at the NFL. I think he can make guys miss as far as missed tackles forced in the open field. But it's not a guy you're consistently drive. This is a guy who's going to be a short intermediate part. I think he's more of a flanker, even slot type of wide receiver, not a perimeter X guy. So I'm not as big on Travis Hunter as many people are. So I take him more in the 2nd round. And I also still think you're running a situation with Jacksonville, who needs cornerback. They get him out there in training camp. If he's out there in the field and he looks like he's a dominant corner right off the bat, Liam Cohen could easily just change his mind training camp too.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's the thing. It's like, what do we see when training camp happens? And right now there's a lot of excitement, and we still got day 2, 3. We've got a lot of drafts left in us, and I understand day 2 and 3 necessarily aren't as important, but we've seen some guys shine. Like from last year, I mean, we saw day 2, 3 guys really come through. I mean, what are we talking about? Bucky, we're talking about, again, we're talking about running back rooms, but I'm excited to see what happens over the next couple of days of the draft. I need to really sit down and dive. I was here with the crowd. I was giving away prizes. I'm like, we're out here just trying to get everybody excited about what's going on here at FSAN. So I'm glad to join you. And how are you feeling, Dan? Let's really talk about it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I am. You guys did great jobs getting me food and drink while I was able to do this and keep the voice all luber and wet here. Let's end on one more thing before we start packing up, because we got to get out of the Crow's Nest, who hosted us. It was a great venue tonight. Absolutely love it. But Shedeur Sanders does not go in the first round. He falls to the second round. Now, I selfishly have to say I want a big-time bet, because I bet 2 months ago that he was going to fall to the second round when the odds were way jacked up. So,
yes.
But this is going to be a big story going into tomorrow night's draft. So what was your take here with Shedeur Sanders?
Honestly, I've been thinking to myself the whole time. I've watched the tape. I don't think that he is a first-round guy. I didn't think that originally, and I really like his humility, and I don't know if it's just a show, but I truly believe that he has it, even though we're talking about Sanders' son, right? We're talking about a Deion son, but he's tried to show out and try to make himself look different in the eyes of the media, in the eyes of the fans, and so I am not surprised, honestly, and I don't know where he's going to land at this point, but I am not surprised. So anybody who is, I don't know if you just watch the tape. I just everybody had better needs,
I don't disagree. Now the Cleveland Browns, after all the trades, do have the first pick in the second round. They do still need a quarterback, so at the second round it might be an easier bullet to bite for Shedeur Sanders. So I will have my eye on them. After that, though, they do pick again at 4. So maybe they decide they want to wait at 4. True. Because they have the Texans and the Titans in between them. Now they could be worried about somebody trading up, but again, that's going to be a similar situation where there's not anybody wanting to take a quarterback. So maybe they wait till the 4th pick.
A question for you, do you think that there's some fear in the Browns for all of the bad decisions that they've made in the past, where they were too afraid to take him in the first, and the ability, like they traded back and they were like, well, we know we can get him, and they had to really make that an opportunity for themselves, one, to not look stupid to their fan base, which they've already done, and and then also and again, I don't think he was a first round guy, and I don't think many teams did. So
well, I think what's going to be interesting here is that, one, like I said, it's the easier bullet to bite in the second round, but two, the Cleveland Browns traded back, so they pick up the extra picks, which is something they really needed to do. They have a lot of holes that they need to fill. So now, do you wait even longer? Like, you have Joe Flacco. You don't really have a lot of other options out there available to you.
Right.
You're going to have to probably go quarterback this year, at least give yourself some simmer of hope. I'd be surprised if the Browns pass on him here in the second round, even though I still have a third round grade on him, so it's still hard for me to say that. But he's the last quarterback left. They need one really, really badly. Here's the other part, too, with Shedeur, is that Kevin Stefanski needs to be there for him to have any chance to play in that West Coast type of system, because Cleveland's elements are not going to be kind to Shedeur type of Sanders quarterback who doesn't have a big, strong arm, not a big, strong guy, not an overly mobile guy. He depends on accuracy, timing, and ball placement, things that are really hard to do in Cleveland all year round. But you do have Kevin Stefanski, who's used to kind of building those type of offenses.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm looking forward to what happens on day 2. I really enjoy day 2. Day 1, there's a lot of, it's a lot of hype. We're all out here, but day 2 is where we're gonna zone in. We're gonna hone in, and we're gonna see what happens. So I don't know. Today was a great time. I'm not gonna lie. I'm exhausted. I can only imagine how you're feeling, but I'm excited that we were here all night for you guys, and we'll be here tomorrow and Saturday, and then we're gonna have a wonderful recap on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. So another big shout out to Crow's Nest here restaurant, giving us a nice host and venue, and big shout out to our sponsors. Wrent, WRENT app.com. Go to rent.com. Release the hassle. That is renting tools from the big box contributors. And also, the Fantasy Football Expo was a big sponsor of today's show. We sponsor them in August 8th and 10th. So make sure you check out the tickets there. Go to the Ultimate Advice 2025 promo code that get the ultimate fan experience to get you all the parties for all the weekends and the expo on Sunday. Food, drink, drafts, football talk, the whole 9. You're going to see us. You're going to see me and Amber there.
Yep.
You'll be able to meet us in person as well. So make sure you check that out. Amber, what do you got left for everybody?
I just want to say, I really want to hone in on that the Wrent app, man. I was so excited when I found out about it. They want people to be a part of their beta testing, so go check that out, man. It's like the Airbnb for tools, okay?
Yeah, especially in the Nashville area.
Look, I'm telling you, let's go. So that's really all I got, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Let's get it, man.
Yeah,
Where's draft time?
We'll close out on that. See you guys tomorrow. We'll be here an hour earlier because the draft's an hour earlier, but can't wait for that. Guys, have a great day.
We are here. FantasySportsAdvice.com, offering the best fantasy sports social media platform. Why join endless Discord communities or the trolls of Reddit? Fantasy Sports Advice is a community designed to help you win with 24/7 support. Go to FantasySportsAdvice.com and become a pro member for unlimited access. Again, go to FantasySportsAdvice.com today.
It's funny. I made everybody get off Wi-Fi. I was like, get off Wi-Fi. We're done.